a chance? Is it a choice? A designer's hand or a random voice? Did things occur naturally to find their place, or they came from a rep and sin, profound in its grace? But wait, what if behind the veil a mind is at play? A designer's hand guiding the day? Some say it's God, some say it's force, some say it's just nature, just a random course. But wait, look at the heavens, full of light, billions and billions of stars, a magnificent sight. That when you look in the night, does it look like an accidental skin? But wait. A painting has a painter, building has a mind, blueprints do not emerge from a void left behind, a code has a coder, song has a mind, and then the origin of the universe must have come out of time. Who gave the ability to discern that it ought to eat before it flies from one region to another? Who gave the monarch butterfly the navigation skills to fly from one region to another? Who gave the salmon the ability to discern that after it has grown it ought to return to its place of origin? It was a gradual right back to me. Questions are still tucked deep inside. Can chaos bear? Can chances hold the marvels of the life you're struggling to see? So here we are, at the crossroads of thoughts, contemplating on what science has sought. Intelligence design, Manu speaks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is Emmanuel Nganga from Masinde Muliro University. These students are doing amazing work in intelligent design. And they come up with these pieces all on their own. After reading the books, watching the videos that we give them on intelligent design, then they can come up with their own pieces. Now I want to welcome another student from University of Eldoret. That is Brian Wahu from University of Eldoret. Welcome, Brian.
This is Wahu Brian from University of Eldoret with the spoken word. Intelligent design is enough. Intelligent design is enough. The true path to explore, not chaos, not coincidence, but purpose, woven in every living core. Is this chant that breathes us in DNA, or is this thought every molecule coded with intention? We don't just believe, we question. We don't just follow, we think. Biocosmos, deeper understanding. Sunday study said to seek secrets silently, but seekers see sign in the system so symmetric. Look at the stars, look at the seed, look at the structure behind every nail. It was designed purposefully, intelligently. Everyone, let's rise. Let's think deeper, speak wiser. Because where we come from shapes where we're going. And maybe, just maybe, intelligent design, it's enough.
Thanks a lot. So I call upon Dr. Gift and Dr. Matu to take up the stage. Program.
Good morning. Welcome to Biocosmos, third annual conference. How many of you are coming for the first time? Is this your first time to Biocosmos conference? Okay, all right. Quite a number are you. My name is Gift Mtukwa. I teach at Nazarene University in the School of Religion and Christian Ministry. And I would like to ask my co-MC to come and introduce himself so that you know who your MCs are.
Good morning, all. Good morning. My name is Dr. Welcome all.
And what are we here for? We are here for? What is our theme? Let's all say the theme together. It's on your program. Intelligent design, exploring purpose, evidence, and origins. A compelling invitation to rethink the foundations of life and I'm happy to be here. Yeah, we're all happy to be here. We're looking forward to a great time here. I think there's a lot of learning, and we'll definitely not leave here the same way that we have come. And so we've already had our prayer, and we'd like now to move to the next stage. At this point, I would like now to ask Mr. Doug Nolly, Dr. Chen, to come and give his remarks. Let's welcome the chair of Biocosmos Kenya to come and give his remarks.
Thanks a lot, Gift. To the CEO of Biocosmos Africa, to our distinguished guests from USA, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Mine is to welcome you to this conference, and before I welcome our CEO to make his remarks, I'll request that based on the directive given by the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, that we observe a 1 minute silence in honor of the departed soul of Raila Odinga. This is a national directive, and I'll request all of you to stand for only a minute. You may take your seat. I would like to welcome Doug Nolly, the CEO of Biocosmos Africa. Biocosmos Africa is a Norwegian trust that leads and supports the daughter foundations in East Africa. Kindly take the stage.
Thank you.
The computer is living its own life. It's behind you. No. It's a lot of fast. Yeah.
The video.
I see. Yeah, but was it on the screen? It's not released. No, it's not visible. Yeah, okay. It's a lot of technical problems. We apologize. Dear all, normally we address the VC, the DVC of academic affairs and so on, but at least we have some I know that we have at least a dean here and of course faculty members and honored guests from United States. So good morning all of you. So I have the privilege as CEO and chair of Biocosmos Africa to wish you welcome to this third Biocosmos Africa and Biocosmos Kenya conference. We have also the pleasure to have some audience from different universities spread around in Kenya and Tanzania, but I don't know whether they are available yet, but they will come. I also want to give regards from Mr. Einar Rasmussen. He is 87-year-old, who is our sole donator that have financed all our activities and even this conference. Without him, we would not have been able to do what we now are doing, building foundations in East Africa. Building the new digital platform and as well being able to offer BCA Research Fund, a great thanks to Mr. Rasmussen. I will, in my presentation after remarks and introduction of online participants, update you on the progress we have made in East Africa since our last conference in 2023. To build non-profit organizations requires as well human resources. And as non-profit means we are totally dependent on all of you guys that volunteer to assist us doing what we are doing. We have, however, experienced as we grow that we need some part-time partners as coordinator, administrator. So to the introduction of the contracted partners, we start with Dr. Utsieng, who has worked as Director of Operation East Africa since October last year. This has been a great relief for me when much of my work and especially travels has been loaded successfully on his shoulders. Dr. Utsien is a gift both to ID and to me as a CEO. Highly appreciated. I will introduce the other, but will first give Utsien the word to give a short comment.
Yeah, because of recording. Once again, good morning. I would like to welcome you to this conference. We are so happy that you accepted our invitation, and we believe as you'll be leaving this place tomorrow, you'll go back full of knowledge, wisdom, and with a drive to help us spread idea across the Republic. Now, as Biocosmos Kenya Trust Foundation, we are proud to be associated with more than 30 universities in Kenya. And we have more than 26 clubs, student clubs across the nation. And we are growing strong. And we believe that with the support that we're getting from Biocosmos Africa, we are going to transform this nation. Thank you.
Then I have the pleasure to invite our Tanzanian and Uganda coordinators to come forward. All of you can come. We start with Dr. Fred Shibwana, alumni DE Summer Course 2023, trustees BCT, secretary to the board, administrator of BCT. He is a senior lecturer at the Department of Wildlife, College of Kunas, University of Dar es Salaam. Fred is presently facilitating the round trip in November for public lecture at UC, University of Dodoma, and University of Meanza. So Fred, give a short comment.
Good morning. I don't know where to start because everything has been spoken by our chair. So I just say thank you to everybody. Thank you.
Then we have Mr. Nelson Tibavasli, Alumni 2023 DE Summer Course, Certificate from Stephen Mayer's Special Course based on Darwin's Stout, and signature in the cell, Patron Student Club and Facilitator Mbeya Iringa, lecturer at the College of Science, Teku Mbeya. Say hello.
Hello. We follow the evidence. Intelligent design. Yes, we normally used to communicate like this. When you say intelligent design, we follow the evidence where it leads. Intelligent design? We follow the evidence where it leads. Yes, I'm Nelson Tibashailwa, a student club coordinator, Tanzania. Thank you.
And then, last but not least, Isaac Matuno from Uganda. Mr. Mutuno has been with us this last year and is our coordinator in Uganda, and he's facilitating round trips, and he is our coordinator over there, and he will facilitate the round trip we will make to different universities as well in the coming year. So say hello, please.
Thank you, CEO. You are all welcome. I am Mtono Isaac, the administrator of Biocosmos Uganda. It's my first time to be in Kenya. When we were coming, we reached Nairobi. Then Doug asked me, what is your experience? Your first time to be in Kenya. I told him we are brothers and sisters. Only that our president has overstayed. which is a sign of design. And it needs more research about it. Thank you.
Thank you. You can be released. And then we have our foreigner coming here, Mr. Daniel Reeves, Director, Education and Outreach, Discovery Institute. Please say hello and...
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's very good to be here. So as Dag just said, I'm the Director of Education Outreach for Discovery Institute, and so most of my time is spent working with students and public to try to inform them about the research supporting intelligent design and spread resources to the community. And it's been, even though most of my work is focused on the US, it's been a real privilege to work with Mr. Norley and Dr. Ching and Dr. Nadede. I don't know if I'm saying, Lenser, where are you? I don't know how to say your last name. Anyways, it's been such a privilege working with all of you over the last few years and hearing of the growth of the ID movement here in East Africa. And so for many years, I've been checking in, asking for updates, and when they invited me to come share a couple of talks for this conference, I must say I felt like I'm the one that has a lot to learn here. I think you all are going to teach me a lot about what has been successful in spreading the word about intelligent design. And so I'm just very excited to learn from all of you, especially the club patrons that have worked so hard with students. So looking forward to the day, and just thank you for having me.
Thank you, Daniel. Then, last but not least, Senior Fellow, Discovery Institute, Senior Lecturer at the University of Biola, In spite of his young age and appearance, he is one of the grand old guys, very experienced in the theory of ID. Dr. Nelson visited, in fact, in 2022 and had public lecture in 5 universities, Kakamega University, no, Masino Maliro, yeah. But it is in Kakamega. Then you had Alupe University. He was in Kabarak, in Nakuru, Nazarene, and Pak. And it was a success. We had 1,200 students even in Kabarak at that time. We just arrived yesterday from a round trip to Kigali, Kampala, Nairobi, and I will tell about that shortly afterward. Say hello.
Hello. This is such a treat to be back here in East Africa. If you want to think about God's design in biology, there's no better place on earth. I unexpectedly, on first flying in, was able to go to the national park here, and it took my breath away. And now I'm going to be giving talks about biology 300 meters, I guess they're that way, from hippos. It's a unique experience. I look forward to getting to know all of you. And one final comment, there is more academic freedom in East Africa than in the United States on this topic, which I find wonderful. Thank you.
You should nearly be an artist to handle all these items. Okay, then we have started the program, so we go ahead. We are some minutes after the schedule, but I hope we will cope with that. So we hope this will be working, yeah. So my task this morning is to go through. I will not take the first item first, but last, but the influence of theories of evolution and intelligent design on the worldview of Kenyan University. This is a survey that we made, led by Professor Otieno, and we had more than 10 universities involved, both Christian and secular universities or governmental run universities in November 2024. Then we will look at the BCA digital platform, the BCA support for candidates willing to pursue special courses for from Discovery Institute. Then we have resources available at the Biocosmos office library, especially from the office in Kenya, but we try to build all over. Biocosmos Foundation webpage and social media that we are building strongly, and we want you guys to use. And then you have the BCA podcast project that we try to launch, and we need some of you to participate and to assist in that. Then we have membership categories and benefits, and also recruitment for membership. And last, a BCA research fund, and if some question and answers. So we were successfully on a round trip this week. We started in Kigali on Monday, traveled there on Sunday evening. Was it Kenya Air? No. The Pride of Africa? No. Yeah. But we were in time, surprisingly. But we had then, we started in the morning, Monday, with public lecture in Mount Kigali University, and then we moved to East African Christian University in the afternoon, and we had more than 500 in each of them, and then we ended up in Rwanda University, which is the most prestigious university in Rwanda. Hosted in the two universities run by government, we were hosted by the head of Department Biology. We are not visiting the theological college or department. We go straight to the Department of Biology. Then we moved to Uganda. We had a round trip to Makerere University, hosted by CONAS. We met with a lot of faculty members as well there, and we are building step by step in a Darwinian process. Kiambogo University, hosted by CONAS, that was also a good experience. And then we were supposed to have a public lecture yesterday in Nairobi, and I really looked forward to that. But as you know, it has been struck by these faculty members also present here, so you have to blame yourself. Yeah, this was the announcement, and we are so pleased to have Dr. Nelson with us on this round trip. He's young inside and full of energy. So can you imagine, Dr. Nelson arrived last week, and in Eldoret he had, listen, 15 lectures in our studio. These lectures was 1 hour long, and he had 6 one day and 5 the other day. And he started 8 in the morning, ended at 6 in the afternoon, without even a small coffee break. So this man is, yeah, he's really strong. Yeah, give him a clap. So I will not do any presentation of these things, but Dr. Utseng, if he gets some time, he will go through the basics. But as you know, we use scientific methods, and that has been our message to the universities around in East Africa. And the case for ID is based on empirical evidence. We underline that wherever we come. Advocates of ID use established scientific methods. That is also important. ID is a testable theory. The case for ID exemplifies historical scientific reasoning. ID addresses a specific question in evolutionary biology, and ID is supported by peer-reviewed scientific literature. If you don't know, we have a link on our webpage. If you stick into one of our webpages, we have a link to Discovery Institute, where they have updated. The list is more than 200 peer-reviewed articles available there, and that is, of course, reflecting the theory of ID. So we have to be proud of that. Discovery Institute has also a web page where you can sign as scientists and scholars, and as being supportive of intelligent design. So I think that more than 1,000 scientists has been signing on that web page as well. So this address is also available on our web page. So this is the methods, that we use when we are presenting around. And we start always with the complex and specified information in the cell. And I don't know whether you will go into that deeply, and then the irreducible complexity. We use the design detection methods because we are dealing with design, not with chances. So we go and we present adaptive reasoning as one of our method, and in the end, the scientific methods that is normally used in science. It is as well crucial to have basic knowledge about the fine-tuning of the Big Bang leading to the periodic table, crucial for life on Earth. So I really recommend and encourage you guys to, if you do not have this book, you will get it. And here you can do a basic study of that together with what I will say later in my presentation. But the fine-tuning argument is the most convincing argument for an intelligent designer. And you will also find information about the fine-tuning of the 4 physical constants, parameters, and the other cosmic constants. And you know, when you look at the 4 physical, really read this. And what is important to understand is also that this is so fine-tuned. So if you touch one of them, the life on Earth will not be possible. And the sum, if you regulate all of these 4, the scientist says that the probability that this can be happening through a chance is 10 in minus 120. And that is quite a small probability to happen. I heard some stories to illustrate that is to fill with coins the continent of Africa up to the sun, and then mark one red, blindfold a guy, and let him try to find it. He has only one chance to do it. So this is nearly an impossible situation. So chance, do not be friend with chance. He is not a good friend. I also want to draw attention shortly to the definition of evolution, because it has been through the centuries a misunderstanding. ID is not opposing microevolution, but they tell that evolution is evolution, and they use the test in microevolution to say that it proves macroevolution, but that is not true. So we have to divide the word evolution into 2. You have microevolution, that is 0 change in start, and small adaptation within a species. And that is so important. What Darwin experienced on the Galapagos, was what we call microevolution. The small changes on the beaks of the finches, and we also call this for adaptation. But you will never find, and I can prophesy here, that the missing link between a chimpanzee and a human being will never be found. You can try to dig for fossils as much as you want, but it's an impossibility. So we have to be bold in stating this. As you know, a huge challenge among the scientists that are proponents of Darwin theory is a principle called methodological naturalism or materialism, which asserts that to qualify as scientific, a theory may strictly be based on material causes. By this follows that an activity of mind may not be invoked. If you see that guy on the left, he is such a guy, he is keeping within the materialistic framework, and he is not allowed by his own conscience, I suppose, to go outside this framework if the evidence leads him. However, in ID, we follow the evidence where it leads, meaning that we are willing to go outside and beyond this materialistic framework if the evidence leads us in that direction. So this guy on the right side here, he is going wherever it leads. So this is to illustrate the atheist logic. On the top here, this is not working. But on the top left, you have this guy is enthusiastic about the marvel of architectural design. This painting shows a mastery of technique on the right. And then down, this engine is a real piece of sophisticated engineering. And then, clearly, no one made any of this. This has been created by chance, a blind process, without foresight. Believe it. It is really that difficult to identify a designer. Many evolutionary biologists admit, of course, that living organisms appear to have been carefully and artfully designed. Or as Richard Dawkins states, biology is the study of complex things that appear to have been designed for a purpose. Nevertheless, Lewontin and Dawkins, like evolutionary biologists, generally insist that the appearance of design in life is illusionary. Life, they say, looks designed, but was not designed by an actual intelligent or purposive agent. So that is their statement. So appear to be assigned is their argument. We also like to underline that it's no conflict between theism and science. That is also something that we have as basis, and this is also what we experience, at least in the United States and in Europe. The conflict is not between theism and science. The conflict is in real between two different worldviews. And that is the basis for the conflict between theism and naturalism. So that is a very important background to understand what can happen here in Kenya and in East Africa in the future as well. Now we have an open window for ID, very receptive in academia, but that window may close. So we need to work hard to get ID into the academia here. Richard Dawkins famously said that Charles Darwin made it possible for him to be an intellectually fulfilled atheist. But I and we have to state that intelligent design made it possible for us to be an intellectually fulfilled Christian, or if you are a Muslim, a Muslim. So ID is a very strong, in my opinion, the strongest and most powerful apologetic tool we have to give to the students in East Africa. So then we go to the organization of what we are doing. As you know, Biocosmos Africa is a Norwegian foundation that is the mother trust and is funding the activity in East Africa. In 2022, April, Biocosmos Kenya was founded. Then in November 23, we had Biocosmos coming on board as a legal entity in Tanzania. Then we had Biocosmos Uganda in March this year. So this is a quite young foundation. We still struggle in Uganda to get, we have an LTD, but we struggle to get the foundation registered. But our last visit there on Thursday in the Ministry of Land give us thoughts to be optimistic about that. Then we have also started to register Biocosmos Rwanda, and we plan that to happen in the beginning of 26. And then after that, Biocosmos Ethiopia. So we concentrate, as you see here, on East Africa. And the philosophy of what we are doing is that it's you that is running Biocosmos Africa Fund and coach and lead, but you are supposed to do the courtesy visit and the public lecture. And of course in Kenya you have been doing this now for a couple of years with great success. So that is according to our philosophy. I want to underline that we are a non-profit organization. That means that one thing is the capital side, but the other side is the human resources. So we are totally dependent on you guys, that you are willing and enthusiastic to be part of what we are doing. Biocosmos is not paying any salary for anything due to the limited resources we have, but we are paying the actual costs. So, but we are totally dependent on volunteer workers in this work. So the mission for Biocosmos Africa is to establish these daughter foundations, and the mission of Biocosmos Africa daughter are to serve as dedicated resource centers in their countries, and listen, aimed at introducing, presenting, and disseminating information about ID. So the number one task is to disseminate. And my question is, how is it possible to disseminate information or build knowledge about scientific theory of ID if you guys do not know the theory for yourself? So to be able to disseminate knowledge about ID, you need to know the theory, not the basics, but all the different areas that are presented in the courses available to you. That is so crucial. BCA disseminates this knowledge to you and to all that are interested through the following platform. We now build our own digital platform with courses. We will go through that shortly. Then we have this public lecture for giving an interesting teaser of ID to the public and to the academia. Then you have student club for study for the students, and this is a very effective way to build knowledge about ID, because they use this book that is authored by Dr. Utsieng and Dr. Endeda, and that leads us through the basic methods that we use in ID and also gives a lot of examples. I don't know will this be distributed here? Yeah, so this will be distributed to the guys that do not have it yet. But most important is the last sentence I've written. Most important for us is to convince the university to implement ID into the curriculum. This is the most sustainable way of dissemination. And I love, we have universities present here that are in this process, and progress has been made in Nazarene, I know, in AIU, they are come far, and of course Eldoret is like a pioneer here, but we need to build this. We have visited for public lecture more than 25 universities in Kenya, and it's a lot to do there. So my thought was to have a gathering last evening with a faculty member present here, because we need to do something together. That you on your university can start this process. So, but we can come back to that. And as you know, I will not go into this in detail. I know that we have had one standalone program going on in Eldoret, and it will be some future as well, but most important here is that we have course unit within existing program, and we have part of existing course unit run. And this is what we really want to be focused on in the near future in what we are doing. Rehearsal. This is basic. I like to say that rumination. I know that most of you, a majority, has this summer seminar. This summer seminar was disseminated over 2 months. A lot of stuff. And it was a lot of new impression. And I do not think, and I'm convinced that this for you, a majority, is brand new. Take time. You perhaps do not have at that time of the year stress to be ready, and the massive new information. And as with the co, you need to swallow it, but you need to ruminate it. And that is a process. And that is a process that I really, really want you guys to listen to. Because I encourage you to really now, after this conference, go back and list for the African Focus course. Daniel Reeves has given us access to follow up the student in this course now, so we have more control of what is happening. So we encourage you to enlist, and I will lead you through now. So take notes. The next, I had a version with a more strong face, but I had to amend it. But you should take the African course. It's not enough with the summer course. Yeah, it's coming back to me. Sorry. It was by purpose, not by chance. So the African course, have all of you access to the process, how to enter this course? Please. Can you raise hand that has this access? None of you? Wow. You have. Yeah. Okay. But Richard, how can we get this abroad? Because if you click here, if you click on the link down here, I asked. Yeah. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, please, I don't know how we could get this along to them. Because you can't go to discoveryu.org and get the link. You need this link on the bottom here. Yeah, but here you have it. How can you communicate this? Okay. Yeah, can you do that? And you have to promise. You have to promise. Yeah, all of you. Because it's not that, we talk about 51 lessons. It's 12 hours of video content. So we cannot disseminate anything without knowledge. And we can't build this without you knowing the ID theory. So this is something that we really, really want to underline. Sorry for that, but this is important to me. ID is a multiple disciplinary theory, meaning that it is relevant in most of the disciplines taught in the university. We have, in fact, made a list. Of course, when we approach the universities for courtesy visit, we go to the College of Science, then we go to the College of Education, and that is the two most important for us. But we have made a list how ID is relevant into different disciplines. Physics and cosmology, you have in biology, of course, you have in engineering more than any other faculties because we talk about design, and we have some interesting stories about how animal complexity in animal have led to a very, very important discovery and development within new product. Geography, of course, Dr. Ozieng is teaching geography at the University of Eldoret and use this ID in his teaching of the students. Of course, in chemistry, in biochemistry, you have the same computer studies. And we really, Daniel, we really love the new course you have released, evolutionary informatics. That is a very, very interesting course, because this course is leading us to a software system that can help us to calculate probability. And that is quite revealing of weaknesses in Darwin theory, that chance is not a good friend. So we need to build expertise within different of these fields. Mathematics and statistics in geology, of course. You have ecology, you have psychology, and we have some psychologists among us as well here. History, I heard that it was many historians here teaching history. So, and then you have paleontology, you have religious studies, you have philosophy, you have anthropology, and you have sociology and literature. So it's a lot of disciplines that this has a relevance. So be an expert in your discipline. However, even though the ID theory are multidisciplinary, we need experts within the single field of ID, and therefore we offer as well for the faculty members the special courses designed and launched by Discovery Institute. These courses cost money, and if BCA is supposed to pay the course fee, we need you to fill in application form available on request on info@biocosmosafrica.org. So I will say something about the courses. I don't know whether you will go through it more thoroughly, Daniel, but this is the courses that is available. You have the one from Jonathan Wells, Evidence for and Against Evolution. Jonathan Wells was a pioneer. He passed away last year. He was a tremendous giant in ID theory and very, very bold. So this is one of the courses. And what is interesting here, you can stick into discoveryu.org, not discovery.org, but discoveryu.org, and you find details about these courses. And there you have the evolutionary informatics. You have Douglas X, investigates molecular biology and intelligent design. You have the Stephen Mayer, investigates scientific evidence for intelligent design. And I know that some of you guys already have taken this course, and also Michael Behe, investigate evolution and intelligent design. So what we try together with Discovery Institute to do is to make all this available for you. But you have to take initiative and you have to enlist. You have to apply. So please, please, please. Then it's a great privilege for me to announce that from 1st of January 2026, we will launch our own digital platform, Intelligent Design in an African Perspective. And this has been something that I have had in my mind for some time now, and caused by our dear Rasmussen, our donor, we are able to design this digital self-paced course unit. So from 1st of January 26, this will be launched, and we plan to have 3 different tracks. It may be more because the content that Dr. Nelson has given us is quite comprehensive, so it may be that we have to part it in more courses, but we have to see how this will work. But the most interesting here is the first ID course, Through the Lenses of African Scholars. ID, Through the Lenses of African Scholars. This is a course designed and assisted by Dr. Utsieng, together with some other faculty members. And it's only African lecturers and faculty members that will give the presentation of the different subjects. So we are so proud, and I appreciate a lot what you have been doing. And we start the record of this next end of this month and next month in our studio that has been built in Eldoret. It's not a big studio, but it's a studio. But we have modern equipment over there, even a teleprompter. So, yeah, we are proud of that as well. We start with the small and we go higher. So, yeah, and then you have, I have to mention because Dr. Ndeda, yeah, she has already started building a course based on the book Beyond Evolution. This is a course that will be dedicated to the student club work we have. It will be short presentation from each of the chapter in the book, leading through 10 minutes so that the student club, when they meet, they can run these 10 minutes before they start the discussion in the group, and this will be also a very good addition to what we are doing. And then we have this Majesty and Mystery of Life by Professor Tveter, built on his book, that will also be made available. What we try to do is to have between each of the subjects that is presented, we have to have multiple choice question as you have in the summer course, and it will end up in the certificate. So we have a structure for this already planned. I will not go into the different thing here, but very shortly, we will have a background of Biocosmos Africa and Daughter Foundation. We have worldviews, we have overview of theories, and our explanation of origin, conception of intelligent design, reasons for studying intelligent design, and design detection methods. So we have a lot of different subjects that is dealt with in this special ID course through the lenses of African scholars. So this will be released for 1st of January, and I also encourage you to follow on the web page and take this course. It's free of charge. Then we have started to build library around in East Africa, in Uganda, and in Tanzania, and as well, of course, in Kenya. We have made available, at least in Uganda, Darwin the Walls by Michael J.B., and then Darwin's Doubt by Stephen Mayer, and Signature in the Cell. This is the crucial book that all of you should read. This is especially when you have Darwin the Walls and Darwin Doubts. Darwin's Doubt is a very comprehensive book. So I brought 3 pieces to Uganda, and I've nearly overwrite on the airplane. So this is really, and Daniel Reeves have also brought a lot of books to us to help us build this library, and he was stopped even in the custom when he arrived here in Kenya. And we have supported the government of Kenya with how much? 11,000, yeah, custom fee. Yeah, so, but we build it in the Darwinian process step by step. Here is an overview of all the books that Dr. Ulsieng has in the office, and by request, humble request to Dr. Ulsieng, this will be made available. But this is also something that we have for you, free books for download, Beyond Evolution, How and Why the West Lost Its Faith, The Majesty and Mystery of Life, and Science and Faith in Dialogue. This last book here is a book that is gathered together. It's scientists from all over the world that is contributing to this book, and it's available through a link on our webpage and can be downloaded, and it's good to have and read through as well. Then we have our web pages. We have developed web pages for all our daughter Foundation, even Rwanda. And Philip, are you here? Yeah, so Philip is our administrator of the web pages. He's doing a fantastic job. Give him a hand. So you should go into the web page, study it. It's a lot of information, and we try to announce new things on the front page, and you will be led through. We have scientific articles, a special area for that, where we try to present what is new within development within the theory of ID. And I want to draw your attention to the following articles. Why Intelligent Design is a Scientific Theory by Stephen Mayer. A very, very basic but very crucial article. Then we have The Walking Ways by Dr. Jonathan Wells. Also very interesting, and I don't know whether some of you were present during the 2022 round trip we had. Then Dr. Nelson had a presentation about the whales. It was fantastic. So the positive case for design by our friend Casey Laskin, who visited us together with Brian Miller in 2023. Then what is the scientific theory intelligent design by Professor Twitter? And last but not least, the study on the E. coli experiment by Lenski and his analysis of this. We have, and that is also something that you should take time and visit the Facebook pages, because it's a lot of videos. We have many videos from John 1010 project that is revealing animal life around the globe, and some of them are quite interesting and fantastic to watch. So I recommend you guys to visit our Facebook as well. Yeah. We are come to the Biocosmos podcast. Are you the one that will sit in and assist making ID relevant podcast? I don't know how we should do this, Richard. Are you around? How should we recruit people for that? Yeah, we need to found a group that can assist in doing this. We plan to have our first podcast made with Daniel Reeves in next week, and we have to build that as well step by step. But we need you guys on board to assist and do this job. So we have this very good studio in Eldoret, and it's perhaps most relevant for people in that area to be part of that. Okay, so then membership. I know that all of you are members already, but we want you to be like ambassadors and go out and try to recruit members. We have 5 categories of members. We have, first of all, the student membership. Then we have the regular full professional membership. We have associate membership, emeritus membership, and corporate and institutional membership. But all this you can read on the web page about. Please do this and log into the web page and read more about the different membership. I will not take time to go through this now, but you should do it. You will also there see the benefits that is connected to the membership. So this is also available on the web page. So please go there. Yeah. Then we have this research. I suppose most of you already know about this, but this is a research that is purely on ID-related subjects of interest. Every researcher should at least have finalized the African focus course, and pure ID research asks how we can detect, design, and or investigate natural system to determine whether design is the best explanation. This kind of research might also involve critic, naturalistic explanation as part of making case for design. Applied ID research uses the assumption of design to guide our investigations of nature further over scientific knowledge and better elucidate how natural system works. We have already established a group of faculty members managed by Dean of University of Eldoret, Kaunas, Professor Donald, that is leading that group, and they are receiving now proposal for a project, research project, and they will evaluate it, assess it, and then we'll make a decision who will be funded. So this is a process that already has started, both in Kenya, Tanzania, and in Uganda, and the time limit is in November for this. So I don't know whether some of you guys have thoughts or already have sent in some proposal for research, but please consider to do this. But this is something that adds value to what we are doing, because when Dr. Utsieng and myself has been around, we have always, the first question we get, is it some research? What about research fund? So I discussed this with Mr. Rasmussen in last year in December, and listen, this is a guy, 86-year-old. 2 months after my visit in December, he called me and asked, Dag, which account number can I transfer the money to? And he gave, for this purpose, it's not that much, but it's a start $550,000 US dollar in total. But we will have this over 5 years, and we will have small fans and medium fans, starting at 15,000 up to 50,000 for each project. So this is a good beginning as well. But if you have some donors that you know that want to be part of this, please let me have his address. So human resources is a limit, but also capital can be. But we are not making any claim about that at the moment, but we need to build it sustainably. So I will not go through this again. We need to gather the faculty member here, Richard, after this gathering and go through that. Yeah, I'm soon finished. This peer reviewed I have already talked about. It may be that you will mention it more thoroughly. So, but this is also some interesting thing. We have already tried to get this through to you, but this is a total free course that is launched by Michael Yobbehi. He has his own web page. So, but by sticking into our web page, we link you to his web page. So you get access to the series he called Secrets of the Cell. This is a fantastic series. It's 9 episodes, and you should really stick into that web page and watch these videos. This is very, very, very good. Then, of course, last but not least, our student club concept. This has been one of our most successful concepts in East Africa. Very, very popular all over where we have been. And I cannot and will not end this presentation about our activity and progress without mentioning this concept. Dr. Lenze and her team has made major project and progress in Kenya. And we are also doing some good work in Tanzania. We have the leader of the and patron of student club work in Mbeya, Mr. Tiba here, and they are also very, very active. They have even a football team over there. Or 2. Is it 2 football team? Yeah. So this is the list of Kenya Student Club, and it's quite impressive. 36 universities and colleges. 36! Wow! And now even Gluck is on board. Yeah. They know that coming. That's good, that's good. So we hope that this also will be a sustainable project for the future. I have to admit that this is one of the most costly things we are doing. We buy T-shirts, so it seems like we are more in a cloth fashion branch than in yeah, and food. Yeah. So, but again, Dr. Lenzer, where are you? Give her a hand. So they have weekly study group in ID. They have, as you already have some representation here, art songs, poems, skit. They have debates, quick fires, compete on question and answers, ID days and festivals. So they have a lot of different activities. So by a video that is made by Dr. Lenzer and Philip. So Philip has made this, designed it. It's very, very, very good. No sound.
I will leave for the last part of the presentation to Dr. Etienne, and he will lead us through the. You can use this, Richard.
Hello.
No, it's the same. It's the same. It's the same. Please, it's the survey. Huh? It's the survey.
It's a continuation.
It's not your. Can you take the survey?
The survey.
You need here.
That's good, thank you. The CEO seems to have really worked very hard and spent, really strained himself to deliver the the presentation, and therefore he has requested me to present the results of the survey that was undertaken by a team of Biocosmos Kenya members. And this survey mirrored on what was done sometimes back in USA. And I will give some highlights that are very critical. The purpose of the survey was to assess students' awareness and understanding of evolution and ID, and to examine the impact of this theory on personal beliefs and worldviews, and identify students' interest in further education. So those are methodology. We sampled 800 students from 8 universities, 4 public and 4 private. And you may ask yourself, why 4 public, 4 private? We wanted to undertake a comparative study of the same. The data collection was online. Now, distribution, according to gender, you can see it's well represented. And there we go, the result. Now, religious affiliation, we realize that as much as we picked a faith-based institution and public institution, we noticed that across the institutions, the respondents, 95.5% were Christian, 3.1% Muslims, 0.7% atheists. And this points to something, that students in our institutions believe in existence of an intelligent designer. Now, exposure to evolution, we noticed that 92.8% were exposed to evolution. And this is due to the fact that right from primary school, our students are exposed to this theory. And out of the 100% that were exposed, you may wonder why 98, but again, when you're talking about ID, you're talking about 39.1. Some of those who are exposed to intelligent in evolution are also exposed to ID. And their sources, we've done public lectures across, and we also have student clubs running. So those who have been exposed to these public lectures and also participate in student clubs access the information on ID, which is very important to us. Now, evolution is widely taught in universities across the nation, and when we interviewed these students, we noticed that a higher number of students appreciate a good understanding of the theory of evolution than ID. And you can see, if you take the high understanding and the medium understanding with blue, I don't know which color is that, purple or blue? Yeah, blue, thank you. So, but I'm sure the men in the house do not know these are the color, I can bet. No. If you add, you get 87% have deeper understanding. And I've already explained, because throughout, from primary school to university, they are exposed to this theory. It's a mandatory theory that they have to learn in different fields. And then at the same time, we have 10 plus 43 have a deeper understanding of ID. And this is based on what we've done since, let me not say 2022, but since 2019, when the first public lecture was undertaken at the University of Eldoret, Park University, among other universities in Kenya. And then perception of scientific validity, 10.3% strongly agreed that both theories are scientific. And this is based on the fact that as we present ID, we also help them understand that ID is a scientific theory. And there is a very small difference in testability, disagreement. Now, participation in debates, evolution, you can see 15.1% frequently. But when you go to ID, forget about picking, I'm looking at the upper tier. And then if you go to ID, it's only 8.8%. It's slightly, it's almost half of that. Main reasons being, and as we move forward, maybe that number is likely to go up as we engage people in the public fora and also in institution. Because informally, they have this discussion of ID. Formally, in classes, they have the discussion on evolution. And that's what creates the big difference. Teaching evolution and ID university, 76.3% support evolution in curriculum, because evolution is being taught as part of the curriculum. And what, even if we carry out a quick survey here, they will tell you that as much as I don't believe in some tenets of evolution, they'll still read it and use the same concept so that they pass examination. But given chance that they can be able to speak out their mind, some of them will not be able to agree with that. And then from the 800 survey, 74.7% support that ID should be incorporated in the curriculum. And that's why the CEO was stressing that it's important for us to see how we can incorporate ID in the university and secondary school curriculum. And I thank those who have made some effort to ensure that ID sees the light of the day in the curriculum. And then believe in God and warfare of evolution, 90% believe in higher power, while 43% feel that evolution will negatively influence their belief in God. And these are studies, in fact, this study concurs with what was undertaken by Discovery Institute. And then there is a good percentage. It's less than half, but you can see the figures. 41.8% feel that ID strengthens belief in God. You see, what you need to appreciate is that as we present ID, we make our audience to appreciate that behind what we see in life and cosmos, there is an intelligent causation, and that's very important for us. But a rider, we were somewhere and we were told that ID is anti-God. Now, out of the 742 responses, 14.6 indicated that they do not know whether science and religion are compatible. But I'm interested in a number here. 22.8% say ID is completely compatible with religion. But I want you to appreciate that in ID, what we do, we look at evidence in nature that points to intelligent causation. As to who the intelligent designer is, that's now beyond the scope of intelligent design, but we also have proponents of intelligent design who have gone further to describe or give characteristic of who the intelligent causation is, and fields of theology and philosophy help us answer that question. And when you talk about those who are not sure, we also have a good percentage of those students who have not been exposed, one, to effects of theological effects of the theory of evolution on their faith, and those who have not been exposed to the theory of intelligent design. They may not be sure because they do not have that deep understanding, and also those who steer clear of what evolution theory indicates. And then interest in further learning, 73%, and this is an overwhelming thing because, and we see that 73.7% want to learn more about ID. And I thank Doug. I can assure you that those student leaders in different clubs are the same ones wherever they go. They open up student clubs wherever in the schools or institutions that they engage with. And this has helped us really expose students and other teachers and faculty members to the theory of intelligent design. Now, 29.4% support ID over evolution. And this is based on that, we are talking about the sample that we engage. And you see, if you present the two theories, it's important for it. In fact, we press upon faculty members and policy influences to allow citizens be exposed to the two theories so that at the end of it all they can make a decision. And views on, I think that one we've talked about. In conclusion, one thing that I've already talked about is that evolution is widely taught. ID is less covered because very few institutions are teaching ID as a course or part of a course or a standalone course. And we have some other universities like University of Eldoret where we teach ID as a course unit. My student and one of the faculty members is here who also teaches ID. We teach it and we examine and it appears on the transcript. That is what we want to see. We thank also St. Paul's that they have developed a diploma program in faith and science, and one of the modules is ID, intelligent design. We also have African Nazarene University that will be launching ID as a compulsory course unit. We'll also have African International University that has already, at Senate level, they've already approved ID as a course unit. We have Alupe University that is also introducing ID as a course unit in religious studies, MA, and that is a good move. And we have quite a number of faculty members that we've engaged with and confirms that they teach ID as part of a course unit. And one thing that we press upon, it will be important for us to have it as a course unit so that even if you leave that institution, then this seed that you shall have planted there will continue to grow. If you teach it as part of a course unit, maybe at one particular time when you leave and you leave other people who are not really grounded in the same, it might be thrown away. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. I only also wanted to present shortly this survey made by Discovery Institute, because it's quite interesting to see these two surveys together. The next few slides are picked from this survey made in 2016 in US by a Survey Monkey. It's an independent institute on behalf of Discovery Institute. And the finding is that 67% of atheists and 35% of agnostic believe the finding of science make the existence of God less probable. Nearly 7 in 10 atheists and more than 4 in 10 agnostics says that for them personally, unguided chemical evolution and Darwin's mutation natural selection mechanism have made the existence of God less likely. So the impact of the naturalistic Darwinian theory in the school system and presented as a monopolistic theory without any challenge, and you are not dared to ask one question about Darwin in Europe or in United States, then you will get problem. So the impact is shown here. So that is without doubt very negative on the society, both in Europe and in USA. And as Dr. Nelson says, that the academic freedom in United States and in Europe are threatened because you are not allowed to ask questions about the weaknesses in the Darwinian theory. Without, it will give you heavy consequences. So therefore, we should appreciate more than ever the openness in the academia here in East Africa. But we should not take it for granted. We have an open window now. We do not know the future, so we have to act as long as we have it open. So thank you for being part of what we are doing. We really appreciate you all for doing and helping and assisting and doing the work in the universities and doing your part of the work. Thanks a lot. Okay, we stop there, and I don't know what should be the next now, due to the time that is exceeding.
I'll provide guidance because the hotel is very strict on tea breaks. So we'll go for tea. But before we go for tea, first of all, I have to introduce the board members briefly. So kindly, if you're a board member, just stand very fast. Board members, so we have gifts Tukwa from African Nazarene University, Dr. Gift Mtukwa. Thank you, he's a board member, has been supporting our work very well. We have Dr. Lens Andede, who is the administrator by Cosmos Kenya, and also the coordinator of Student Club in Kenya, and also to some extent assisting us also to mentor other patrons and coordinators in other East African countries. And then we have she's from Masinde Muliro University. We have Dr. Simon Omari, who is a board member and the assistant secretary. I didn't say that Lensa is a secretary and administrator at the same time. Dr. Omari teaches at Moi University. Then we have our vice chair, a very powerful person, Professor Donald Otieno. The vice chair, he teaches at University of Eldoret. And then I have Dr. Mwatu, who is a lecturer from Alupe University, and is also the guy behind this preparation. He's a chair of public lectures, conferences, seminars, and workshops, a very powerful person. And we have Father Martin Tanui. He's the treasurer of Biocosmos Kenya, and also a lecturer from University of Eldoret. Matt also serves as the organizing secretary. And you may ask yourself, why is University of Eldoret highly represented? It's because the seed was planted at the University of Eldoret in 2019, and we are moving on with it. Now, the other thing, announcement, is that CEO, we have to appreciate Discovery Institute and Daniel Reeves for donating 3 important titles of books that will go to our library in Kenya, a library in... We told you the other day at the airport that you are very cheeky, and we were almost thrown out of the plane because of his behavior. So it will go to our library in Cosmos Kenya Library, and then 6 copies will go to Biocosmos Tanzania Library, and then 6 copies to Biocosmos Uganda Library. The titles that we have is Darwin Devolves, a very powerful book, and we'll encourage you to read. The other one is Darwin's Doubt, and then we have Signature in the Cell. My friend, if you are in ID and you refuse to read these books, then I don't think whether you have a place in the academy. So we have 2 copies each for each country. And Daniel Reeves, just for our record purpose, I will request that you come and then hand them over to our CEO officially, these copies. The other copies are in the room. There are so many, we are not able to carry them. Yes, a very nice picture. And pass our regards. My friend, this guy is very generous. Hold like this, facing the other side. And good. Thank you. A very nice photo, my friend. Take so many. Thanks a lot. And without wasting time, maybe MC.
Okay, let's do 15 minutes break, and let's be back here by. Let's be back by 10:45. Okay, 10:45.
And before you go, kindly, I've been told that we have 1.2 views currently on TikTok. We are live on TikTok. We are live on YouTube. Philip, how many are live on YouTube? 10. Facebook? Confirm. And then we also live on Zoom. And we request our online participant to give us 15 minutes break. And as we go for break, they also have their facilitation to also enjoy. We'll introduce them in the course of the day. Thank you.
Let's appreciate all our speakers so far. Thank you so much. Okay, let's take our break. We have very limited time. We are trying to catch up with time. So our tea is just served next to the building. The toilets are right. You walk down the hall and you turn to your left. Toilets are right there. Thank you.
Professor Jel Tiveta, one of the supporters of ID, is really contributed a lot in Kenya and supported the publication and release of some 3 titles. And then on the left is our CEO by Cosmos Africa. Kindly get in so that we can start. One thing that you should know is that when we are in Tanzania, our CEO is normally referred to as a prophet. Maybe it's a story we'll tell us another day. Settle. All participants. So we can proceed, and because of time, I will also reduce my presentation, which I can also share with you. Pardon? These ones. So we can proceed, and because of time, I will also reduce my presentation, which I can also share with you. I'll give a brief introduction to intelligent design and then allow Paul Nelson to do a presentation. I want us to look at something here and answer it yourself, or just make some conclusion as I project these photos. That is a Subaru Forester, a green one, BCA color. That's road infrastructure in China, Beijing. Maybe Paul Nelson knows this, and Doug. This is an auditorium at Chambogo University in Uganda. And then this is a Rolex watch owned by Isaac Mutono, all the way from, if he removes the cover, that is what he has. And one thing, if maybe somebody gives you an opportunity to make some description of what is here or what I've projected, there are high chances that you will help us appreciate that these are things that have been made by human beings in different ways. There are different parts that we can appreciate, and those different parts that are supposed to be put together so that they can perform a given function. If given chance, we'll not go to details because of time. And there is no argument about it. And that conclusion can easily be made without dispute. Whether you know the brain behind the Subaru, the brain behind the road infrastructure in Beijing, the auditorium in Chambogo, the Rolex that Isaac Mutono owns. If we move forward and look at this magnificent animal, this is a giraffe. It's a nice thing, isn't it? Yes, very beautiful. We spotted this yesterday at Nairobi National Park. A photo credit is Ochieng, so I don't need to be. Yes, I did this yesterday. Yeah. So nobody can accuse me for anything. So when we now come to the same question or explanation that I've given when I displayed the first 4 images, then that is when scientists will start thinking about some other things. They'll make a conclusion that for sure, these ones are produced, the other ones, the 4 photos on the left, are produced by human beings, some intellect. But now when it comes to this, now we'll start thinking about some other explanations. And that's where the debate starts. And it's normally a very emotive and controversial debate. Even if you look at the same video here, they are very nice. One thing you'll appreciate, they are nice. But there is one serious scientist called Richard Dawkins who will tell you that it's for sure there are some elements of perfection, well presented, maybe something like design. They appear as if they are designed, but they're just some signs of design, but there are some other processes that can explain this, but not an intellect, not a mind behind their presentation. Those are challenges that we face, and one of the presenters seated in this audience, I liked what he said, that one of the problems that we have is not really what is here, it is what is in the heart that controls our decision on whether to appreciate that the first 4 photos are designed by human beings because they are physical objects in our midst, and then the living organism, now it is a controversial issue. Now, when we talk about intelligent design, it is a scientific theory that holds that many features of the universe and life are best explained by an intelligent cause. And what we do in intelligent design, we look at evidence in nature, evidence in life. What do they point to? And if the evidence guides us towards a given path, my friend, we have no chance but to make that bold conclusion. And you see, the problem is that with scholar and in the academia, when you decide to suppress the truth, that is where the problem starts. I'm happy that Africa is still open, and these debates that took place in the ancient times, they are also taking place in Africa, but we still have a chance of what Plato and his colleague Aristotle and Socrates also said. Then when they looked at the universe, for sure, they appreciated that there is a mind behind it. But there is also a group, the materialists, who indicated that, for sure, whatever you can see is a result of chance and time and natural processes. And for us in ID, this is where we belong. And it's not a debate that started today. This is a debate that has continued. It relaxed a bit during the Judeo-Christian milieu, whereby there are groups that appreciated for sure that when you look at the universe, you look at evidence in life, then you can see signs of intelligence, and you can also attribute it to intelligence. I had several things to talk about, but as we had agreed, let me move forward. This is a very serious guy, and he's debated one of them, Dr. Mayer, on the question of purpose, origin of life, origin of the universe, and the question of intelligent design, and insists that biology is the study of complicated things that give the appearance of having been designed for a purpose. And you see, we are cheating ourselves. Remember in his book, The Blind Watchmaker, the opening chapter, this is where he has these quotes. And this, the intention of this, as you get into, for example, anybody's room, the impression you get in the sitting room normally tells you what to expect in other inner rooms that you might not have a chance to access. So if you meet this quote in the first chapter, the first page of this book, then it tells you that as you continue to see design, do not accept that it is design. So we must change our mind and just tweak it in such a way that whether it's a design or not, then we should refuse to see it. But remember, they're appreciating that there is design. Now, there are 4 methods, and I will not go into detail. I'll refer you to that book. We have 5 methods of design detection. I will request that you get into that Beyond the Evolution, read it, and you can also access other literature. Thank you, and be blessed.
As we set up, let's call Prof. Otieno to introduce our speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Motu. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to listen to the lecture, I would like to introduce to you our speaker, who has already been made known to you earlier on by Doug. This is Paul Nelson, and I'll just read out his short biography, which is here. So Paul Nelson is currently a senior fellow of Discovery Institute Center for Science and Culture and an adjunct professor in the Master of Arts program in Science and Religion at Biola University. He is a philosopher of biology who has been involved in the intelligent design debate internationally for 3 decades. His grandfather, Byron C. Nelson, who lived from 1893 to 1974, a theologian and author, was an influential and mid-20th century dissenter from Darwinian evolution. After Paul received his BA in philosophy with a minor in evolutionary biology from the University of Pittsburgh, he entered the University of Chicago, where he received his PhD in 1998 in the philosophy of biology and evolutionary theory. As an early associate of Professor Philip Johnson of UC Berkeley, author of the best-selling critic Darwin on Trial, Paul was an organizer of the Mere Creation Conference held in 1996, where the modern intelligent design research community first formed. His research interests include the relationship between developmental biology and our knowledge of the history of life, the theory of intelligent design, and the interaction of science and theology. Paul lectures frequently at colleges and universities throughout the United States and Europe, has spoken on American and Italian national public radio, and written for popular publications as varied as the Oslo Dagbladet and the Christian Research Journal. Nelson's scholarly articles have appeared in journals such as Biology and Philosophy, Biocomplexity, Zygon, Rhetoric and Public Affairs, and Touchstone, and book chapters in the anthologies Mere Creation, Science of Intelligence, Intelligent Design Creationism and its Critics, and Darwin Design, Public Education, and Generation Systematics, Next Generation Systematics. Paul is one of the authors of the biology text book Explore Evolution, and has appeared in several films on intelligent design for Illustria Media. He's a member of the Society for Developmental Biology and the International Society for the History, Philosophy, and Social Studies of Biology. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Paul Nelson.
That biography needs to include that I am now a grandfather. Her name is Mars, like the planet. She is almost 2 years old. Mars is the god of war, as you know, and let me tell you, this little girl is the god of war. She's wonderful. I love her. And any day now, I'll get a text or a call from my wife that my second grandchild has arrived, a little boy. And my wife is actually with our older daughter in California awaiting the birth. So it's a thrill to be here. So my thesis for this presentation: the deepest and most significant change brought about by the Darwinian Revolution was not scientific. The deepest change was philosophical, affecting the nature of scientific explanation. How should I hold these, Richard? Right up here? I just don't want it to go out. I'll just keep them right here. All right. We still live in the Darwinian universe, and this has consequences for intellectual freedom. Biological evidence which has been imprisoned by philosophy is evidence which has been silenced. But nature, if we imagine her as a beautiful, wise, and powerful woman, cannot be imprisoned forever. She picks the lock, opens the prison door, and goes on her way. I will describe one of the most significant unsolved problems in evolutionary theory from Darwin's time to the present. In so doing, I will show how a philosophical renaissance, which means, as you know, rebirth, is needed to understand why this problem remains unsolved. So, quick outline. We'll first describe the philosophical revolution. We'll then look at the unsolved problem, that is the origin of animal body plans. We'll use a tiny little worm, 1 millimeter long, known as C. elegans, as a case study in teleology. We'll then look at an even deeper problem, and that is how are these developmental pathways constructed from ab initio? And then I'll conclude, and I will try to finish in time for lunch. No, I'll try to finish by noon. All right. First, the philosophical change. Foresight has already been mentioned by several of the speakers here. If you think about how you bring things into existence, and like God himself, we are creators. We're tiny little creators compared to the transcendent being known as God. What leads is the mental conception. So if you plan to write a journal article, if you want to write a poem or music, or in some way bring an object or a pattern into existence that did not exist before, you first have the idea and then you realize it by your design. And it's characteristic of living things that they exhibit what I'm going to call circular causality. That is most easily remembered as to make X, you need X. Now for Immanuel Kant, the great philosopher of the late Enlightenment, this defined living things, this peculiar property of circular causality. So these will be the two key philosophical notions that pass from philosophy into science that we'll discuss. So here's a joke from Samuel Butler in the late 19th century. A hen is only an egg's way of making another egg. Now it's humorous, but it conveys a deep truth about living things at all scales of organization and complexity. And until the middle of the 19th century, this mode of explanation, idea first, then realization, was rationality itself. It was certainly that way for anyone before Darwin in natural philosophy, or as it came to be called in the 19th century, science. Newton, in his Optics, says, was the eye contrived without skill in optics, and the ear without knowledge of sounds? In other words, the cause of these things that we observe must have had the necessary knowledge to bring them about. And he argues that this is consonant with his rules for reasoning that he lays out in the Principia. To certain effects, we must apply in explanation their true causes. So this makes perfect sense to Newton. And it, as I said, it made perfect sense to Immanuel Kant. He argues it will be absurd to think that another Newton will arise who could explain the production of a blade of grass by strictly physical causes. Why? Because this causal circularity of organisms, this unique property, defined them, and it was beyond the reach of strictly physical explanation. So in his critique of judgment, he says, and I'll paraphrase, the natural world requires for explanation nothing else than an intelligent being. So he would have been right at home here today, probably without the wig. All right. 50 years go by, here is Newton of the grass blade. And as I said a moment ago, we still live in the universe that this man and his intellectual offspring established for us. And what happens is a philosophical revolution. A kind of cause is taken out of the toolkit of science. The toolkit of science gets smaller as it comes towards the present. And what gets taken out is foresight. This goes away, and now you are obliged to explain everything that you see, starting with physics. So a causal mind, a creative intelligence, comes out of the toolkit of science. And T.H. Huxley says, this is the scientific conception of the universe. That adjective scientific is very misleading. Newton was a scientist. Cuvier, the great French anatomist, was a scientist. Linnaeus was a scientist. They didn't call themselves scientists because the word hadn't been coined yet, but they were doing science. That adjective scientific should be the naturalistic conception of the universe. And please, if you remember nothing else from this talk, never equate science and naturalism. Science is something that God gave us, I believe, theologically. Naturalism is a philosophy, and you should never put an equal sign between the two. So after Darwin, foresight's gone, and with it goes natural purpose. This philosopher of science at the City University of New York, he says, look, get over it. It's a hang-up. It's a myth. There is no purpose in the living world. We must live, he says, with a teleologically deflated natural world. This works, however, sorry, I'm not used to these microphones. This works only if nature herself cooperates. But it's a philosophical decision. It does not come from the evidence. It comes from philosophy. So Eugene Koonin, in this publication, he says, evolution has no foresight. Things cannot come into being with the anticipation of being useful. What do you have left? Natural law and chance. So here's my little toolkit right out of Google Images. And after Darwin, a tool disappears. I cannot stress enough how important this is. If you are speaking to someone who is an agnostic, atheist, you need to convey to them that their toolkit is small. Their toolkit is smaller than the one Darwin had when he set sail on the Beagle. When as a young man, Darwin got onto the Beagle to circumnavigate the globe, he was a creationist. He had foresight there in his scientific toolbox. Now, if you had told me that a major professor at a major university in the United States would publish something like this year, try to get me to believe this in the mid-90s, I would have said, no way. This professor, Charles Carter, is not an intelligent design advocate, but notice what he is saying in this publication. Goal-oriented phenomena abound in biology. This is coming, these notions of purpose and teleology are making their way back into biology. And I think it's because the evidence itself is driving it. It's Mother Nature, if we can characterize her as a being, is talking back. All right. Roman numeral 2, the unsolved problem of the origin of animal body plans. Now, if you are interested in the history of this, I recommend to you very highly the work of the late historian of science, Mark Adams, who was an expert on this period. He died last year, and by the way, I'm going to supply this PowerPoint and all the references to Biocosmos so that you can have the file, you'll have all the references. My only request is you do not put this PowerPoint on the internet. Use it only for your study. But I'll supply the articles that Mark Adams wrote describing this period. They're fascinating. But if we come to the present, this professor at Georgia Tech is trying to solve this problem, and I admire him for his honesty. He says, we really don't know how animals come to be. He says this is one of the biggest gaps in evolutionary biology. So he works with yeast. single-celled eukaryote, trying to get the yeast to manifest more complicated patterns than the single-cell state. And he does so because he knows this problem is unsolved. What is a body plan? Well, you recognize these even as a child. When I took my older daughter, Hannah, who's about to give birth, as a 5-year-old to the tidal pools in Southern California, she was already in love with biology. She's now a college professor of biology, but at the time she could distinguish a worm, like the nematode there, from an arthropod, the fruit fly, and she could distinguish both of those from the purple sea urchin. They don't have the same global architecture. These are different kinds of living things. They're all animals, but they're not built on the same plan. So that's what a body plan is. Now, another theme of my talk is this problem, this mystery of where animal body plans came from has been known by evolutionary biologists themselves really all the way back to Darwin. I'll give you just a couple of examples. Conrad Waddington was a developmental biologist who worked on this problem. He was based in the UK. But for this statement, he came to Philadelphia in 1966 for a famous symposium. Richard, should I keep going despite the echo? Well, I'm going to, and please try to ignore the other Paul Nelson talking back there. Sorry. He's rude. I'm going to have words with him after the talk. And in the transcript of this symposium, which has become very famous, he says the whole real guts of evolution, which is how do you come to have horses and tigers and things, is outside the mathematical theory. The mathematical theory is the core of current evolutionary theory. It's known as population genetics. It's a set of equations that describe how genes move through populations over time. And these are powerful tools. In a future theory, well-articulated theory of biological design, we will be using those mathematical tools. The problem is they are not adequate to the explanatory task at hand, which is where do horses and tigers and things come from? I met the geneticist, Wallace Arthur, when he came to the University of Chicago in 1987 to do a sabbatical. At that point in his career, he was increasingly unhappy with textbook theory, which he taught to his students in the UK. And in this publication, he's very outspoken about what evolutionary biologists had yet to understand. Namely, the origin of body plans. He says, we do not really know how body plans originate. So my theme here is this problem is very old. It didn't pop up yesterday. It has a lineage stretching back to Darwin himself. So the binomial there, Biston betullaria, is the Linnaean name for the famous moth of England, which you may remember, or perhaps some of you have taught this example. In England, during the Industrial Revolution, pollution darkened surfaces. And as a consequence, the light-colored moth is more likely to be lunch for a bird than the dark-colored moth, which is there on the right, blending into the background. Over time, the pigmentation of that species shifted to respond to pollution. And actually, when England cleaned up its surfaces, the light-colored moths made a comeback. So Wallace Arthur was saying, that's interesting, that change in pigmentation. It does not explain where the moth itself came from. And you can trace the puzzle in 20th century to Jansky. The page number, you probably can't see it here, the page number is page 12. It's early in his book, Genetics and the Origin of Species. And he's laying out his program. And there is a dilemma he's confronting that we cannot directly observe macroevolution. It takes far too long. Time on a geological scale, he says. So what are we going to do? What we do is we take what we can observe, microevolution, and extrapolate it out over much longer periods of time, like this. Time is on the vertical axis, differences here are on the horizontal. Differences here are on the horizontal axis. And Dobzhansky's arguing that if we extrapolate from the starting population there at the bottom and let random variation and natural selection operate, novel character C could arise in a way that we might not anticipate. The important point here is that differences on the horizontal axis are proportional to time elaborated. And the raw materials for evolution are the same at all scales of change. He goes on, we will put reluctantly a sign of equality between macro and microevolution, and we'll use this working hypothesis as far as we can. Now, why is that verb reluctantly there? This is his program. Why is he reluctant to advocate his own program? Well, there's a backstory. And the backstory is, in Russia, a young man learning evolutionary theory, Dobzhansky was mentored by this man, Yuri Filipchenko, great Russian zoologist and geneticist. Filipchenko coined the terms micro and macroevolution. Why? Because he denied that there was an equivalence between the two. He would never have accepted that equal sign. He saw these processes as qualitatively different, and therefore they needed to be treated by different tools. So you can imagine writing a book where your principal claim is something your own teacher would reject. That would make you reluctant. And what's happened in the 20th century, and now in the 21st century, is evolutionary biologists have discovered that it doesn't work. Micro does not scale to macro. So what happens to unsolved problems in science, mathematics, and philosophy? They are handed like a baton from teacher to student. And this happened in a way that affected me personally. I got the baton coming down from Dobzhansky. So here he is at Columbia with many of his students. He was very influential. He had a huge influence on biology in the United States, actually globally, because of his students. So there he is in the middle. This is a celebration of Dobzhansky. The man on his right in clerical garb is Francisco Ayala, one of the dominant figures in, again, evolutionary biology in the 20th century. At the time, he was wearing clerical garb because he was still a Dominican priest, making his way into evolutionary theory. So, Dobzhansky passes the unsolved problem to Ayala, who passes it to his student, John MacDonald, who is still working, I believe, at the University of Georgia, and we'll hear more from MacDonald in a few minutes. So how does this come down to me? Well, this is Richard Lewontin, a great geneticist with whom I had some interactions at Harvard. And up here in the back row is one of my PhD advisors, Lee Van Valen, who had his career at the University of Chicago. And Dobzhansky passes it to Lewontin, who passes it also to Van Valen. Lewontin passes it to Wimsatt, who was my PhD director, and here I am. And this is one of the reasons I'm talking to you today, because I knew that this problem was unsolved and I wanted to know why. The baton was passed. So, there are two dimensions to this problem, and I hope I can get to both of them. The first one, constructing development, is very subtle and goes deep. It's the harder of the two. So I'm going to do the easier one first, which is how do you modify a developmental pathway once it already exists? And we're going to use this elegant little worm. I mean, elegance is right there in the name. Very small, 1 millimeter long. You can just barely see it with your naked eye. and it has about 1,000 cells in the adult. Notice these cells are specialized for particular functional roles. Some are skin, some are eggs and sperm, some are gut, muscles, and so forth. And the study of C. elegans is a particularly poignant example of an unsolved problem because the leading figures, here I listed 5 of them, Fisher, Haldane, Jansky, Mayer, and Williams, couldn't crack it. And you might think, well, that's because it's really hard, Paul. And actually, it's not. I can teach a high school kid why this problem is unsolved in the space of about an hour, and he could go talk to a professor, and the professor would say, well, you know what, you're right, but I'm restricted by the rules of methodological naturalism to use the tools I have. But here's MacDonald, Ayala student. In 1983, he wrote a major review paper on this puzzle, and he said it's brought us to a great Darwinian paradox. Now, the 20 years of research he described there was his own academic career, undergraduate, PhD student, faculty. And in the original, he puts that statement in italics, or actually the very next paragraph is in italics. He doesn't want you, the reader, to miss it. And the paradox arises when you connect 2 ways of thinking about biology. One is the common descent of the animals, that all animals share a single common ancestor, and the other is the logic of natural selection. So the problem lives right here where those 3 circles intersect. I want to look at the developmental part of the paradox first because it will probably be the least familiar to you. So there's our fruit fly, purple sea urchin, there's our worm, zebrafish, and mice. These are 5 major model systems of developmental biology. They are very well studied with large associated literatures. I mean, the purple sea urchin goes back to, the American Civil War hadn't even occurred. My point by showing you this is to indicate that these are not, groups sitting out at the periphery. They are well understood in great detail. So the problem that I'm going to describe for the worm, which is the simplest of them, is going to apply with even greater force to the other 4. This is known in philosophy as an a fortiori argument. If there's a problem with the worm and its macroevolution, it's going to apply to these other groups as well. Okay. Before we get to the worm, a little thought experiment. What is the most important component of any cell phone? That's not a rhetorical question. Someone in the audience should be able to answer that more or less immediately. It's got lots of parts. It's got a screen, it's got buttons, There's one part that you absolutely must have. Thank you. He paid attention when he heard this talk before. If you don't plug your phone in or charge it, in a few days you'll have a very expensive paperweight. The battery is deeply entrenched in the logic of every cell phone because the causal arrows flow from the battery out to everything else. The same logic applies to animal development. This is what happens. You begin a single cell, the first zygote, and cell number increases geometrically. One cell divides to 2, 8, to 16, 32, and so on, to give you about 1,000 cells in the adult. You don't just let them divide willy-nilly if you want a worm at the other end. There have to be instructions to give you this very specific body plan. Uncontrolled proliferation gives you a shmoo, which is cancer. You do not want cells in your body going rogue and just going off and dividing on their own. That's bad news. So there will be precise cell movement and directional vectors to give you that elegant worm. In fact, when you watch these worms develop using special microscopy, you can see the cells are moving around almost like a marching getting into place to take their roles in the adult worm. Now, how is this built? It's built by a logic tree that looks like this. I mean, this is a schematic, but the logic is the same. The earlier decisions are the most important because everything downstream depends on them. So Bruce Wallace, who was a major figure in evolutionary theory in the 20th century, again, a student of Jablonski, he said the body plan, Bauplan is the German for body plan, can be thought of as an arrangement of genetic switches that control development. It must operate properly both in time and in space in separately differentiated tissues. So causal responsibility goes up as you go back in time, the time of development. Now, what happens if you have a mutation fairly early, like here? It is likely to cascade downstream. Because of the logic of development, mutations expressed early tend to have more severe consequences because they cascade downstream towards the adult. And Wallace says, he's very conscious of this problem of macroevolution. He says, how do you change the form of the worm in an orderly way so that it can still develop? You have to reset the switches. Now, I remember reading this as a graduate student and thinking, Bruce Wallace, if you were not bound by naturalism, this would take you perfectly naturally to a design inference. And the worm is talking to you. The worm is saying, pay attention to what's right in front of you. But Wallace never solved the problem. Here's what the fertilized egg looks like, one big cell. And the first event is cell division. Now notice these daughters are not the same. One is larger than the other. AB is bigger than P1. For that is AB has a different set of instructions from P1. And therefore they are not symmetric. This is an asymmetric division. These two cells already know where they're going or what lineages they're going to give rise to. The next round, more asymmetric divisions. Now, this may be a bit to look at from where you are, but it won John Sulston the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physiology. And I wish I could have met him and thanked him, because he sat at special microscopes in the UK month after month after month watching these worms develop. And he charted from the top, the single cell, all the way down to the tips. The tips of these lineages are the cells that will be present at the hatching when the worm comes out of its egg case. And C. elegans is very special because its egg case is clear, so that he could do this. Remember what we want. We want an adult that can do this again. The circular causality of reproduction. To make the egg, you need the mother, and then the mother makes the next generation. So let's look again at this lineage. We're starting up here with the zygote. It divides to two daughters, and then they continue to divide from the zygote to any of those tips. If you count them, you go back and count all the divisions, are 8 to 10 rounds of cell division. So the AB lineage will give rise to hypodermis, neurons, muscle. The P1 lineage will give rise to muscle glands, coelocytes, and neurons, and so forth. Here's the germline coming off on the right. It's immediately segregated from all the other cells because this is carrying the instructions to do it again. Now I want to focus on one kind of modest little lineage, the gut. There it is. It's going to be these 20 cells right here. So as you start on the left, there are 4 cells in that first ring, and then as you count across, the rest of them have 2 cells, one on the top and one on the bottom. Now these trace their history all the way back to that single cell, and their parent, so to speak, lineage E, is already 3 rounds of cell division down from the starting point. Now this was fun to make in PowerPoint. Actually, I think I was listening to Mozart when I did this. This is actually what happens. Divide, 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 and there are the cells in the yellow dots that will actually function in the adult worm. Now, if I had Wallace here today, I would say to him, Professor Wallace, look at this and think about the logic of what is happening here. Who has the greatest causal responsibility? Well, it's easy to determine. Start at the tip and count backwards. So this cell division has a relatively modest job to do. It only has to get those two cells there in the right position. So it's got a causal responsibility of 2. This cell has a causal responsibility of 5. That division there has to worry about getting 5 cells in the right position. Keep counting. This one has 10, and E itself has 20, the whole lineage. Now it should be clear to you that as we go back towards E, causal responsibility is going up. So I did the math and I scaled this proportionately. So E has that much responsibility relative to any of the other points. Perturb E, that is the least likely mutation to be successful because of its downstream consequences. Now, my advisor at Chicago, Bill Wimsatt, came up with a beautiful and powerful theory to explain this called generative entrenchment. It applies to developing animals, but it also applies to any complex system you know. Your iPhone, your automobile, your dishwasher at home. There are certain components in any complex functional system that are far more important than others. And you can see this again from looking at the early development. Here's the beginning of the lineage. As you go back up, the zygote has to have all the information for everything else. But it's in the zygote where the body plan is laid down. So the reason, just from this little worm, that macroevolution cannot be solved is macroevolution as a theory has no foresight. To build a system like this, as I'll show you in a few minutes from a study at Harvard, you have to start with the endpoint and work your way backwards. And I can tell you there is only one theory right now that can do that. And it's not evolution. All right, so animal development tells us embryos do not tolerate mutations to body plan determining features because why? You now know they crash the system. So let's next look at natural selection. It has 3 necessary conditions. You have to have variation. So look around the room. I'm white, I don't know, Caucasian, vanilla, right? Daniel's vanilla, Dog's vanilla. The rest of you are beautiful shades of black and brown. There's variation, right? There's variation in height, hair color, eye color, intelligence, musical ability. There's a lot of variation in the species Homo sapiens. Those variations have to make a difference to how many offspring you produce. And you must be able to pass them on. Now, if those conditions are satisfied, natural selection will occur. So I want to stress that I'm not challenging the reality of natural selection. What I'm asking is, what can it do? Can it do more than change the pigmentation level, microevolution in a species of moth? Can it build the moth itself? Again, evolutionary theory has known about this now, with respect to this publication, for almost a century. Ronald Fisher sort of single-handedly invented statistics in the early 20th century, but he was also an evolutionary biologist. And in his book, The Genetical Theory of Natural Selection, 1929, one of the founding documents of neo-Darwinism, he looks at these macromutations and he says they're not heritable. They are overwhelmingly destructive, usually lethal, but in any case deleterious with respect to fitness to the wild type. Selection eliminates them. So Fisher already knew that if evolution was going to occur and bring about macroevolution, It could not use macromutations. So these two necessary conditions of natural selection are knocked out, and the stool falls over. Now, common descent. Do all the animals share a common ancestor? Well, we can dispense with this very quickly. When you see a diagram like this, by the way, you should realize that all the animals we actually know are at the tips. Everything below the branching pattern is an abstraction. It's an abstraction based on the properties of the groups you're trying to organize. So I know you probably can't read this, but over here, the 5 groups on the right are in what is known as the ecdysozoa. These are the molting animals. But the branching point we're most interested in is here, bilateria. We are a bilaterally symmetrical organism. An arm here, 2 eyes, and so forth. Even though our viscera, our internal organs, are not bilaterally symmetrical, we're classified as chordates in the bilateria. So if this kind of family tree were true, there had to be an animal species at that branching point. Now, we don't know what it is, but we can hypothesize something like this. This comes from the work of a Russian zoologist. He calls it Urbilateria. Ur is the German prefix for original. And you can see there's bilateral symmetry there. There's a gut, mouth, anus, some limbs, some sense organs, and so forth. If this existed, it would have had that bilateral symmetry. It would have had a developmental process. And that would need to work in each new generation. And the same problem recurs. It's going to have a developmental logic like this, as I've shown you, and early arising mutations will crash the system. So the problem of macroevolution is not solved by fossils either. All right, I'm on schedule, praise God. The deeper problem is building these pathways where they didn't exist before. Here's another animal family tree. Again, the animals we actually know are at the tips. The rest is hypothetical. What was the common ancestor way back over there before animals existed? Well, it was probably something like this. This is called a choanoflagellate. Choano is the Greek word for collar. So you see the collar there at the top of the cells, and then flagella emerge from that. This is a rather complex single-celled eukaryote. So it would be in the family tree down here. And as you see, as you go up the right, the animals are becoming more complicated. Trichoplax has 3, maybe 4 cell types, very, very simple animal. Sponges, a few more, again, not terribly complicated. By the time you get to C. elegans, you have real sophistication of design. But what's happening here is cell number is going up along this way, but not just cell number, degree of differentiation. Nematodes have lots of structures that aren't present in these other groups. So to build that, you're going to have to do it incrementally. To build the worm, you're going to have to do it step by step along what I call evolutionary time. So here we start with a single-celled organism, and we're going to add cell number as we come towards the present. 250, 500, 750, those are arbitrary intervals to indicate that cell number is increasing. So we have 2 things we have to do. We have to evolve through time, adding cell number, but we also have to add a developmental pathway that didn't exist before. And getting that to work is very complicated, because this has to be coded for. That initial cell division, something has to tell that worm. Some of your genes are going to be expressed in the AB lineage, others in P1. You will not be doing the same job. All of those cell divisions have to be coded for. You've got to build this, and this is characteristic of the worm. It's a defining property, in fact. So, somebody else I listened to as a graduate student, Doug Fatuma, is a leading evolutionary biologist in the United States. He wrote the most widely used textbook on evolutionary biology. And in this publication, he said, there's nothing that we can't explain. I do not know of any macroevolutionary phenomena that are inconsistent with existing theory. If Douglas Fatuma were here today, I would tell him politely but firmly that statement in red is false. That statement in red is not the case. And some of his colleagues would agree with me, not because they're crazy intelligent design people like me, but because they know it doesn't work. So Michael Lynch is another very influential population geneticist at Arizona State. In this book manuscript in 2019, he said, it's a religious adherence. This belief that natural selection can do everything is akin to a faith commitment. And actually, this is more toned down than what he usually says. I didn't put in another slide here where he just kind of loses it and says, natural selection, we've got to get past this belief that it's all-powerful. Any evolutionary theory has to meet these requirements. Variation, it has to make a difference, and you've got to be able to pass them on. So the critique that I'm about to make doesn't apply just to neo-Darwinism. It applies across the board to all possible evolutionary theories. So the little toy example I'm going to present next has wide-ranging implications. It isn't just a problem for standard theory. So let's use the simplest imaginable toy example. This is far simpler than actual biology, but it should make the point. What we want to do is start with a single cell, call it cell 0, and we want to evolve something that looks like this, that has 4 cells, but each of the cells has a different job to play or role to fill. All right, again, this is not real biology. This is a toy, but the toy is instructive. And we want that 4-celled creature to be able to leave offspring that look like it, like this. Right? You have to be able to make the babies, and the babies have to be able to make babies. So we want our first representative of this group to be able to successfully reproduce so that natural selection can begin to operate. So here's our cell 0, and we're going to give cell 0 instructions. It has to have these instructions to do what we want as we go towards a more complicated form, that 4-color animal. So the first instruction, divide and stick together. Normally, when a yeast cell divides, the mother and the daughter cells separate. In fact, there are proteins that enable that to happen. One of the things that William Ratcliffe at Georgia does is he knocks out the genes in yeast that enable separation to occur, and then the cells stick together. So you want an animal, you've got to stay with your mom. They have to differ. They can't be the same. If you don't have differentiation, you will just get a clonal mass. All the cells will be the same. Again, I told you, that's cancer. You don't want that. So just increasing cell number without differentiating, you're going in the wrong direction if you're trying to build an animal. So our second instruction is daughter cells must differ. Now, how are we going to have reproduction? You've got to be able, I said a moment ago, to pass on the information. So if we look at our 4-cell creature, one of those cells has to know the instructions to do it again. So that's our third instruction. How are we going to evolve that if we can't reproduce it? So we'll put the third instruction in. One cell lineage, at least one, remembers all the instructions. So these are gametes. They're going to come down here and do it again. Now, if you look at this is a toy example. Natural selection is not operating anywhere because one of its necessary conditions is reproduction, which is way downstream of all of that. All of that engineering has to occur before reproduction is enabled, which means that all of those instructions are causally prior to natural selection operating. This is why I can explain this problem, and I've done this to teenagers, and they instantly grasp the difficulty. You can do it yourself with a sheet of paper, a couple of colored pens, and a ruler. You can build this. And you'll see that natural selection is not operating because reproduction only arises once you have the cells that can do it again. Driving home, natural selection occurs only after successful reproduction. So the worm is talking to us. And when we look at it, it's saying, to build this, you need this. And you can see this if we go along our other trajectory, our historical evolutionary trajectory, from 1 cell to about 1,000. Somewhere, this specialized pattern has to evolve and be coded for. So let's see where it can go. Let's put it over here. Would it work? Not really, because none of this exists yet. If you think about the logic that's displayed here, these lineages are all aimed at the end point. They are aimed forward in developmental time. The reason these cells divide the way they do is because they're building an animal. So if they don't have the target state, we can't possibly describe what that character, that cell division character, is doing back there. Well, let's try putting it over here. 750 cells. This will now be a clonal mass. Cancer. There's no logic there. Cells are dividing willy-nilly. They don't know what they're supposed to do. You'll never get to the worm. You'll get this. The shmoo. George Church and his students and co-workers at Harvard discovered this when they tried to solve this problem. Start with a single cell and code the instructions to build that little 8-celled animal where each of the cells has to be at one of the corners. That's the structure they want. You'd think that would be easy, but it's not easy at all, because without the instructions, it's cancer again. So what they discovered, and you can read about it in this paper, which I'm going to provide to Richard. It'll be available at the webpage. They realized you have to start at the end. In order to get one cell to divide into 8 in an orderly way, you start at the end and you code backwards. Starting from the final cells that must exist, a binary tree can be created. So that's what they did. They went to the target, and then they did the logic backwards to put in all those divisions, cell divisions and cell death, to get back to the starting point. That's what they did. You know what philosophy enables you to do this? Design. You know where you're going, so you start with the target, and then you put the logic in place to get to the target. If you go the other direction, you will get nothing. But evolution has got to go the other direction. Because foresight, which makes perfect sense for everything that we do as creators, has been taken out of the toolkit of biology. It needs to go back. And I think this is really important. We need to recognize that foresight was taken out not for a scientific reason. It was taken out because of the implications of keeping it in the toolkit. What kind of cause can do this? A cause with a mind that is perfectly rational and clear from the evidence, but the mind that built C. elegans is not in this room. It looks a lot like God. That's why foresight was taken out, because the implications of the evidence were, I guess you could say, uncomfortable to Darwin and his children, his intellectual offspring. So that toolkit needs to go back, or that tool needs to go back in the toolkit. Newton had it. Linnaeus had it. Cuvier had it. All pre-Darwinian biologists had resort to foresight because the evidence called for it. So put it back, and you know what? The worms won't mind in the least. Science has nothing to fear. And praise God, I finished on time. That was about an hour. You guys have been very attentive. I appreciate that. And I'm going to figure out a way to hold 2 microphones, which I have never had to do before. It's like some kind of a routine.
Thank you very much. Hello? Intelligent design? Again, intelligent design? We follow the evidence. I'll request you to stand up. A minute, you just stand up. We want to stretch. Want you to call rain to come. Rain. Call from below here. Let's call. Down. Everybody down, calling. From the sides, we are calling. Sides. Again. Okay, we're going to welcome Reeves. Who was to do that? Somebody was to welcome Reeves.
Get started? Okay. All right. Are we good to go? Okay. Okay. We're ready for our next session here. I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but this is going to be a more practical session. So less theoretical, less heady. Is there a nice word for that? I love Paul's presentations, but mine is going to be simpler. It's going to be something that I hope each of you can use yourself as you're talking about intelligent design at your universities, institutions. So something a little bit simpler before lunch. I first want to start by saying, again, that it is such a pleasure to be here. I have enjoyed so much following the movement here in East Africa. Really before it even began, I think, in talking with Dag about the work in Norway, and then the dream of bringing this message to East Africa, and then watching it grow over the last several years. It's been such a joy. In fact, sometimes I feel embarrassed that things don't move as quickly in the US as they do here, and I think, what am I doing wrong? So in some ways, I was invited to come here and give you all some tips and pointers, but I feel like I'm learning more from you all and what's gone right here, so thank you for that. So I'm going to be talking in this first presentation about research that supports the theory of intelligent design, as well as resources that you can use in your outreach here in East Africa. And again, when I'm talking about the research projects here, I'm not going to be going into a lot of depth and trying to explain exactly why these projects support intelligent design. What I'm going to try to do is just briefly touch on a few key projects that you can plant in your mind, so that when you're going around from place to place talking about intelligent design, when someone asks you, is intelligent design just a philosophy? Or is it really supported by empirical evidence? you can say, oh yes, let me tell you about a few key research projects that are happening right now that support the intelligent design hypothesis. And I want you to have those at the ready so that when you're asked, you can immediately give a few examples. You don't have to go into a lot of detail. You just have to know how to start the conversation. And then when they say, I want to learn more about that, you have to know where to point people online to learn more. You don't have to be an expert in every area. I certainly am not an expert myself. You just have to be a good ambassador to be able to start a conversation and then point people towards resources. So that's my goal today. I want to send some greetings from my hometown of Seattle, Washington. This is where the headquarters of Discovery Institute resides. You can see a picture here. Well, yeah, let me tell you, you're actually some of the first to hear this news, but we are in a very humble office building on the second floor in some almost slum-looking building in Seattle. But as of Christmas this year, we'll be moving into this beautiful building. It's called the Smith Tower. It's a historic, at the time it was built, it was called a skyscraper. It's hard to call it that these days. But at the time it was built, it was the tallest skyscraper, the west half of the United States. It's really beautiful, and we are moving into the, 17th floor, something like that, about halfway up this tower. Beautiful space that allows kind of a view of the Puget Sound, the ocean there next to Seattle. So we're very excited for that move. Although I will say this looks so beautiful, this shot taken in the middle of summer, this beautiful Smith Tower at night. What it probably looks like right now is this. Seattle is a very rainy, cloudy, cold city for most of the year. And I literally looked up a web or a camera to see what it looks like in Seattle. This was from a news article years ago, but this is what it looks like right now. So, in fact, this was from an article that says, "Report: Seattle has second most depressing winter in the U.S." So that's where I'm from. Second most depressing city. Anyways, it's great to be here and enjoy the sunshine in East Africa for a change. You all are very familiar with the mission of Discovery Institute. I don't need to tell you that. The very mission of Biocosmos is modeled after the very same language, and that is to promote the understanding that humans and nature are the result of intelligent and purposeful design rather than any kind of blind, undirected process, as we've just been talking about. And we do this, we accomplish this mission by engaging in research projects and then taking that research, turning it into resources, scholarship, videos, all sorts of things, and then presenting it to the public at public conferences, student programs, summer seminars. And one of the other important things we do is advocate for freedom of speech and academic freedom on universities and college campuses so that these ideas can be discussed. And it's a little bit more, as you've already heard, it's a little bit more of a fight in the US and in many Western countries than it is here. And so that's just part of our challenge as an institute, is to carve out the space to even be able to have this conversation and then to make the case for design. So let's talk a little bit about research that supports the design hypothesis. We often hear people say that intelligent design is some kind of just religious, pseudo-scientific theory. It's not supported by the evidence. And yet, what you'll hear in the next few minutes really counteracts that argument very strongly. So I hope you'll pay attention and kind of lock these things away in your mind for future conversations. As of today, and this will probably change in about a week, or less, but as of today, 313 peer-reviewed journal articles have emerged from the intelligent design community, from our scientists and other scholars, from all sorts of different fields, phylogenetics, epigenetics, systems biology, ontogenetics, paleontology, quantum mechanics, all sorts of different fields, and in many, many different journals, including ones that you would recognize like Nature or PLOS ONE journals or Journal of Theoretical Biology, Cambridge University Press. So these are top, name-recognized journals that are publishing on the topics related to intelligent design and teleology and nature. And there are 313 of these articles. As Dag mentioned, you can learn about these on our research website, which I'll put on the screen in just a few moments. But I encourage you to, at some point, just breeze through this list. You'll never be able to read all of these articles, 313, or maybe that's a challenge for you. But most of you will not read a fraction of these articles. But if you just read the titles of the articles alone, it will allow you to be able to recall when people are asking the kinds of research projects that our scientists are engaging in. We also, in addition to these journals that I just mentioned, we have our own dedicated journal called Biocomplexity that was started by our sister organization, Biologic Institute. And the goal of this journal is to be kind of the leading forum on issues related to intelligent design. And it's a place where a lot of scientists can publish that may not be able to publish other places. It's a peer-reviewed journal. It has to go through that same type of peer review process as any other journal, and yet it's open to the tool that Paul was telling us about, the tool that's been removed from the materialist toolbox, and so it allows an open forum for the debate. Biocomplexity is online. I believe it's biocomplexity.org, but we'll get to that slide shortly. And it's an open access journal, which means that every single article is free to download as a PDF, which, as you know, any of you that are in STEM fields, that's not usually the case. Usually it's behind a paywall, or you're asking a friend of a friend of a friend to give you a copy of the paper. In this case, you can download any of the articles for free. So let's talk a little bit more about this research community. We have a network of scientists and scholars that are engaged in at least 25, probably more, projects ongoing right now that have direct implications for intelligent design. And I'm just going to tell you about a few of those projects, but there are at least 25 ongoing right now. And many of the researchers that are behind these projects, involved in these projects, are well known in the intelligent design community. You'll recognize some of their faces or their names. I have just a handful kind of randomly selected on the screen here. I guess I can say I chose my favorites because Paul's on there, my wife Emily is on there, so my favorites are on the screen. The real young guy? That's Paul Nelson. Yeah. That's right. Yep. But one thing I should mention is the reason I have all these silhouettes in the back is because the intelligent design research community is made up of a lot of scientists that you know the names of, but also for every scientist that you've heard of, there's at least one other that you haven't heard of. The reason being that, as we've spoken of many times now, there really isn't complete academic freedom to publish on these topics in the universities, in the US, or many parts of the world. And as a result, there are many researchers, PhD students, postdocs, and others that are involved in these projects anonymously because they want to contribute to the ID research, but they don't want to endanger their careers by becoming a pseudoscientist, so to speak. And so there's many others that I can't mention by name here. So let's just talk about a few of these research projects. Remember, again, that my goal here is not to go into a lot of depth. It's just to plant some seeds in your mind of research projects that you can talk about. The first one that you could ask Doug all sorts of questions about over the break. I don't know why I said Doug, Paul. I'm sure Doug could answer several questions too, yeah. But that is the project researching overlapping genes. Many of you in this room will have heard of this, but basically one of the most incredible developments, sorry, I'm trying to pull up I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Okay, there it is. One of the most incredible developments over the past decade or so has been realizing just how complex genes are. When we talk about a gene, years ago, it was just a simple term for a unit of transmission. We're passing on a unit of information from generation to generation, and we've learned that genes are much more complex, and the way they're coded in DNA is so complex that we cannot even figure out a way to code in the same way ourselves in computers or any other coding language. And one of the ways that's true is that genes are actually encoded in overlapping manner. So you all know the basics of biology probably, where there's a codon is made up of 3 nucleotides that encodes for an amino acid. And what that means is that the very way that the genetic code is built and designed allows for multiple genes to be encoded from a single line of DNA code. So this is something that's been discovered in bacteria, viruses, all sorts of animals, even humans. A little snippet I've included on the screen here is showing an overlapping section between ATP8 and ATP6 in humans, 2 genes overlapping in the same sequence. So basically you have this series of nucleotides. If you start from one point, you get one gene. If you start from another point, you get another gene. And in other cases, in other organisms, you'll find that one reading frame reads this direction and the other reads this direction. So depending on which direction you read the DNA, you get a different protein or a different product from that. So it's just an incredible discovery that is something so far beyond human capabilities and human design. We cannot figure out how to code for multiple different messages from the same characters. So that's just one project that's ongoing. And I should mention also that there's a part of the project is to build a repository so that you can explore all of these different overlapping genes. Another project here, I'm sorry, I'm still struggling to see. Maybe I'll just need to turn around and look at the, give me 1 second to figure this out. What was the expression, Paul? Live by technology, die by technology. That's okay. I'll just fly blind here. So basically, I'm demonstrating exactly what I'm hoping you guys can do, that you don't have to remember all of the details to be able to communicate the basic message. So the second project I want to mention here is the fact that some of our researchers have been looking at the possibility of there being, scientifically, the possibility of there being an original single pair of humans. Now, why is this important? Well, for many years now, the argument has been that humans must have evolved from a common ancestor with chimpanzees or other modern apes, and therefore there can't be an original pair. There must be actually a population of that common ancestor that gave rise to humans and other modern apes. But as you all know, there are claims from the Judeo-Christian background and the Muslim background and of a single pair giving rise to the human population, right? And so for many years it's been claimed that these two things are not compatible. Science has proved we must come from this common ancestor population. Religion is claiming a single pair. These are not compatible. So some of the scientists in our network took it upon themselves to actually study this and say, is it possible to have a single pair that gives rise to the entire human population with all of our genetic diversity? You think about the genetic diversity of the entire global population of humans. Is it possible for that to come from two unique pairs? And what they did was they actually built these sophisticated models that allow them to test this theory. And what they found is that it is actually possible with a single human pair over the course of human evolution, human history, to be able to come to the genetic diversity that we have today. And part of that has to do with the fact that the original pair can be designed with enough diversity in its own genomes to be able to give rise to a diverse offspring generation after generation after generation until we get to where we are today. And so this is a very important finding. It's just one research project that is really opposing this materialistic message that there's no way we could have come from a single pair, as we've been taught. Another project is examining what's called waiting times. So the waiting time problem, as it's referred to, is talking about the fact that when you are looking for a particular random mutation to come along to give a particular change that allows you to have a phenotypic change or difference in an organism, you're waiting a really long time because random mutations are random. They don't happen where you want, when you want, how you want. They're random. And so you have to wait for that perfect mutation to come along. But the most important thing is that any noticeable change, any meaningful phenotypic change in an organism is not just one mutation. It's actually caused by multiple coordinated mutations that have to happen at the same time in the same place. If you have a mutation happen on one side of the globe and another mutation happen on the other side of the globe, could be on the same day, those two are not going to help each other. Those are not coordinated. If you have one happen 1,000 years ago and one happened 1,000 years later, those two are not going to help each other. To have multiple coordinated mutations is a very rare thing. And so the waiting time problem talks about the fact that there's not enough time in the fossil record between major transitions that we see in the fossil record to account for this. And one of the ways that this has been focused on is by looking at the supposed evolution of whales from land mammals. You all know the claim that whales evolved back into the ocean from land mammals, and there are many different coordinated mutations that would have to occur to allow that to happen, if it even were possible, and there's just not enough time in the fossil record for that to take place. And so this is a really important research project. There are follow-on projects continuing after this today. Another project that is really neat to talk about because it kind of ties in with early history of the design movement is looking at the uniqueness of the bacterial flagellum. You all know the bacterial flagellum was made famous by Michael Behe. He's a biochemist who studied this molecular system in the bacterial cell that allows it to propel itself through its environment. It's basically like an outboard motor on the back of the bacteria. It oftentimes will have many flagella that allow it to power through the environment. And this is made up of multiple proteins working together just right, just like an outboard motor that we design ourselves. Well, since the time that Dr. Behe made this argument for irreducible complexity in favor of intelligent design, many scientists have claimed that perhaps there's an alternative way that you could get this kind of a machine. And the way they argue that is that different parts of the machine were co-opted or borrowed from earlier machines. Now, of course, you'd have to beg the question of, well, where did those machines come from? And it just leads you further and further back. But let's just grant that you have these other machines in the bacterial cell. How do those evolve into this kind of a coordinated machine? So one of the research projects that has been ongoing at Discovery Institute is looking at how unique each one of these protein parts are and seeing that they may look similar on surface level to other proteins in the bacteria, but actually they are unique and they require, again, far more genetic changes than are possible within the timescale allowed. And so this research project has been very interesting because it's vindicating Dr. Behe and the original work that he did decades ago. Another project which, again, Paul could answer all sorts of questions about over a break if you're interested is looking at orphan genes. So orphan genes are referring to genes that are taxonomically restricted to a single species in some cases, a genera or a genus in some cases. And basically the idea here is that anytime you're looking at a gene in a particular organism, you would expect to find homologs or similar genes with just a few changes in other similar taxa. And of course that's true because if there's a universal common ancestor, then all of that information eventually leads back to a common ancestor. But the truth is, today what researchers are finding is that orphan genes or taxonomically restricted genes are very common. Every species, genus, they have these unique genes that are only found in that particular species or genus. And that is very unexpected from a Darwinian worldview. You would not expect that to be the case. If you found one or two, you'd just say, yeah, I'm not sure about that, brush it on the rug. But now we're finding that in some cases like 10%, 20%, even 30% of an organism's genomes can be taxonomically restricted, which tells you those genes were specially designed for that organism, that taxon. And that is really not a surprise from an intelligent design perspective, right? That's exactly what you would expect. Just as Paul was just showing us with C. elegans, each organism, no matter how simple in our language, each organism has to have specific genes that allow it to develop just right into that type of organism. And so, of course, we would find these orphan genes. Another project, this is head up by one of our researchers in the UK. He is actually an award-winning mechanical engineer by the name of Stuart Burgess. He's worked on space agency for the UK Space Agency. He's worked on satellites. He's worked on award-winning bicycles to win the Olympics. And he is studying a series of engineering marvels in nature and looking at how you can borrow those concepts from nature to design things in our own world. And so he's looked at, for example, in this project, looked at a number of different animal joints to see how those joints function and then how we can use them in our own engineering. Some of the joints that he studied include this inverted 4-bar mechanism in the human knee joint, which is actually used in the bioinspiration of human prosthetics, of course, but also other robotics as well. He's looked at this 4-bar pantograph mechanism, which is in the bird wing, as well as in the wing of like honeybees and houseflies. And these are actually used to inspire the design of micro air vehicles, or MAVs. So as we're creating these awesome little, think of like little spy gadgets that you would see in a movie that flies into a room and is taking surveillance. These are being designed based off of the designs in nature. We're borrowing from nature. Another example is this linkage mechanism in the wrasse jaw. So this group of fish, the wrasses and other fish as well, have these really unique jaws that can actually kind of shoot out and capture prey very quickly. It's actually hard to capture on film because it happens so quickly. And they're using this in development of robotic claws and striking mechanisms. So they're using these designs in nature to design robotics. I could go on. There's many, many different examples, but basically the implication of this kind of research is that if our best, our most cutting-edge technology is inspired by nature, what does that say about nature itself? What does that say about the level of design and sophistication in nature? And this final example that I gave is an example of where an engineer is looking at life, looking at biology, and learning how to engineer better based on biology. But it goes both ways, because biologists can talk to engineers about what it takes to build a little micro air vehicle, for example. They can talk to an engineer, and when an engineer says, oh my goodness, you have no idea how difficult, how many years I've worked on this, how difficult it is to make this little flying robot, it helps you appreciate biology, and it helps you ask questions about biology and say, how do we look for, aspects of the design system that we haven't discovered before, because we know these things have to be in place for it to work. And so that leads me to kind of my final update, and this is something that I think is really helpful for you guys to talk about, is the fact that engineers and biologists are now working together very closely. There's actually a whole field called systems biology that is taking engineering principles and applying them to biology. This is a very common thing, and it's from a Darwinian standpoint, again, it's very unexpected. What would human engineering have anything to do with biology, since biology came about through this blind, meaningless process? And yet we know that's not the case. It makes sense that engineering and biology go hand in hand. And so we just finished, a couple months ago, we just finished hosting our 3rd annual conference on engineering and living systems, which brought together biologists and engineers to basically collaborate on research projects so that the engineers can bring their expertise about what it takes to design a system to the biologists, and the biologists can help the engineers appreciate how life is designed, how it functions. So these are just a few highlights. There are many other projects ongoing through our network, but I hope this gives you a few examples that can come to your mind as you're talking with people about intelligent design and the research that supports it. I want to spend the rest of my time here, I think I've got, let's see, about 12 minutes, is that right? Am I counting correctly? I have my timer going, but I want to make sure we're still on schedule. Okay. Okay. It is, yeah. Let me so I'm going to talk about some resources now, and the first one I have listed here is on how you can learn more about the research projects, because like I said, I'm just giving you a little snippet, but if you want to learn more, you can, read all about those projects. As I was mentioning earlier, some of the projects you can learn all sorts of detail about because it's already been published, it's people in our network that are already associated with intelligent design. Other projects, you can only get a little snippet because it hasn't been published yet, or the people involved are not yet public. But let me spend the rest of my time just talking about a few resources. And again, I want this to be really practical. I want you guys to actually write down anything that you see in orange, that's a URL or a discount code or something that you guys should write down. I will also send a list of these to Richard, and he can send out a whole email as well. But if there's anything that catches your eye, I'd encourage you to write it down. So the first resource, since we just talked about the research projects, is a new website that we launched just a few months ago on the discovery.org website. If you go to discovery.org/id/research, you'll find the ID 3.0 research program website that describes all the different types of research that our scholars are engaged in, as well as specific projects with descriptions, links to publications that came out of that research, as well as a list of every single publication that's come out of the research communities over the past 15 years or so. And of course, it needs to be updated every so often. I think right now it has about 250 publications listed there. So I definitely encourage you to go there. And again, like I said, you don't have to read everything in depth, but if you just scroll through, that will create kind of a visual in your head so that when you're talking with people, it's very easy for you to say, oh, trust me, I've looked at the website. It would take you hours to go through all the different projects supporting intelligent design. Are we back? Okay. The next resource that I want to mention is the Biocomplexity website. I mentioned this before. Biocomplexity is an open access journal where all of the articles are related to intelligent design in some way, and you can download all those articles at bio-complexity.org, open access, completely free. Many of you are familiar with the website Evolution News. Raise your hand if you've heard of Evolution News. Oh, that's not as many as I expected. Okay, that's all right. The good news is Evolution News has been one of the most important websites in the ID movement because it's kind of the news source for news on evolution, on intelligent design, on the debate between the two. And it has grown so much over the years in terms of content, in terms of the scope of things that are covered, in terms of the number of writers and contributors, that we recently went through this whole rebranding, and the website is now called Science and Culture Today. The URL is scienceandculture.com, and I must say, this is probably my favorite resource. There are lots of things I'll share. This is one of my favorites because it is just a huge mine, a gold mine of information, and it's now much more accessible than it used to be, so you can go to the top level menu and there's a spot that says Index. Click on that index at scienceandculture.com and you will just enjoy seeing all of the different fields of science and humanities even that are relevant to the intelligent design debate. And you can just click through topics and expand it to subtopics and expand to subtopics and just see all the different articles that are being published on this. And it's also, if you guys have spent any amount of time on science news websites in particular, you know that most of the content there are ads. You're just scrolling through ad after ad looking for an actual article. And the nice thing about this website is that it is just all content, no ads. It's just fun. I spend a lot of time on this website. I hope you guys will check it out. There's also a couple of key articles on this website. So if you type in scienceandculture.com/I, you'll come up with a few informationals. And these are kind of like, picture like a Wikipedia page on a particular entry like molecular machines or fine tuning. Share with them. You want me to pause for a second? What does happen? Testing. I know you guys can probably hear me just fine, but I think for the recording and the live stream, this is important. We are stuck.
So then we can let it sound.
It's different from what systems are.
Daniel, I think you can continue because the Zoom audience here is so shout.
And whichever is the other one, keep it. Okay. For recording. Okay, so continuing on with resources, let me go on to the next website here. Some of you know that many of the scholars in our movement. Testing. Should I hold all three?
Are you not used to
I guess.
Let him continue.
I don't know if this analogy will hold true in Africa. Maybe this is a Western tradition, but at the end of my talk, I'm going to turn around and just throw this over my shoulder, and whoever catches it will speak next. It's like a bouquet of mics. Okay, so I just want to highlight the fact that many of the scientists and scholars in our movement actually have their own websites where you can dive deeper into their scholarship. And that's nice because a lot of time, their content gets buried in all these other websites. So if you're specifically interested in the scholarship of Stephen Meyer or John West or Casey Luskin or others, you can actually visit their personal websites where they have all of their articles, it pulls from all these other sites, all of their books, videos, and all sorts of other information. So feel free to, I know you probably can't jot all of those down, but we'll make sure to get those to Richard afterwards. If you don't write down any other website, this is the one I'd encourage you to write down. And you probably don't even need to because it's easy to remember. IntelligentDesign.org is designed to be an easy place to point people for kind of their first exposure to intelligent design. Some of you may know that if you type in intelligent design to Google, the first hit will come up as Wikipedia, and Wikipedia describes intelligent design as some pseudoscientific creationist sort of thing, and it's not a good first introduction, right? So if you're talking to someone about intelligent design, they say, where can I learn more? Don't send them to Wikipedia, send them to intelligentdesign.org, and you can see at the top of the page that there's a whole playlist of different videos that are very accessible. It's a nice place to start for people. I don't know if you're like me, but when I talk with people about intelligent design, it's very unlikely that I can recommend a specific article and send them to a specific URL for an article or even a book that they're gonna hear that and go to Amazon and buy the book just because I ran into them and told them about a book. It's not gonna happen, right? But if you say, go to intelligentdesign.org, click on one of the first videos, they may just get sucked in because there's a lot of great content in those videos. And then if they scroll down, you'll see that there are specific selected articles by introductory, intermediate, and advanced reading levels, so that no matter whether you're talking to a secondary student, high school student, college student, someone with no STEM background at all, they can find something there to learn about intelligent design. So that's a very important one to remember. Now, obviously, there are a ton of books on intelligent design, many of them published specifically by Discovery Institute Press. So you can go to discovery.press to see all those titles, and you can sort by categories and all sorts of things. I realize that getting physical copies of these books can be very challenging in a place like Kenya, but most of these are available in Kindle format, if not all of them. And so that's one way that you can access them a lot more easily and lower cost. What I often do is if I see books on Kindle that I am interested in, I'll add it to my shopping cart on Amazon, and I'll get notified when the price drops to like 99 cents or something like that. So you guys can do that if you see a book that's like, whoa, Return of the God Hypothesis, that's too expensive. Add it to your shopping cart, don't buy it, and you may just get notified that it's $2, So that happens often. So that's a great resource, is to look through the books at discovery.press. Multimedia, I think, is a growing area of resources, and so this is something that you can definitely recommend to people who are interested in listening to podcasts or watching videos. Our podcast platform is at ID, as in Intelligent Design, idthefuture.com, and you can listen to the episodes there at the website or on any of the major platforms. I don't know what platforms are most common here, but you can listen on Apple, Spotify, Amazon, YouTube, any of those. And those interviews or those podcast episodes are typically in an interview format. So it's the host interviewing a scientist, and it's just very engaging. It's a lot easier to listen to than a lecture or something like that. You can listen to it on your commute, on your run, whenever you have the time. The YouTube channel for Discovery Institute is Discovery Science Channel. And again, I highly encourage you guys to go to this channel and just spend some time clicking through the playlist. Because if you are aware of these resources, it's going to be very easy when someone asks you for a particular kind of resource. It's going to be very easy for you to say, oh my goodness, go to Discovery Science Channel, click on the Long Story Short series, for example, and just point them to these really nice introductory videos on intelligent design. If they're the kind of person that goes really deep, then what they're going to end up on is all of these long interviews. There's like 3-hour-long interviews with people like Joe Rogan. I don't know if you guys listen to Joe Rogan, but there are these podcasters that will spend 3 hours interviewing one of our scientists or scholars about intelligent design and its implications. And so there's just everything from 2-minute videos to 3-hour-long videos on this channel. The final thing I want to mention is about online learning. Again, this is something that is becoming the way that we learn, right, is through online learning platforms. And Discovery U, as Dag was talking about earlier, has several different courses that can be really helpful for you in equipping you, but also for you to share with other people as well. So I'm just going to quickly go through a few of these courses so that you're aware of them, but I'll let you take the time later to go to discoveryu.org and read more about these courses. The most important one is called Resources on ID for African Students. This is actually, just to clarify, a little different than the one that you mentioned before, because the seminar, African Seminar on ID, was actually contemporaneous, like a summer program, and it included Zoom sessions and things like that. So we took that, modified it into this one, Resources on ID for African Students, where it just has all of the on-demand videos and readings and stuff like that. So it's basically the same thing as the other course, but without timestamps. So that one, the URL is listed here. You just add this to the end of discovery.org. But again, I'll definitely send all these to Richard. As of just a few days ago, we took our core curriculum on intelligent design. It's called Discovering Intelligent Design. We took that core curriculum, which to buy is something like $30 US. I think that's around 4,000 shillings. And we took that and actually digitized it for this platform and have made it completely free, specifically for all of you here in East Africa. We know that the exchange rate is not in your favor, so we've made this special discount code ID in Africa. So if you put that in, you'll get access to the course for completely free. This textbook goes through all different areas: cosmology, biology, genetics, the fossil record. And so it's a really nice way to get a broad overview of the evidence for intelligent design. So I encourage you guys to go through that curriculum. At the end, it generates a certificate for you with your name and everything showing that you've been through that entire course. Although you won't get the certificate unless you pass the quizzes, so you better pay attention. There are quizzes at the end of each unit to make sure you're taking all of the relevant points. I want to mention 2 other things here, and that is that we have we've hosted student education days, much like Leinster has organized here, where we bring together middle school and high school students to learn about intelligent design. And every year we have a different theme. So, one year it'll be about nanotechnology in life. The other it'll be about coding in the cell. This year we're doing a program on creepy crawly complexity. We're looking at spiders and insects and worms. Paul Nelson is one of our speakers talking about worms, C. elegans. Anyway, so we host these events, but we also produce them at a very high level. So it's very nice video quality, audio quality, and then we turn it into a virtual event. So on Discovery U, if you go to /tinytech, this is one of the recent IB Education Days, you will get to watch this whole student event. And it's really nice because you're seeing multiple speakers come on stage talking about this theme. You're actually seeing some of the audience participation. And it's a nice way to have a pre-packaged way. If you're working with students and you don't want to create an entire event yourselves, what you can do is get a room like this with a screen. It could be a classroom or anything. Have your students come and you just go through this course. You play the video, you host a discussion. There's actually activities in the course so that you don't even have to prepare activities. It's got these fun little quizzes that you throw up on the screen and you see who can answer the questions as quickly as possible. So this is a really nice resource that you can use, especially with students in your clubs. There's another one, this is another student event called How to Code Life. It's all about how DNA works as code to build these molecular machines. That's another great virtual event. And then this year's Creepy Crawly Complexity event will be made online at the end of the year, so you'll find that one soon. And then finally, this was mentioned earlier by Dag as well, but we have special master classes, we call them, with specific scholars like Michael Behe, Douglas Axe, Jonathan Wells, Robert Marks, and Stephen Meyer. And those are, again, highly produced video courses with those presenters, and they're normally quite expensive. I don't know if I could even afford them. And so we've set up a discount code that's 75 off for Africa, and that reduces the cost down heavily. And then if that remaining cost is still a barrier, I'd encourage you to talk to Richard or Dag about that, and they can talk about how to cover the remaining costs. The final thing I want to mention as a resource is our summer seminar program. Many of you actually have been through the program. Raise your hand if you've been through one of our online seminar programs. So it looks like maybe 24 people in the room. So this has been a really key way for us to connect with people all over the world, to talk about intelligent design, and the most important thing of this program is to actually spend time discussing the topics with you. So rather than just saying, go read, go watch videos, go watch presentations, we actually spend hours on Zoom discussing the topics so that you can take whatever your expertise is from your field and bring that to the discussion and have your questions answered and contribute. So we have hosted this most years in the summer. We won't be hosting it in 2026 because we have several other summer programs happening at the same time. But as of 2027, the next international seminar on ID will take place. The application period will open at the beginning of the year, in 2027, so you can keep an eye out for that, and we'll be sending updates for sure between now and then. And then basically what you would be doing is spending the months of May and June doing online learning, reading books, digital books, articles, watching video lectures, and then in mid-July, we'll spend a few days on Zoom together just discussing all these fun questions about intelligent design. So I hope that those of you that haven't been through this will put this kind of on your radar for 2027, which comes very quickly, by the way. It may seem like a long ways out, but it'll be here before no time. With that, I just want to say thank you for everything that you guys are doing here in support of intelligent design. It's really inspiring to me. I cannot thank you enough. Every time I get reports from Richard or Lancer, I'm so encouraged, and it helps me know that the work we're doing in the US is being echoed all over the world as well, which is just amazing. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Reed, for that wonderful presentation. Very fair to the point, resourceful, and I believe you're going to use this information to help us gain a lot of knowledge, skills that will help us transform the continent of Africa. So it's about going out to your way, create time so that you can learn. As CEO normally indicates, that one of the most important things is for us to get knowledge. It's not about attending conferences, attending public lectures, attending seminars, etc. But can you spend time on your own to do this program? Now we have very good offers, you've seen, quite a number of programs are free, and they're normally very costly. In some cases also, if you have done the basic free programs, then you can also apply to be considered by Cosmos Africa for the specialized master classes. These things will go a long way in improving your skill and knowledge. Kindly create time. I've already shared the resources on intelligent design for the African scholars. Do that course, and we have to agree that within the next 2 weeks we'll be through with it, so that we can move to another level. For those people who have not done this program, kindly. So next time we are communicating, let us agree that we'll be having the full house, having done that program, and we'll be having quite a number of them doing the other full programs, and then we move to the next level. Thanks a lot, Daniel, for that. And he's in charge of education and outreach, and he has demonstrated that. Thank you. So because of time, it's exactly 12:46, and we are told that lunch is served from 12:30. And we have a backlog of a whole session. So if we leave now, then I'll request that we keep time. So what time should we come back? And all of us should be here. Yes. 45 minutes. So it's okay. Now, one of the things that you'll enjoy at the lake, because you don't take a lot of time to eat, just spend like 5 minutes at Lake Naivasha beach. You'll be able to see the staff feeding the hippos, for them who have never seen hippos, and then you rush to the restaurant to eat. Then I request that we do 50 minutes, not 45, so that we can spend the 5 minutes. Yes. There will be. These are faculty members, patrons of class, and they normally dictate to their students. Yeah, let us impress him, so that next week we'll have another conference in Uganda, and all of us will go to Uganda courtesy of Mutono. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Matt, confirm to us whether this place is safe for us to leave our belongings. Kindly.
Ilisha. Nilikuwa na nini naye?
Imeisha sasa hivi. Nikamwona ndo ameniambia hata
Na mwezi niambia venye natafuta mashuka.
of living things like the genetic code. Mainstream science resists giving empirical possibility to the logically symmetrical proposition in a very strange way. Suddenly, it's off the table. Another example, the evidence has to decide. The history of science is a long chronicle of this happening. So, at the time that Mendel did his work on peas, and you can see this clearly in the writings of Darwin, inheritance from parent to offspring was thought to be blending. Darwin's own theory of genetic transmission was a blending theory of inheritance that absolutely did not work. Pangenesis. Mendel's very scrupulous experiments with peas, he puts the negation sign there. That goes. Inheritance is discrete. There are discrete factors in living things that are not blending, that pass in a way that can be described with mathematical precision from parent to offspring. And it's the evidence that is putting the negation sign there at the first proposition. But again, these are logically symmetrical to each other. Only one of them can be true. Alfred Wegener, who sadly was a courageous man, he died without vindication. He looked at the coast of the west coast of Africa and the east coast of South America, saw that they were congruent. He looked at the strata in both positions, saw that the strata continued mysteriously across the Atlantic right down to the fossils in those strata. And he derived a theory of that the continents were not immobile, but that they moved. And again, he was excoriated, he was mocked, he died without vindication, until really the mid to late 1960s, continental movement was considered heretical in planetary geology. Now, it's the first thing that geology students learn if they study planetary geology. The continents move, dramatically so. Again, analyze these propositions logically, they're logically symmetrical to each other. All right, now it gets tricky. What is the logically symmetrical, evidence-based counterpart to this? If you ask an evolutionary biologist, he will become very uncomfortable. Because there are terms in this proposition that are philosophical in nature, and it's a philosophy he is loath to give up. The genetic code arose through prebiotic chemistry via an undirected evolutionary process. So imagine you're sitting, maybe you've built up a friendship with an evolutionary biologist. You're sitting in a coffee shop, and you put the question to him, what is the logically symmetrical proposition for the one you just gave me? It must exist. He'll become very uncomfortable. And if he's able to describe it, ask him, is that something that we can consider in science? And if you can't answer that question, what you should realize is you have come to the end of this science, and there's a boundary there, and beyond that lies an area that he will not enter. For most biologists of my acquaintance, and from my reading of the literature, in 2025, there is simply no symmetrical counter, which makes this a very strange scientific proposition. If that is science, and that's in fact what we find in our textbooks and in the primary literature, then by basic logical symmetry, its counterpart should be science, yet it is not discussed and not allowed. Now, the origin of the genetic code is a puzzle located within the larger evolutionary narrative of the origin of life itself. So I have my nice Japanese pointer here. Right in the middle there is the genetic code. It comes to us via prebiotic chemistry, the RNA world. The genetic code arises somehow, then the RNA peptide world, and then we find modern organisms. That's a timeline with testable events that lie on it. Now, I need to make a subtle correction to what I just said. It is not quite true that there's no counterpart to this testable account. Jacques Monod, in his classic text, Chance and Necessity, he provides the counterpart.
It's an extremely rare, lucky event. It is literally a singularity. So when you read Chance and Necessity, fairly late in the book, but written with great honesty, Jacques Monod says, in a modern cell, there are at least 50 macromolecular components which are themselves coded in DNA. The code cannot be translated otherwise than by the products of translation. When and how did this circle become closed? It is exceedingly difficult to imagine. So he is perfectly aware that the genetic code may represent falsifying data to his own metaphysics of explanation. So what does he invoke? Well, there's our closed circle. That's what he wishes to explain. And you'll recall from my first talk, this causal circularity that we see in organisms as manifested in the code. And Jacques Monod is saying it's very puzzling that to have the code, you need the code. What does he invoke? A supremely lucky win in the cosmic lottery. As he puts it in the book, our number came up in the Monte Carlo game. We just got lucky. The Israeli philosopher of science, Iris Fry, has called this a near miracle, or excuse me, an almost miracle position. In fact, in that paper in 1995, she said this actually implies creationism. She is unhappy with this move that Jacques Monod makes. Richard Dawkins makes it. Francis Crick did the same thing. Confronted with anomalous data that do not fit their expectations for evolutionary explanation, they invoke a singularity. Eugene Koonin, who I look forward to meeting someday, a member of the National Academy of Sciences in the USA. He's Russian by origin, but now runs a very productive group at the NCBI in Washington. He says it's a dreary, vicious circle. I love his adjective here. To me, it's incredible. It's a source of joy. For him, it's dreary. How could you have a translation system without a translation system? He's describing the same puzzle, and his solution is a multiverse. In this paper, he says, emergence of highly complex systems by chance is inevitable. So if you think about it, any small probability is not zero. I don't know, do you have national lotteries in Kenya? You do. Okay, you can win any lottery if you buy all the tickets, which defeats the purpose of doing the lottery, but mathematically, if you buy all the tickets, one of them is the winner, right? So what does he do? He buys all the tickets in the universe. By blowing up the universe to an infinite size, both temporally and in extent, or he says there's an infinite ensemble of separate universes, one of which had the winning ticket. And so he doesn't even have to bother with this. There's no need to tell a story when you can get it for free by law. The problem is, biology class is over. After you write L-U-C-K on the blackboard, everyone can go home because there is no knowledge to be conveyed in the word luck. Luck is the end of science. Now this scenario can be tested. In Israel in 2022, I met the author of this figure. He was from Hungary, wonderful young theoretician, got his permission to borrow that figure. That's testable. Luck is not. In fact, the very reason that they invoke luck is because the evidence is against them. It's like someone going into a casino and standing at a slot machine, and you know, even if the slot machine pays out at 95%, so you put in a US dollar, $1, you get 95 cents back. And this is, of course, over the long run. You put your winnings back in, you put your winnings back in. It is mathematically certain that at some point the machine will have all your money and you will have none. Casinos run on the people believing in luck. All right? Why do they invoke luck? Because the evidence tells against them. To get around the unfavorable evidence, there she is. You know, casino owners get rich because people like her believe in luck. If you ever go into casino, I don't, except to use the bathroom, please play poker, play blackjack, play what casinos call games of skill.
right? Where you can actually win. They count on the laws of probability. That's how they get rich. They want to invoke luck to explain this, but it's grown even more challenging. In other words, the evidence since Jacques Monod, 1970, 1971, even since Kunin, 2009, has grown even stronger, these closed-loop relationships. So let's give a name to this closed circle, which actually applies also to the mind and to the origin of consciousness. And I'll be honest, as from a Christian standpoint, God gave us every clue he could in the way that he built us. He gave us every clue he possibly could. But let's call this strong emergence. The reason that box is floating above the lawn is because it doesn't seem to derive bottom up from any causal pathway that we can tell. All right, now, I'm back in my coffee shop with my friend, and he's listening to me, and he says, wait a minute, Paul, I've got a couple of objections. So we'll put our code circle up there on the roof of the house, strong emergence, and my friend says the genetic code did not appear one fine day. It couldn't. There had to be a pathway to it from chemistry. And he said, all strong emergence represents is the loss of historical signal. It looks like it's floating up there. It looks like it got up there on the roof somehow. But that's because we lost the history from chemistry to the code. If that history were in place, we would see how it emerged step by step. There had to be a pathway from chemistry by necessity, whether we see it or not. So he invokes what's known as weak emergence, where, oops, sorry, see that ladder? That's the unknown natural pathway that he insists must exist. And he said, it's only apparently emergent. If you had the ladder, we've lost it now, but if you had the ladder, you would see how this happened. And philosophers of science who are strongly opposed to strong emergence say we can't use this notion because we know that causality starts with the bottom layer and builds up. As this Marc Bedeau, who's a philosopher of biology, said, such causal powers would be quite unlike anything within our scientific ken. What I want to say to Marc Bedeau is, every time you write an essay, you exhibit strong emergence. You are using your creativity to bring into existence a text which did not exist until you decided mentally that you would bring it into existence. He's not thinking about himself. Strong emergence may be possible, but it is unscientific. When you see that adjective, your philosophical radar should turn on. Notice he doesn't say it's false. It's possible. He just doesn't like it. Okay? Second objection. I'll come back to answering that first one in a moment. My skeptical friend says, well, you know, Jacques Monod and Eugene Koonin, they're great writers. They have a flair for the dramatic. You need to look at the code itself and understand what it is, and there you'll get your answer. There was a discovery that Jacques Monod could not have anticipated when he wrote Chance and Necessity that lay 30 years in the future. And it's this. Every cell in your body that's making proteins has a very large molecular machine called the ribosome. So in the figure here, at the top is the bacterial ribosome, the small subunit on the left, which does the decoding, the large subunit on the right, which actually forms the bonds between amino acids in the peptidyl-transferase center. In the middle is an archaeon, another domain, an archaeon, the two halves separated, and at the bottom is yeast. The business end of the ribosome is made of RNA. So at the site in the large subunit, when the peptide bonds are formed between amino acids, everything that's there is RNA. There are no proteins in that part of the ribosome. So this standard view, mainstream view, is evidence for the RNA world hypothesis, which holds that the first replicators, entities capable of making high-fidelity copies of their genetic information, were not whole cells. And they probably didn't even have DNA. They were complicated RNAs that could synthesize copies of themselves. So the peptidyltransferase center in here is what you could call a molecular fossil. Now it's true. The core of that machine in the large subunit on the right is RNA, not a protein. But does that mean that we can dispense with proteins? And the answer to that you will see on the next slide. We can't dispense with proteins if we listen to the evidence. So I know this is a busy figure. Let me describe what's going on here. Across the top, those blue blobs, those are ribosomes being built. It's an assembly line going across the top there. The RNAs in the structure of both the small and large subunit are very, very complicated, thousands of nucleobases, and they have to be built. So those arrows are moving that blob across, and it's being refined, and then it's excreted out of the nucleus into the cytoplasm to do its job. Now, what are those colored lines across the bottom? Those different shades of, those different tones. Those are proteins that are doing the building. The complicated process of building a ribosome depends on dozens and dozens of proteins. Just some of them are listed here. So that assembly line is being run by a whole bunch of proteins. You can't have a ribosome if you don't have proteins, because proteins actually build them. Again, a closed loop. You need a ribosome to make proteins, you need proteins to make a ribosome. And again, if I may be confessional, I get choked up thinking about this. The king in heaven did not hide his handiwork. He didn't. He meant for it to be known. So let me respond to that first objection. He says it couldn't have happened. There needed to be a natural pathway. Okay, let's put that up there. Iris Fry, again, in Israel, philosopher of science, I've read almost everything she's published. She says the reason that this is held is there's a deeper assumption in evolutionary theory that she calls the continuity thesis. What it tells you is if you're going to go from chemistry to RNA, from RNA to a cell, every point along that pathway must be biologically possible. Of course, the near end, near to prebiotic world, is going to be chemically possible because, or has to be chemically possible because there are no organisms. And that principle of continuity has been a central rule in evolutionary theory really since Darwin. It needs to be much better known. In fact, I'm writing a book right now on evolution where I'll have a whole chapter on the continuity thesis, because it ends up ruling critically on evolutionary hypotheses. Because you come to a point in an evolutionary pathway where nature is not obliging you, where nature is telling you that interval cannot be crossed by an undirected process. In any case, it's widely used. It really does deserve to be much better known. So these are all major figures in evolutionary theory or molecular biology. They all use the principle of continuity to discipline their hypothesis formation. And you can see why. A science of the past, especially the past, you're thinking about 4 billion years ago or 3.5 billion years ago when the first cells came to be. If you're going to avoid storytelling, which is not science, you have to have regulative principles to guide you, to tell you when your hypothesis has gone off the rails. You need some kind of a rule. And Eugene Koonin, I didn't put him on the previous slide, but he's another person who uses this. He says, this places a strong demand on us as investigators. If we find something, you got that from Mike Behe, that term. If we find something that's irreducibly complex, we have a problem because evolution cannot look into the future. And the continuity principle is telling us every step has to work. Darwin didn't have a name, he says, but we'll call it the continuity principle, so we can add his name to the list of people who use it. Evolution has no foresight. That's doctrine. That's in your textbooks up on the top. Now, be a little bit cynical. You hear someone say something, right? And then you watch what they do. They say X, they do negation X. So whenever I hear a scientist say, I'm not going to infer whatever, or I can't use such and such, I pay attention to what he actually does. Foresight, it's unavoidable. It has been in evolutionary research since the beginning, and especially in origin of life research. Jeremy England, a young theoretician, explains why. Why does hemoglobin look interesting to us? Because we take for granted what it's already doing. It's transporting oxygen. If we didn't know the target state, if we didn't know that hemoglobin was special and bound oxygen, it's actually interesting. The protein itself is dynamic. It grabs the oxygen, transports it, and then opens up to let it go. We wouldn't think anything of hemoglobin if we didn't know downstream what its target was, target function. So evolutionary theorists borrow foresight because they can't avoid it. Quoting England, take for granted the biological goal and then work backwards. So they start over here with living things as they actually are, and they back project in time to say, well, what needs to happen to get over here to organisms as we know them? They start with life as they find it and say, this must have happened to get over here. That is using foresight, projecting into the past. Now what this does is it compels origin of life researchers, to ignore what I call all the physical possibility space. We use 20 or arguably 22 amino acids in all organisms. Chemical processes produce hundreds of amino acids of both-handedness, left and right-handed, and only a tiny fraction of that is relevant to biology. That's the only hope they have of getting over here, is to say, well, there was something selective back there, I don't know what it was, but I need it to get over here. This is what we see, and this is what chemistry sees. Nothing. Chemistry is very powerful and very stupid. It does not know that it's supposed to build you a cell. So I don't have the material in this talk, but a team in Poland in 2020 published a major paper in Science where they started with 6 plausible prebiotic chemicals, water, methane, and so forth. And then they let those chemicals combine and recombine along a time axis going this way. And by the 7th generation, the biologically relevant molecules were a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the yield. Almost all of it was chemistry they did not want. Because chemistry is very powerful, and I don't mean to denigrate chemistry. I'm sorry, chemistry, if you're offended, but you're very stupid. If you're interested in building a cell. Now you can see this, and one of the reasons I find this area so fascinating, and I'll retire when I'm at room temperature. My wife is 64. She wants to retire tomorrow to be a grandmother, full-time grandmother. I'll never retire. Because the topic is so unbelievably interesting, but you can see what I've been describing in a conversation between these 3 guys. George Church at Harvard, Craig Venter, who sequenced his own DNA to get the first human genome. He raced the US government to do that. And the late Robert Shapiro, who I recommend to you reading his work. He was an origin of life researcher who was kind of the village cynic, sitting by the gate saying, that doesn't work, that won't work, that's hopeless, you're crazy, don't try that. And he earned a reputation as a gadfly of the origin of life research community. He's a wonderful writer. I wish he were still with us. But let me describe what's going on in this conversation, which I'll show you in a moment. They're trying to figure out what would be the simplest cell, and what would the simplest possible cell need for function. So Church, they get on the topic of the ribosome, and Church says, as far as we can tell from all the different species we've looked at, you need at least 53 proteins and 3 polynucleotides. These are these very large, complicated RNAs that form the active site of the ribosome. And hasn't that reached a plateau? Adding more genomes does not reduce the number of proteins. So you look at ribosomes in different species, and they're all as complicated as the bacterial ribosome or more so. So he's scratching his head. We seem to have hit a lower threshold below which we can't go if we want a functional ribosome. So Venter says, yes, you certainly can't get below that, but you need to have self-replication. Why? If you have an evolutionary narrative and that's the only story you want to tell. Incrementally from chemistry, step by step, you're going to build this molecular machine. That red sentence does not come to you from biology. That red sentence comes to you from your preconception that it must have happened a certain way. So Church says, that's what we need. Otherwise, they'll call it irreducible complexity. You can see he's read Behe. And let me say something about Mike. Mike is a close friend. We've been friends, gosh, for a long time. He sent me the chapter drafts of Darwin's Black Box. And I won't brag on myself, but I knew as I was reading them and sending them back to him that this was going to be a great book. And it pays the bills at the publisher that publishes it. It's a bestseller. It'll always be in bookstores. But Mike gets beat up a lot. And once I asked him one-on-one, how do you handle all that abuse that you get? And he said, Paul, I'm just a tough Irishman. It doesn't bother me. But he's read Behe, and he says, we have to find a ribosome that can do its trick with less than 53 proteins. We've got to get below that lower threshold. There's got to be a simpler system. Venter has the answer. In the RNA world, you didn't need them. And Church says, oh yeah, show me. Build one. Build one that works, that's simpler than the one that we actually have. If you want to tell that evolutionary story, build one. Interesting thing about George Church, somehow Steve Meyer got in touch with him and asked Church to write a blurb for his second book, which we just had here in the morning session, Darwin's Dilemma. Church said, yeah, I'll write it, but I want to talk to you and somebody else for a long time on the phone. So Church, Steve Meyer, and I had a long phone conversation, and Church intimated that he was more on our side than he could let on publicly. And he gave Steve a blurb. He came into biology from engineering. He was an engineer first and then a molecular biologist. So he wants to see it. Show me one that works without proteins. And then Shapiro weighs in. They are struggling with the problem I'm describing. The reality of causal circularity in living things, which holds for bacteria all the way up to blue whales. And Shapiro, village cynic, is telling them, look, it's not going to happen. Now, Change Tan used to work at the University of Missouri. She actually had tenure. I came to know her. We actually spent 2 weeks teaching intelligent design in Hong Kong at Hong Kong Baptist University, and I came to know her quite well. She had tenure, and they fired her with cause, right? It's a clause that means if we don't want you anymore, we're going to find a way to get rid of you. Her heroic publications on some of the puzzles I'm describing will be vindicated in years to come. She paid a price in the USA in her career for being an honest scientist. Rob Stadler is her co-author on this book. And what they describe is the kind of prediction you would make from intelligent design theory about the necessary conditions for a cell. They're nested. They nest within each other. In this book, which I recommend to you, Stairway of Life, they say we've got to start with chemistry, then we have to form basic early earth chemistry, then we have to form the precursors to biomolecules, then the precursors have to assemble. So they're climbing a stairway from chemistry to a cell. And they're describing this nested set of necessary conditions, which I believe is real. So I love analogies. You know this children's nursery story. For want of a nail, for want of a nail, for want of a shoe, the horse was lost, horse, rider, message, battle, kingdom, all for the want of a nail. You can see how these conditions nest within each other. So here's their stairway, nail, shoe, horse, etc., going up, but you can go the other direction. You can start with the cell and say, how much of this can we take away and still have a viable organism? And what you will discover is what other investigators have discovered whenever this experiment is done, To have a cell alive in culture, it needs pretty much everything it already had. There is no pathway down. Because what the cell tells you very clearly is if you take away that protein, or that regulatory element, I will cease to exist. This is research motivated by a design premise. And whether the investigators are conscious of the design premise or not, they are using it in their research. And you can map, starting at the top, what is possible in prebiotic conditions and say to people working on this problem, you are chasing a will-o'-the-wisp. It cannot be solved. And listen to what nature is telling you. It's easy to put a negation sign here. It's easy to find the logically symmetrical partner to current theory. Put in the negation sign, and then this follows. Okay? Bing, that's not true. And this is what comes. The genetic code came into existence using chemistry, but not from chemistry, via a directed process. That is the symmetrical partner. Now ask your friend, your skeptical friend, if that's the partner, why can't we take that as the basis of our science? Because that seems to be what the organisms themselves are telling us. And he'll bristle, because that adjective directed is not in his toolkit. It is metaphysically unacceptable to him, despite the fact that the cells are crying out, we did not come from chemistry. So this is a point where the science comes up to the boundary, and you have to move into philosophy, and you have to get that person to admit, gently but firmly, they are cutting off scientific investigation by building a wall against something they don't like. Not because of the evidence, but because of the implications. Both of these are scientific propositions. Only one of them can be true. Right? Only one can be true in light of the evidence. And I think that is the last slide. So chimps are on the menu.
Yeah, let's welcome Paul for the next session on chimps.
Why chimps can't talk.
Yeah, why they don't talk. Probably they talk their own language.
They say, why can't humans talk chimp?
As he sets it up, you have all faculty members from different universities. You pick your team, you help with walk in for a small discussion inside of the city. So you pick your team, we have some small discussion. All faculty members. All lecturers from various universities.
It's okay. I'm just getting it up. So I would say in the last talk, the ratio of philosophy of science to biology was about 60-40. This is going to be more on the order of 75% biology, 25% philosophy of science. I should tell you, when I turned in the first drafts of my dissertation to my committee, they very gently told me, Paul, remember this is supposed to be a philosophy dissertation because most of it was biology. So I'm really a frustrated biologist. All right, why can't chimps talk? Understanding the difference between similarity and transformation in evolutionary explanation. So I live here, actually in the suburbs of Chicago, and
I'm back in that coffee shop with my skeptical friend, and I tell him I can walk from Chicago to Waukegan in 1 day. And he says, well, yeah, that's true. It'll take you about 14 hours. There's Chicago down at the bottom, and Waukegan is a town up the coast to on Lake Michigan. And he knows what it takes to walk, how long you can go, how fast an adult male can walk. And he says, yeah, that's possible. Then I tell him I can walk from Chicago to Detroit. And he says, well, sure, but that's going to take a long time. You'll never do it in 1 day. You'd better have a plan. You'd better have food and a change of socks and that sort of thing. Again, he knows the geography and he knows what the process of walking requires. And then I tell him I can walk to Greenland. And he looks at me like, you need psychiatric attention, Paul. It's never going to happen. You know, you get up there in Newfoundland and there's a little bit of water in the way. Doesn't matter how much time you have, that is just not going to happen by the process of walking because of this. How do we sort out the possible from the impossible with something like human walking? Well, we have two things, at least. We know what walking requires, and we have maps of the terrain, of the geography. That lets us adjudicate between possible, plausible, maybe, and no way, right? The same thing applies in biology. What kinds of changes are possible versus impossible, and why? What do organisms require for viability and normal function, just to be around at all? So that is a functional consideration, and then we have maps. Where are you located in genetic and functional space? Can you make that transformation? Now here is Pan troglodytes, the common chimp. Fascinating creatures. Adult male chimps are dangerous. They are so strong they can tear your arm off, literally. But let's imagine these are Swiss chimps or Swedish chimps, very easygoing pacifists. Here's the common nerd. That's me on the right. Larry Moran is a biochemist at the University of Toronto. This photograph was taken in London in 2016 at a big meeting of the Royal Society on trying to fix evolutionary theory. And Larry Moran is a very jovial guy, but he can't stand intelligent design. He attacks it regularly on his blog called Sandwalk. And he and I correspond frequently behind the scenes. I kind of poke him all the time, but nicely, right? Anyway, we're both smiling, so. Here is a family tree, standard evolutionary family tree for the higher primates. Humans, chimps, gorillas, and orangs. Now the figures in the yellow ovals represent degree of genetic similarity. I need to caution you that that statistic, degree of genetic similarity between us and chimps, is in flux. There was a big dust-up a couple of months ago about a major paper in, was it Nature or Science? Anyway, there was a paper published, Nature, on what's called telomere to telomere. So from one end of the chromosome to the other, complete careful mapping. When the chimp genome was originally published and the human genome was published, they had big gaps. Those gaps were filled by very painstaking work, and then a statistic was estimated or calculated from the degree of similarity, and 0.99 dropped to, as I recall, 0.85. In any case, one of the arguments I'm going to be making is those numbers don't really matter for evolution. That may seem counterintuitive. I found it counterintuitive when I first thought about it. But let's just take this as our kind of, assuming arguendo that this is true, what follows from it? Well, an evolutionary biologist, if I challenged him, he'd say, we know for sure that we're related because we're so similar. So David Penny is an evolutionary biologist in New Zealand, and Leslie Collins is one of his colleagues. And in this paper, I think it was 2010, they said it looks like incremental microevolutionary changes will get us from chimp to human, or to be more accurate,
chimp and human are connected by an unknown common ancestor, and every step along that way was small scale. So there's no reason to doubt that regular microevolutionary processes can explain our divergence from chimps. Now, what's striking, when you read this, the very next paragraph takes away what they gave you with their right hand. Their left hand takes it away, like this. There's a footnote. Excuse me. Before you walk away, we don't actually know how it happened. So that's my commentary on the top. What they say in the paper is, we do not know which combinations of mutations led to the changes in behavior, morphology, mental and social abilities. And we don't know which mutations led to the chimp lineage. So we postulate a common ancestor, and then we put humans here and chimps here, and the actual pathway, the genetic pathway, is utterly mysterious. That, again, should turn on, in this case, your scientific radar. How do you know that that interval can be crossed when you don't actually know what happened? Even for something as simple as this. Human eyes, chimp eyes. Their sclera are pigmented, ours are not, under normal circumstances. It's, you know, in Stanley Kubrick's 2001, it's a dead giveaway, of course you knew it anyway, that his primitive hominids are humans in chimp suits because they have bright white sclera. So I got into kind of a dust-up with a theistic evolutionist who I actually like and respect. I won't name him, it was a private exchange. He was telling me, Paul, how can you doubt that we're related to chimps? And I said, Professor X, show me in the chimp and human genomes respectively where the mutations are that cause that. A very minor phenotypic difference. We're not talking about wings or a whole new set of sense organs. This is simply down-regulating the deposition of pigment in the human lineage. Minor change. And he said, I don't know. I said, nobody does. We see the difference, but if you go in the chimp and human genome, good luck finding what explains that. And in fact, when you start toting up all the differences between us and chimps, it's a long list. I address this to the males in the room. You do not have a bone in your penis. The chimps do. You do not have a sagittal crest. If you ran your hand over the top of a chimp's head, you'd feel a crest running right down here on the sagittal line. Not in normal human anatomy. We don't have pharyngeal air sacs. We have chins, they don't. We have eyebrows, they don't. And on and on and on. When you get to behavioral differences, it's even more striking. We control and use fire. If you're out for a walk with an archaeologist or a paleoanthropologist and they get really excited, it may be something like finding a hearth where they didn't expect to. A hearth is where the product being burned, the wood or whatever the product, plant material being burned, burns down to ash in a confined area. Often it's circumscribed by a circle of stones. That is an instance of human causation. Normal fires will consume all the fuel in their material until they can't burn anything else. They just run wild. A hearth is being controlled. That's a diagnostic marker of intelligent activity. So you look at what we do, and you look at what they do, these are dramatic differences. If you had two species that you claimed common ancestry for, and one of them had this many unique features, that should start you scratching your head. You can raise an infant chimp in a human family, it will never say a single word. Whereas my little Mars started talking as soon as she could, and now we can't shut her up. So you say, well, gosh, we're so similar genetically. Now, you can have a diagram that looks like this, the branching diagram. I'm going to eliminate those lines, but I'm still going to keep the notion of common ancestry. So CA there in the middle stands for common ancestry. It's an unknown species in evolutionary theory. The paths going to the left and the right, respectively, are pathways of transformation from the common ancestor to chimps and humans. So this is an evolutionary diagram, and it's easier to put on a PowerPoint slide than the usual branching diagram. So I say to my friend, my evolutionary biology friend, how do you know? And he goes, well, we're just too similar. It's the similarities. And he would point me to an example like this. Marvelous oxygen-carrying protein. That's the three-dimensional structure. There's the amino acid sequence. So each of those letters is an amino acid. It's a single letter code. You can think about these as very long words coding for those proteins. So each single letter codes for an amino, or represents an amino acid. And if you look at these two sequences, they appear to be identical, and they are, except for right here. We have a methionine at that position, and they have a valine. Otherwise, these proteins are exactly the same. And there are many proteins in humans and chimps that are, as far as we can tell, exactly the same. So if I gave you the proteins, and I did tell you what species they came from, you wouldn't be able to tell me whether it was a human protein or a chimp protein. Which raises the question, if we're so similar at the molecular level, why don't we look like this? Because we don't. There are no chimps taking in our seminar today, right? When I go to the zoo, it's always the chimps behind the bars. We don't look like that. And again, both your scientific and your philosophical radar should turn on here. Scientifically, if the arrow of causality of evolutionary change flows from DNA to proteins to development to anatomy, something disconnected along that pathway so that you would have these differences. And this disconnect has been an unsolved evolutionary puzzle for at least 50 years. So I remember reading this paper as a student. It's by Mary Claire King and Alan Wilson at Berkeley in 1975. And what they did at the time is they had the sequences of, think about, if I remember correctly, about 3 dozen different proteins. They had the sequence, and they looked at them, and they said, we're essentially we're actually closer than a sibling species. Chimp is readily distinguishable in shape or size from its human counterpart. So if you went into an anatomy lab and you had bones set out on a table, an anatomist would be able to tell you that's a chimp femur, that's a human femur. Right? They're not the same. So they're puzzled. They say there must be evolution going on at 2 levels. It's not happening in the basic bits and pieces, perhaps in regulatory parts of the genome, because we don't look like chimps and they don't look like us. Jonathan Marks is an evolutionary anthropologist at University of North Carolina. And in 1993, my wife and I were living in Boston. She was completing a medical fellowship there. And the American Association for the Advancement of Science met that year in Boston. So I went to the meeting. And Marx is a great writer. He's very blunt, almost to a fault. His career has suffered because of his bluntness. But in this presentation, he said, look, if the overall biology of the animals tells you they're very different, and the genetics tells you they are nearly identical, it follows that the genetics is telling you something relatively trivial about the overall biology. It's that disconnect. Molecular similarity, you're climbing up the layers of biology, and you find 2 very different species. So we'll put our pathway of transformation there. Similarity is a weird thing. The project of alchemy, which went for a long time until modern chemistry came, the project of alchemy was to transform base into gold. Because after all, they're similar, right? They're dense, ductile, diamagnetic, highly malleable, face-centered cubic structure. Those are lots of similarities between lead and gold. It should be possible with the right chemical manipulations to get gold from lead. That was the alchemical project. There is no chemical pathway between the two, despite their similarities. The only way you're going to get gold is if you have a particle accelerator and can change the atomic structure of lead, which was not available to the alchemists. So you can ask a question of nature based on a certain pattern of evidence. It's similar. We should be able to go between the two, and yet nature thwarts you. You can learn something doing this, but you're not going to get gold out of lead. So many of my talks are these weird dialogues. So here's my friend again saying, come on, Paul, that's wildly naive, willful. Darwin told us propinquity of descent is the only known cause of the similarity of organic beings. In The Origin, he says this in The Origin. Now what's weird about this is within a few pages of saying this, Darwin refutes it. He said external circumstances can render two species similar, yet they have no common descent. He's saying this because those three words, only known cause, at the time, English philosophy of science, under the influence of people like William Whewell, said the goal of a scientist should be to find the true cause. They used the Latin phrase, vera causa. That's your goal. That is your target in explanation. Find the true cause and you will have built a science. So he's claiming the true cause of similarity is material descent. Yet he knows it's not true. But let's take what he says and look at it this way. Similarity and signal of material relatedness. So at the bottom we're making an evolutionary claim. On the vertical axis we're measuring similarity. If Darwin is right, there should be a diagonal running here where as similarity increases on the vertical axis, we have more and more confidence that two species are related evolutionarily on the bottom, the slope of that 45-degree angle. More similarity, more evidence of relation. We can test this. There's the premise. As genetic similarity increases, the signal of evolutionary relatedness should increase accordingly. There it is. All right, let's put them there, the part that they share with us, then they have some unique features, and then we'll put our genome and our unique fraction. Now, as I told you, the statistic of how much is shared and how much is unique is currently in flux. It's going down right now. But we want to test that claim. So if that claim is true, if we increase the genetic similarity, we should be stronger in our conviction that these two species share common ancestry. Because we're just marching along that diagonal that I showed you in the previous slide. So let's do that. 100% identity. Something has gone very wrong. 100% identity between both genomes, we've gone too far in the wrong direction because we're not the same. So if you increase the genetic signal to 100%, you've gone too far. And the paradox is you need to have differences. If it is transformation from an unknown common ancestor and then extending out to chimps and humans respectively, it's possible to have too much similarity. You need differences. That premise up there on which molecular evolution is based is false. Genetic similarity is an equivocal signal of evolutionary relatedness. And the reason it's equivocal is when you reach the species boundary, funny things happen to similarity as an indicator of relatedness. We can use DNA comparisons of everyone in this room and get a pretty good map of our pattern. We're all cousins. Daniel and I, Northern European, are a little closer, dog the same, but if we go back, all the people in this room are going to come together and converge at a common ancestor. The problem is that way of relating within a species, there's analytical and empirical differences when you try to go between species, where it's possible to have too much similarity. Similarity is a static mapping. It has many possible causes. Transformation, real transformation, is dynamic. There's a discoverable pathway that you can find that will tell you how the change occurred. And material relatedness is not at issue. So on the bottom, alpha and beta decay from uranium will give you lead. Right? That is a natural pathway of transformation that occurs via a well-understood process of decay. That is not similarity. That is a pathway of transformation from one thing to another. The claimed pathway of transformation at the top is not well understood. And the way to understand this is to remind yourself evolution is not a theory of similarity. Similarity just gives you more of the same thing. Evolution is a theory of transformation. And if you keep this in mind, it will spare you a world of frustration when you're talking to somebody who says, well, we're so similar to species X, we're so similar to species Y. Remind them, your claim is not that we're similar, your claim is that you can get to these two species from an unknown common ancestor, which is a very different claim. Similarity is only a static mapping. Now, Darwin understood this. His preferred term for evolution was not evolution. He only used that word once in The Origin of Species on the very last page. His preferred term was descent with modification. With descent, that's where similarity comes into play. But, as I said, if it's just more similarity, you're not getting transformation. You need to modify. Now, the reason this matters to Darwin is his key test is that there may be some modifications that are not possible. In The Origin, he says, if it could be demonstrated that any complex organ, doesn't have to be an organ, any biological feature existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down. So this is roughly in the middle of the book, and he is fielding what he knows are objections from his Victorian readers, like, Mr. Darwin, if your theory were false, how would you know? So he puts this up. He says, well, if this could be observed, my theory would be wrong. It would be testable. So he knows that if modification doesn't occur, transformation doesn't occur, evolution is false. So his own term for his theory reflects this need to have a mechanism of transformation. In fact, similarity and transformation may not be compatible at all. And again, this may be counterintuitive, but observing similarity may provide no evidence that one object or pattern can readily be substituted for or transformed into another. So another thought experiment, 2 different novels about a Wild West town. So we're going to go out of biology into natural language and literature, but this should work. Novel 1, the best mayor a town could ever want. There he is. Thank you, ChatGPT. Seems like a likable guy. I'd trust him with my tax money, right? Second novel, the worst mayor a town could ever fear. All I said to ChatGPT was, give me a nasty mayor. But less than a minute later, that's deaky, okay? I don't know what to call it. It's absolutely deaky that it could give me that, just like that. All right, we have 2 novels, 2 very different characters. The stories are different. Okay, 2 sentences, 1 from each novel. My, this fresh-baked German chocolate cake is delicious, said the fat mayor with obvious sincerity. Same thing with obvious duplicity. All right, let's do our similarity statistics. 100 positions, I counted them, characters, spaces, punctuation. They're each 100 positions long. Okay, 94 of those positions are identical if you aligned the 2 character strings. The lexical identity is very high. 93%, over 93%, 14 of the 15 words are identical. These sentences are highly similar. As character strings, you're well over 90%, right? But we have 2 different novels. You can't substitute one for the other, because in the larger context of the novel, all of a sudden the fat, trustworthy mayor is lying. And the awful mayor is saying things that are true and he's being nice. You can't take these very similar modules and swap them between novels without severely damaging the function of that story. And you can do this kind of thought experiment till the cows come home. Give yourself a few words and try rearranging them, keeping the frequency the same and so forth, the positions. And you, with a simple no, or a simple and, or a simple but, you can totally change the meaning of a sentence. It's one of the beauties of natural language. I just said that. You will destroy function in the novel. So if we think about this pathway, if it actually occurred, I don't think it did, but if it actually occurred, there are actually 2 arrows here. The one you see there is the arrow of material descent from an unknown common ancestor. That way. But there are a whole bunch of other arrows that go this way. And these are the arrows of development. I talked a lot about development this morning. You go from a fertilized cell, the egg, to the little baby chimp or the little baby human along those vertical arrows, and that's what evolutionary theory has to explain. These pathways of transformation, these have to happen to get from here to here. And there's a long-standing problem in evolutionary theory that recognizes this transformational pathway is unknown. So I will provide this paper in the resources that I'll be sending to BioLogos here. What? Oh, that is a Freudian slip if ever there was a Freudian slip. Guys, I've been doing a lot of talks, and my gas tank is pinging on E, all right? My apologies, gentlemen. This author at Harvard is the senior author. He runs the lab where this was done. I met him last year, actually the year before, and wonderful guy, Christian, Catholic. And he is struggling with this problem. And in this paper, they try to calculate how much time it takes to achieve one of these transformations without cheating. And they conclude, effectively, if evolution is going to work, it has to cheat in some way. It's a beautiful paper, easy reading, a lot of math, but the text is easy reading. This is unsolved. This is currently unsolved. And if you talk to an evolutionary biologist about what needs to be changed in the chimp and human genomes to derive us from a common ancestor, he will not be able to tell you. Yet that is what he is claiming to know. We're not that. And again, similarity, we are definitely similar to them at the genetic and protein level. But as you climb up from the nuts and bolts into the organism, things begin to change, and they look like that, and we look like this. Similarity underdetermines its cause. There's philosophical jargon for you. You have the phenomenon on the left, and then you have a range of possible causes on the right, so that when you observe similarity, it does not uniquely identify the cause on the right. You've got to sort between those. And an experiment like this helps to provoke your critical sense to understand why. This is an alignment of DNA sequences. You can see that the individual sequences are individual samples coming across the rows. So all of these are different samples, and the columns show you the regions of identity between them. If you show, this is called a multiple sequence alignment, if you show something like that to an evolutionary biologist, he is going to say those genes shared a common ancestor. You could not have that degree of similarity without common ancestry. I mean, there's absolute identity across these sequences. They don't. That codes for something called the hammerhead ribozyme. That's the secondary structure of this RNA. It looks like a little hammerhead. These sequences were bred in separate populations in the lab of Jack Shostak in Cambridge, Massachusetts, not Cambridge, England, because they observed this funny pattern that these hammerheads were found in really weird places in the tree of life that seem to have no relation to each other. So they did the experiment that naturally suggests itself. They said, can we get RNA chemistry, if we select for that hammerhead function up there, which is a self-cleaving reaction, can we get that same pattern over and over? And they did. In their Nature paper, which is now 24 years old, but still acutely relevant, they say our results suggest that the evolutionary process may have been repeatedly channeled in nature as in the lab towards repeated selection of the simplest solution. So this high degree of similarity is not due to evolutionary or material descent, it's due to the chemistry. The chemistry says if you want that hammerhead, you're going to have something that looks like this. And you're going to get this whether you want it or not. In other words, the chemistry is determining that outcome. So similarity does not uniquely identify material descent as its cause, which means all the talk of similarity in the origin of species, and then right down to the present, where people make a big deal of how close we are genetically to chimps, remind them that similarity has multiple possible causes, and what they need to explain is how we got from an unknown common ancestor and a chimp ended up in a different place. And that they don't know. I think, yeah, that is my second to last slide. How am I doing on time? Not too bad. This theory and this theory are in conflict in many ways. And the problems arise here. Ultimately, under an evolutionary framework, chemistry gives rise to organisms, but chemistry is deterministic. Organismal inheritance is a different kind of causal pattern. So as you pass from chemistry into the realm of biology, funny things happen analytically when you say, well, that couldn't have happened more than once. That's how we got the genetic code. It was a lucky singularity. Go below the genetic code, and things happen more than once all the time. I can give you the recipe for quartz. Chemical formula SiO2. You put those elements in a pressure cooker in your kitchen with water under pressure, and you can grow quartz. You can grow quartz here in Nairobi. You can grow quartz in Oslo, Chicago. It happens deterministically. So as you go from the origin of life up into biology, similarity starts to mislead you in a profound way. Evolutionary theory likes to map out similarities. It's what they do all the time. This is not known. The theory has failed. That's my last slide. And I actually don't know if I'm on time or not. Can someone tell me? Did I pass? Because you know what happens when I call my wife? Did you finish on time? Yes. Thank you guys. You're very attentive.
So we do Q&A. I am insisting because this is fresh. Is there a microphone somewhere? I saw one here. Is the microphone down here? Yes. What would you like to stand for?
Thank you so much. I was really waiting for this moment because we have been listening since morning and almost not participating. I had several questions from the morning presentations. Maybe I need to introduce myself. I'm Sikuku Justin. I teach linguistics at Moi University. So I'm a specialist in syntax and morphology and mainly work in Chomskyan theories. Yes. So I can relate a bit of generative syntax to some intelligent design. But I wanted to comment on the viability of intelligent design. It holds promise because the principles entailed things that can be applied to different fields. So that is a plus. I can easily relate with my area of specialization. However, And I think I would need clarification on this. Of course, there are ways that people who are proponents of the evolutionary theory try to get flaws in intelligent design. So I would like you to maybe respond to some of the concerns. For example, the first one will be, do we have unpredictability in organisms? From the presentation, I can't remember whose presentation it was. You talked about predictability I can use the word transformation. When a single cell is transforming into many, and it is passed across. You used 4 colors.
Yes.
So at one stage, instead of blue, is it possible for that organism to come up with purple, for example, due to some factors, whatever they are? Is it possible for that strain to be there?
Do you mind if I answer your questions one at a time so I don't have to try to remember them all?
That's fine. In fact, I was going to say that once you answer that, maybe it will help me ask the next question. So is there unpredictability
Yes.
in the outcome?
Yes, in the sense that mutation is real. DNA polymerase, the machine that copies our DNA, is not flawless. It is very, very good, but not flawless. At a certain well-defined frequency in humans, mutations arise spontaneously during replication of DNA, so that all of us in this room carry mutations that our parents gave to us, and we will give new mutations to our children. So mutation is real, and in that sense, it is unpredictable. But what is predictable is what an organism will tolerate in its mutations. So a mutation that causes the loss of the brainstem, the respiratory control centers, for instance, back here, that I'm not conscious of. They are keeping me breathing while I'm talking to you. They're running the show. It's involuntary. A mutation that disrupts or damages or destroys my respiratory control center will very likely not be tolerated. I will probably, if I'm a developing embryo, be a spontaneous abortion or miscarriage. So the way I like to think about it is around what we could call the normal human phenotype. We have a cloud of points. So think of this as a 3-dimensional sphere. We have a cloud of points that are variations that are tolerated and passed on. But as you move away from the wild type or the normal type human into that cloud of points and begin to go out, the number of points that are tolerated as you expand into that sphere goes down very, very dramatically. Because there are constraints on what a complex organism like a human being during its development can tolerate. So there's unpredictability at the level of the individual mutations, but it's highly predictable what kinds of mutations will survive into the next generation, which is what evolution needs. So I hope that's a helpful answer. Predictability returns. As we look, we don't lose it completely. We have unpredictable mutations, but predictability, returns as we look to see what the organism itself tells us it can tolerate.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I have a follow-up. If there is unpredictability, what could be the cause of that unpredictability? And isn't it viable then to explain it as a way of coping or natural selection? If something changes, isn't it changing because it is adapting? And therefore, naturalism comes in. I don't know how intelligent design explains that kind of behavior? Thank you.
May I give you, it's an excellent question, but may I give you a non-biological parallel? In Chicago during the winter, abundant salt is placed on the roads to melt the ice and snow. Every winter, trucks come through, dumping out tons and tons of salt onto the road. Cars drive over that salt, it's thrown up into the undercarriage of the car, and you get very predictable patterns of decay. The chassis of the vehicle begins to rust and break down at predictable points. The car's still driving, but it's definitely suboptimal. It's been damaged. The basic design is still there, but you can predict with striking accuracy where the defects are going to come from salt-catalyzed rust processes, right? The rust doesn't go everywhere. It goes in spots where you know it's going to be. So the defects are surviving in the sense that they are being carried along by the still functional vehicle. So in our species, male pattern baldness has a very characteristic distribution genetically. I would say it's, I mean, I wish I still had my hair. When I was a teenager, I had a lot of hair, right? I have medical defects. I have hypertension. I have to take medications every morning for those defects. I do not build those defects into the original design. They are consequences of the natural decay of complex systems over time. So I wouldn't call male pattern baldness adaptive. I wouldn't, just as I wouldn't call rust on a car an improvement. It is an understandable decay of a complex system over time under physical stress and other kinds of forces. Natural selection has a clear logic. You have to be able to pass your transmit your beneficial mutations to your offspring. But mutations in Homo sapiens, or really in any animal group, are overwhelmingly deleterious. They're bad. And the ones that natural selection doesn't sweep out of the population, if I can personify natural selection, it tolerates, they go on, but they're so-called neutral mutations. I just don't see any compelling evidence that natural selection as a causal process can do what Darwin claimed. And we've had over 160 years of testing, and I think what's come back to us is natural selection can affect some changes, resistance to antibiotics, resistance to heavy metals at a mine. There's a long list of examples, but what doesn't change are the basic architectures of living things. Thank you for your questions. They were excellent.
Any other?
All right, thank you. My question might be a little bit deeper into DNA.
Great.
I'm trying to understand why we're looking at DNA as the most or the smallest unit of measurement for, for a cell to determine what happens in a cell. But inside the DNA, you still have the protons, or rather you have to go down up to the atom, then you have the quarks, then you have the nucleons. So now, we still don't understand how the quarks work, the energy moving between. We don't even understand what is exactly the proper, what an atom really looks like. Right. Yeah? So why should we stop at DNA to say that that's the fundamental unit for life to exist?
Wow. I have to tell you, I've actually never thought about this. So I don't have a ready answer. I'm stumped. Arguably, here's what I'll try to say. DNA has clear biological relevance. But when you drop below that molecule into chemistry, the chemistry that you see is shared with lots of other things that no one would say are live, right? And as you get down to the level that you mentioned of the subatomic particles, that's shared with our sun. that's shared with asteroids, that's shared with the whole of the universe. So what you want to do in biology is to stay where you know, the entities you know have biological relevance. And as you climb up from chemistry towards the living state, you start to see interesting molecules, DNA, proteins, RNA, polysaccharides, lipids, that don't share their constitution with everything. So you're refining your analytical set from one that takes in too much to one that takes in just the objects you're interested in, namely living things. But while you were asking that question, I was thinking, well, why not? Is there something alive about those lower levels? And that actually kind of freaked me out a little bit. That was really good. That was great.
I've just learned something new, that apparently red blood cells normally release the DNA from
and
their
the
cell.
nucleus.
Right.
They spit it out.
Yeah. But then it is still a cell, and it floats inside the blood, and it does the function of hemoglobin. So how do you say that it depends on DNA to get instruction?
It depends on DNA to be built, but when a red blood cell matures, it kicks out all the nucleic acid. It wants the maximum amount of room for hemoglobin. It's got a lot of oxygen to carry. It doesn't need, its role is to get rid of the rest of that stuff. You're going to be an oxygen carrier. So one of the things I love about biology is for every generalization, there's an exception. And red blood cells left on their own don't go anywhere. You need to put them in an organism and give them a job to do. Carry oxygen. And they can't reproduce. I feel like I should get Daniel up here. I have been going for a number of days, and I'm really running out of gas. Is that okay? Can we get him up here? I'll take one more question. And anybody who wants to follow up can come and talk to me.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for your two presentations. I've really liked both of them because they touch on an area I'm really, I've got great interest in. So I just want to focus on one thing. When you're talking about phylogeny, you mentioned that the branching patterns that are normally in phylogenetic trees are an abstraction. But what we see today is that virtually every study, especially from my side of expertise, phylogenetic systematics, there's an obsession with phylogenetic trees to show that this is how plants or groups of species are related to one another. Now, my question is, if these branching patterns are an abstraction, how come, and I believe the people who, scientists who work on these know that that is the case, how come then up to now they are still being depicted as, when they present phylogenetic trees, they insist, or they, there's this notion that this is how these organisms or these species or these groups are related to one another. Yet, we know that's really not the case. But you'll find these all over journals, journal articles, and that is what people believe.
That will lead us down a long path that I find very interesting, but I don't think the audience could necessarily tolerate. But I'll give try to give a short answer. In the book that I'm currently writing, the key unspoken assumption is the origin of life was a singularity. It happened once. And if that's the case, and if all life comes from life, the so-called law of biogenesis, you know, when you put surgical instruments in an autoclave and turn it on, no one working in that surgery expects to see anything alive on those instruments when they come out of the autoclave. life does not arise spontaneously. It must come from an organism. So with those paired premises, life arose once and all life comes from life, what follows naturally from that is a tree. Luca, last universal common ancestor, our ultimate grandmother, everyone has to branch off of her. So those paired assumptions will deductively give you a tree of life. And in correspondence, when I was a graduate student with Richard Lewontin, he told me, this is what I do, Paul. This is my materialist view of evolution. Give me life once and only once, and then assume or take as a given that all life comes from life. The tree of life follows from that. So unless you can break one of those premises, you are going to get branching patterns that run back in time to a singularity. It follows logically. And the way that I'm breaking it in the book is saying, thinking as an evolutionist, about half the time in my daily life, I'm thinking as an evolutionary biologist. I say, how do we know that life arose only once? We don't know at all how it arose, but until Wohler, there was no non-biological pathway to urea. And he moved the probability bead from 0 by discovering that synthetic pathway. So if we just need to find the recipe for life, life could have arisen thousands, hundreds of thousands of times independently. And I will send to these two guys here, a fascinating talk by Lauren Williams, Origin of Life researcher, where he says we should not assume that life arose only once as a lucky accident. He's an evolutionist. So I'll stop now, but because I'm going to collapse. Those two premises will give you a tree. So you've got to be able to challenge one of them, and I think the origin of life arising just once is imminently challengeable. Well, again, I thank you. This has been a really rewarding time for me. I won't forget any of you, but Daniel needs to come up here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paul. We will be eternally grateful to you. Thank you. Another clap for Paul, please. Yeah. Thank you so much. So let me invite Ochieng to continue.
Once again, good afternoon. There's a reason why we are bringing Daniel Reeves on the podium once again, because you want to present something that will speak to one of the pillars of Biocosmos Kenya Foundation, and to be specific, the student clubs. That is one of the areas that he loves very much, and kindly welcome him with a round of applause.
Okay, so is this working? I might just need to tilt it up a little bit. Okay. Are we live? I don't think it's on yet. Mhm. I think, yeah, backwards. No, that's backwards. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, right. Okay, let's see if that works. We need to turn it on. Okay. So what I have now is a little bit of a two-part presentation. So if your attention span is starting to go short, hopefully this will help. I'm just going to give a real brief little presentation on keys to success when reaching out to students specifically. And then I'll just do that for a few minutes and then switch into the second part of my talk, which is going to be a presentation on the intelligent design of plant leaves, very specific. But the reason for that talk is not just so that you can learn some fun things about plants, it's also because I want to demonstrate the kind of talks that I think are successful when reaching out to students, where you're using simple terminology, simple analogies to reach students that may not even have much of a STEM or science background. So that's kind of the goal for this session. So let me just start by sharing the fact that what I have learned already about the Biocosmos student clubs is so impressive to me, and I kind of want to just have you guys come up here and me sit in the chair and hear what has worked for you guys. But I guess we'll do that over some breaks or dinner, because I really do want to learn more about what's working in the student clubs. What I will do is just briefly talk a little bit about some of the experience we have at Discovery Institute reaching students with information about intelligent design, and then use my experience and our experience at Discovery Institute to tell you a few tips that I think will be helpful for you all. So we currently don't have a specific student club program at universities and colleges. However, prior to Casey Luskin's time at Discovery Institute, many of you know the name Casey Luskin. He's our associate director. He's come here and spoken at the annual conference and done lots of speaking in Kenya. And prior to his time at Discovery Institute, he started a program called the Idea Club, or the Idea Center. And it's short for the Intelligent Design and Evolution Awareness Club. And he started these clubs first in Southern California, and then slowly it spread all over the United States and in some other countries. And at some point it reached as many as 50 clubs. And the goal of these was, as the name implies, to raise awareness about evolution and intelligent design, and to host public presentations and debates across college campuses. And these were on campuses like Cornell and Stanford and Vanderbilt. These are really top universities in the United States. In fact, the clubs were so successful and gained so much attention that some top news articles and magazines were starting to cover them. This is maybe a goal for you all, to get on the cover of whatever the largest magazine or newspaper in the country is. So in the United States, Nature and the New York Times were covering on their front page this movement of student clubs. This is, you can see here, the cover of Nature, where they said, "Is intelligent design coming to your campus?" And they were quite scared, actually, about this movement of intelligent design. Well, that started in the late 1990s, continued for a couple of decades, but it kind of, that specific program kind of fizzled away, I think, for two reasons. One reason is that Casey Luskin ended up getting very busy with both his own training, so he went back to get a PhD, and then he came to Discovery Institute. He took on this role as associate director. He now manages our whole research program and all sorts of other things. Oh, I just need to wake it up. I'm talking too much, that's why. So that's one thing. But the other thing is, I think it's one of the inherent challenges with student clubs that are run by students for students is that you have to train your successor. Because if you don't train the person to take over, then when you're done with your degree and you move on, there's a vacuum left behind and the club disappears. And so it takes a lot of management to make sure that these students are finding people to replace their spot when they move on from a college or university. Now, I think I need to learn a little bit more about the Biocosmos model. I understand that some of the clubs are not led specifically by students. Is that correct? Some of the clubs are led by faculty members or others, or they're all okay. As advisors or partners. Okay, great. So yeah, it's still true in your case that for these clubs, it's very important if you're a student leading a club to find another student to take your place when you leave that college or university. So anyways, this was a phase, but then more recently, in 2023, I launched a program called Roots, and what this program is all about is it's supposed to be a grassroots movement of ID supporters in the United States and beyond. And we launched this about 2 years ago. There's now 1,932 individual members in that program. And these are people that are committed to disseminating intelligent design to their local communities. That could be in schools, but it could also be in churches. It could be in just general communities that they're a part of. So there's almost 2,000 members now. And then we also recruited volunteer organizers. So these organizers are working at local levels across the United States to organize the members of the Roots program, to organize presentations, conferences, events, book clubs, all sorts of different activities. So we've been running this about 2 years now, and I think we've learned a lot over the last 2 years, and that's part of what I'll share with you today as some tips from that. The other thing that we've been doing is hosting, there's a map there that shows where our organizers are located in the United States. And then the other thing that we've been doing for several years now is hosting once or twice a year intelligent design education days. It sounds very similar to some things that you all have done the last year or two. And it's been really successful. You can see in this picture, this is actually Paul Nelson speaking for one of our conferences in, it was the spring of this year. We had over 600 students come out, and this is just in one place in Washington State. This isn't even like a national event. This is just a local event. We'll be hosting the event again this fall in a different part of Washington State, and we already have something like 450 students registered for that. So the reason I raised this is because when I came to Discovery Institute, we were already hosting intelligent design education days, and we had speakers like Paul Nelson and Michael Behe and all these other names you've heard. We'd have them come out and speak to the students. But when I came to the Institute, one thing I noticed is that we were kind of treating these intelligent design education days just like this, like a conference for adults. And I'm sorry, but students are just not quite there yet. Their frontal lobes aren't even fully developed, right? It's like they need a special kind of attention, a special kind of interactivity in these education days to engage them and really help them learn. And so it's taken a little while, but I think we're starting to learn some techniques that really help students engage and take home the material. So that's just kind of the background on the experience that we're learning from. And so I want to just spend a few minutes talking about 10 keys to success in reaching out to students. This is applicable both to those that are involved in the student clubs, but I think for anyone that's a faculty member or just has a passion for reaching students, I think this can be helpful. There's nothing super, what's the word I'm looking for, like groundbreaking here. These are pretty simple tips, but I hope some of them are helpful. The first thing I've learned is that when I've talked with people that want to reach students, they will often go a long time before ever starting anything because they're letting great be the enemy of good. Have you heard that expression before? They're wanting it to be great, and so they're waiting around to do something that's just good. And so the one thing I advise people about is just start. Just start small and start now with whatever you feel like you can do. So for example, if Biocosmos has a particular model for setting up a club, I'm sure there's entry requirements and an application, and there's a particular model. While you're waiting to go through that model, maybe you're not ready, maybe you need more time, start having informal discussions with students. Because then you're practicing the language, you're learning, you're building rapport with students. So I just always tell people, just start now. Don't wait until you have the perfect opportunity, the perfect model, or you feel 100% prepared. Just start now. To become an expert on the resources. That doesn't mean that you have to be an expert on the actual science itself. Now, many of you have a STEM background and you do have expertise in a particular area, but you don't have to have that. And you don't have to have it in every area of science, right? Nobody could possibly do that except maybe Casey Luskin. He seems to have expertise in every STEM area. Anyways, but what you do need to be able to do is be an expert on the resources. So when a student comes to you and says, yeah, I've heard about intelligent design, but I don't know because I've heard this question or I've heard this concern. You know where to send them. You say, you know, that's a good question. You ought to check out this video, this book, this article. So as long as you are an expert on where to find resources or to help the student, hey, let me show you this website where you can type in your keywords and find articles related to your question. That can make you really, really valuable. The third key here is to leverage your own expertise. So like I said, many of you are in STEM fields or have STEM degrees, and you can use that to your advantage where, so for example, I studied biology, but the focus of my studies was on ecology. So when I am reaching out to students, as you'll see from my talk about plant leaves, I am really focused on ecology. And sometimes I'll bring in other fields, but I just tell students, I say, look, I'm not a cosmologist, I'm not a physicist, so I'm not going to speak to that area of expertise, at least not in any. Leverage your own expertise. Now, if you're not in a STEM field, let's say you're in linguistics. We just heard, someone's in linguistics. Like, you can already find connections to your field where you can bring in your own expertise. And the reason I think this is important is it helps students recognize why you're talking about this, because it's something you are excited about. You're not just saying, presenting things because you've heard other scientists. It's because you care about this. This is your topic. This is your baby. And that's how I feel when I talk about ecology. Oh, I get so excited. I love ecology. And that's infectious. The students can recognize that you love talking about ecology. When Paul Nelson comes out to the ID Education Days, the students can tell that Paul just loves C. elegans, even though, who loves roundworms? But Paul loves roundworms, and so, it's infectious. The students become curious. Okay, maybe there is something cool about these tiny little worms, right? So leveraging your own expertise can really help engage with students. The fourth thing here is to think about your strategy when you're building up a club or building up some kind of effort on a campus. First, think about equipping kind of an inner circle of ID proponents that can support you and work together with you. And then once you've done that, then start going out and doing public presentations and debates and things like that. The reason I say that is because a lot of times, you're so eager that you throw yourself on stage and then you're kind of alone having to defend all sorts of different questions and concerns. Whereas if you have a team of people, that can really help you to say, during the break, I'm going to bring up so-and-so. They're going to help answer that question. So it's really helpful to kind of have a quorum, a group of people that can support you in your efforts. In the groups that we have meeting around the United States, one of the things that is a common approach is before a group starts to organize public presentations or debates or activities like that, what they do is they start a book club. So they'll pick a book. They say, we're going to start reading Darwin Devolves. And a group of students or other activists will get together and just read one chapter at a time. They'll meet weekly or monthly, and they'll just read a portion of the book and then have a discussion about it. And it's a way that they can start to, for example, they can start to say, there's something, did anyone else get that? And they can just help each other grow in that area. And then once they've gone through, then they say, you know what, we feel confident. Let's host a presentation or a discussion. So that's something I would recommend, is training yourself internally before you start opening up to the kind of external audience. The next tip is don't reinvent the wheel. Do you guys use this expression, don't reinvent the wheel? There are so many good resources, including for student outreach, that I would say a lot of the things I mentioned in my earlier presentation, a lot of those websites with resources, make sure you look there before you decide to create your own resource. Now, I'm all for people creating all sorts of new resources. Absolutely, there's no problem with that. But a lot of times we hold ourselves back organizing something and reaching out to students because we're trying to develop our own presentation, our own discussion guide, our own plan. And there's a lot of resources already available. I love hearing that Richard and Lenser have written this book and that they put together materials to help turn it into a discussion guide. So rather than saying you've got to put together all your own material, look for things that have already been developed, because that can just make it really, really easy for you. Same thing with the virtual ID Education Days that I was telling you guys about earlier. That is a really, really easy resource that you can use. It's got video presentations, discussion questions, assignments and activities that you can give the students. So you don't even have to come up with it yourself. You can come up with new ones if you want, but it's very easy to just follow the material. So So don't feel like you have to create new resources every time. The sixth thing here is to focus on the science over controversial implications of the science. Now, I understand every organization, even every individual club is going to be a little bit different. So you're going to have a little bit different identity. The types of discussions you have will be a little bit different. But the one thing that we have learned at Discovery Institute over decades of doing outreach about intelligent design is that there is a really powerful coalition of materialist scientists who have, if you were to ask a group of 10 Darwinists or materialist scientists for their view on some aspect of evolution or something, you'd realize they don't share much in common. They actually have very different views on different things, but they have one thing in common, and that is that they're materialists, that they will not allow a divine explanation, right? They will not allow intelligence as the explanation. So they have a very powerful coalition. And if we expect to have any force to push back against that coalition, we need our own coalition. And what that means is that we have to be able to put aside our political differences, our social differences, even religious differences, and say, let's just focus on this one key issue, which is granting that the best explanation is intelligent design. And afterwards, when the club is over and you guys, want to go out for a beer or something and talk about religion, social implications, political, fine. But be able to have a discussion just about the science, because that allows you to build a coalition with more students, more people, and really have a strong impact. The second thing here is to use really accessible language, especially analogies, storytelling, things like that when you're presenting to students. Paul is actually a really good example of this. He uses so many analogies. I was thinking about it when he was just presenting. He's constantly talking about like trying to evolve a chimpanzee into a human is like trying to transform lead into gold, right? It's a very simple analogy, but those are the kind of things that stick in your head. And for a student who may not have taken biology yet, or they may not have, in other words, they may not have all the tools to understand the technical science, if you can present the technical science, but then also give them analogies, that will help them to take away kind of the core message of your talk. So that's really important. And I put this little asterisk here because I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I'm going to present a little presentation on the intelligent design of plant leaves to demonstrate the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Now, I'm not perfect at it by any means, but I want to show you how you can put together a presentation that's very simple, it's very fun, it's simple language, and it uses a basic analogy to help teach something. Number 8 is to invite and support experts. So, like I said, you don't have to be the expert on everything. You can bring in experts, and it doesn't have to be Paul Nelson from the United States. It can be one of you. You've got many experts at your university in this room that you can bring in to talk to the students. And one thing that I say here is don't just invite them. Don't just invite an expert and say, we'd like you to speak to the students and give them a mic, and that's it. What I recommend, and this is what I do at our ID Education Days, I'm the MC at this event for the students. I don't just give Paul the mic and then Paul hands it off to the next presenter, and then, no, I get up and I prepare the students. I say, listen, Paul Nelson is, and I tell them all about Paul Nelson, and then he gives his presentation, and then I get up again and I say, look, you may have missed a lot of details in Paul's complicated slides, but did you catch these 3 main points? So I listen actively, even as a scientist myself. I write down what are the 3 main points from Paul's talk, and I do it during the event because oftentimes I don't see the speaker's slide deck or their outline until they're at the event. So during the event, I'm writing down what are the key takeaways, and then as soon as the speaker sits down, I come up and I basically summarize the talk for the students. And the students need that help. That's something that you can do to help support your speakers, is help them, just be able to present the detailed presentation, but then allow you to summarize it for the students. It's really hard for scientists sometimes to present directly to students, and so you can be kind of the liaison between them. Number 9, this is something just about the whole movement. So you guys have many clubs, many groups that are doing ID outreach. It's really important that you guys share your challenges and your success stories with one another, because you can learn a lot from that. So with the Roots program in the United States, what I do is about once a quarter, so once every 4 months, You guys might do it even more often because you guys are just on fire. But I'm busy. Once every 3 months or so, I get all these organizers together on Zoom and I say, just tell me what's been going on. Tell me about the last 3 months. What's been going well? What's been challenging? And what we often find is that someone raises a challenge and everyone in the room says, oh man, I totally agree, that's a challenge. But then you have one person that says, I think I've figured it out. I figured out a solution. And so just having a forum where you guys can share your challenges and success stories is really an important way to grow the movement here. And then the final we really learned in ID outreach is that you have to be playing the long game, right? It's just like the materialists, they've been playing a long game, and so that's really, really important. So those are my tips. I'm going to transition now to just give a little presentation about the intelligent design of plant leaves, so give me a second to switch slides here. Struggling here. Okay. Okay. So before I came here, I did a little bit of research, and I found that Kenya has a higher rate of household solar panels than almost any country in the world. Did you guys know that? Good on you guys. That's awesome. You guys actually have a higher rate than a lot of larger, richer, more developed countries of solar panels specifically on households. Part of that has to do with the fact that there are a lot of houses that are off the grid in Kenya, right? So they're not connected to the national grid, so they have to have some kind of a solar panel. So even though, like in the United States, we have massive solar farms and the overall energy being produced from solar panels is higher, Kenya has a higher rate of household panels. So I'm going to start out my talk with a little analogy. And this is actually a very close to home analogy because while I was preparing this presentation, I was at home, I own a home in Washington, and I had a solar panel salesman approach my house to tell me that he wanted to install a solar panel installation on my house and it's going to save me so much money. You know, all I have to do is shell out a couple thousand, I don't know, tens of thousands, I don't know how much, tons of money, but I'll make it back very soon, he said. I assure you, you'll make all your money back very soon. So he's trying to sell me these solar panels. Well, let me play this out a little bit. Imagine that you're home on a weekend and a salesman comes to your home and says he wants to sell you these solar panels and he's going to attach it to your roof. And he says that the important thing that you know is that his solar panels, his company, makes panels unlike anything you've ever seen. Like, you've heard of solar panels, this is different. My solar panels, he says, are the latest and greatest. So for example, during the day, the solar panels will actually sense the direction of the sunlight as it moves across the sky, and the solar panel will oscillate to face the sun and maximize its efficiency. Now you might be like, I think I've heard of that, like that's not that recent, that's been around a while. He's like, oh, I know, but also, my solar panels, they can shift 90 degrees after a rainstorm or something like that, and all the water will just wash off the side, and then it will reposition itself so that it can continue producing energy. And you're like, okay, that's pretty cool. And he's like, oh, but there's more. My solar panels, if there's like a windstorm or something and a tree is like brushing up against the solar panels, to protect itself, the panels will actually fold up on itself several times into a neat little package to protect itself from the elements. You're like, whoa, okay, that is pretty cool. And he's like, oh, but there's more. There's a lifetime guarantee on these solar panels. And you don't even have to call into a hotline or anything, 1-800, I don't know what it is here. You don't have to call it in, just, it'll take care of itself. And I'm like, wait, what are you talking about, it'll take care of itself? Oh yeah, so if one of the parts of one of the panels or the part of the array breaks down due to something falling on your house or something, it'll just reabsorb that panel into itself, and then any missing components, it'll just absorb from the atmosphere, and then it will just grow a new panel out into the space behind. And you're thinking, now wait a second, this cannot possibly exist. This is too good to be true. And you'd be right. You'd be right for being skeptical that kind of technology could even exist, at least not today, right? But the truth is that technology exists right outside this window. All of these plants that you see out here are growing essentially solar panels. We call them leaves. But they're essentially growing solar panels that can do everything that I just described and more. It's absolutely incredible. And as Paul was pointing out in one of his talks, we still somehow will look at that and say, oh, but that's different, right? That's not technology, right? So I want to, in my presentation today, I want to just show you how it really is the same thing, except so much greater. Leaves are essentially solar panels. Now, when I say that, what do I mean? Well, if you were to ask me, what is a solar panel? I would say, here's a basic definition of a solar panel. It is a large array of photovoltaic cells which use direct sunlight to raise the energy states of electrons, thereby creating an electron current which gives rise to potential energy in the form of electricity. Break it down in more detail, but that's essentially what a solar panel is and how it functions. Now, if I were to take those two green words and that yellow word right there and just switch it out, I would get a pretty good definition of a leaf, of a plant leaf. A plant leaf is a large array of living plant cells that use direct sunlight to raise the energy states of electrons, thereby creating electron current, which gives rise to potential energy in the form of simple sugars. Isn't that incredible? The definition, a description of a solar panel and a leaf are very, very similar because what they are doing is very similar. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of photosynthesis. You could, and you would see that there is an actual electron wire that's being created through this protein pathway, which is absolutely incredible. But let me just talk a little bit about the anatomy. You might be thinking to yourself, okay, they're similar conceptually, but like structurally, anatomically, they must be very different, right? Maybe you've seen a cross-section of a solar panel and you know that it has these different materials. It's got silicon, glass, metal, and each of those serves a different function to support the panel, to protect it. It's got electronics, it's got wires that allow flow of energy. So how could a leaf, which is just this simple little organic leaf, you could just tear it into pieces, how could it possibly be anything like this? But actually, if you zoom in on a leaf, and you look at the anatomy of the leaf, you find that it's very similar in the sense that it has these different layers of different materials, or we call them cell types, which each serve different functions. The cuticle on top is this waxy layer that is kind of like a waterproofing structure. Then you have the upper epidermis, which is a protective layer for the leaf, but it also lets sunlight through. And in the middle, you have the mesophyll cells, especially the palisade cells, where photosynthesis is actually taking place. You have vascular bundles, the xylem and phloem, that are basically moving energy between leaf and the rest of the plant. You have the lower epidermis, and you have these guard cells that allow gas exchange between the leaf and the environment. So the overall emphasis here is that the plant leaf is very similar to a solar panel. It's got different materials, each material has a different purpose, and they all work together for that purpose of creating energy. But the incredible thing is, there's not just one leaf type. What I just described to you is kind of like a typical canonical leaf, but there are many different leaf types, and that makes sense, right? Because if you're an engineer and you create a solar panel, there's no one solar panel that is going to work everywhere on the planet, right? You can't be like, oh, you live underwater? Oh, that's all right. My solar panel won't work underwater. Oh, you live in the desert? Oh, you live in the tundra? You're going to have to create specialized technologies for specialized environments, right? So the same thing is true with leaves. We find that for every unique environment on the planet, there is a unique leaf that is designed specifically to work for that environment. I'm not going to go through all these in details, but just think about, for example, needles. So conifer trees that have needles are especially adapted to climates that have acclimate weather. They have lots of snow, And these leaves have a waxy cuticle all the way around the leaf. It allows snow to slide off the needles and continue photosynthesizing even during the winter. And the opposite extreme, where you have really arid environments, you have C4 plants. Is anyone here familiar with C4 plants and know what an example is here in Kenya? So in the United States, one of the common C4 plants is corn or maize. Here, I'm assuming you probably grow quite a bit of corn, but also cane sugar. Those are C4 plants, and they're modified. They have a different leaf where the photosynthesis pathway is actually different. It uses basically a specialized cell type that can make it more efficient so that it can close its stomata to maintain the carbon dioxide during the day so it's not losing water in that arid environment. Similarly, cam plants, like the pineapple plant, they have unique leaves that basically what they do is during the night, they open up all their stomata. Those are the little pores. They open up their pores, they absorb tons of CO2 from the air, they convert it into a dense form of carbon, an organic compound, they store it in a vacuole, a specialized organelle in the cell that other plants don't have, and then during the day, when it's really hot, that's when they have to photosynthesize, right, because the sun is out. But it's a predicament. If they open their pores, they will lose so much water that the plant will die. So what do? They close their pores, and they use the stored carbon that they absorb during the night to run photosynthesis during the day, and they fill the vacuole with the product of photosynthesis, which is oxygen, and then at night opens back up, releases all the oxygen into the air, brings in carbon dioxide, and starts all over again. That kind of adaptation, that kind of specialized design doesn't just happen. You can't just happen to get a vacuole, happen to get this whole pathway that learns, so to speak, how to absorb things at night, run it during the day. It doesn't just happen, it has to be a specialized design. And you could go through all of these. In shady areas, you have compound leaves that maximize their surface area because there's so little sunlight. In like freshwater, you have floating plants. I just saw some out here on the lake. You have floating plants. Each one of these has a specialized leaf type. The floating plant, for example, can you think of what might go wrong if you have a normal plant floating on water? You can't really have gas exchange because the stomata are on the bottom of the leaves. So in floating plants, they have a specialized design where all the stomata are on the top of the leaves because it allows for gas exchange. They also have an extra thick waxy coating on the bottom so that it helps with buoyancy, so it can float in the water. You have carnivorous plants that live in low nutrient soil. You have cacti and other plants that live in super arid environments. You have deciduous trees, which are the trees that lose all their leaves during the fall or the autumn. And all of these types of leaves require specialized designs with special proteins, special pathways. It's really incredible. The other thing that makes leaves this really unique design is that they're very responsive to their environment. So when you think about creating a solar panel, for a solar panel to do all the things I said at the beginning, for it to sense its environment, that's a very complex thing to do, right? But leaves are doing this all the time. My graduate research was involved with this particular tree, the quaking aspen, and what we were studying is the way that this tree can actually respond, it can sense what's going on in its environment and respond with a different growth pattern. So for example, if it is being subjected to a lot of insect herbivory, there's a lot of insects eating its leaves, it will change to a growth pattern where it's slower growth, so it's not producing as many leaves, it's slower, but it's pumping tons of tannins, these compounds, into the leaves to deter the insects from eating it. So it will have a slower growth pattern, but the leaves are basically inedible to the insects. But if it senses that there's really not a lot of insects, but for example, there are ungulates. In the United States, we have a lot of white-tailed deer. Here you have, I see, lots of different ungulates, gazelles, and all sorts of things. It will sense that, and it will change its growth pattern. So putting a lot of tannins into the leaves will not help prevent the deer from eating it. They'll just eat right through it. So what do? They stop producing leaves. They send a shooter, if this is a young tree, they'll send a shooter or a leader up above the browse height of the deer, and then it will put out new branches and start making leaves. So it's sensing what's going on in its environment, and it's responding. And then if it's unperturbed, if there's no insects, no deer, it will just grow in kind of a typical natural way. And there are lots of other examples of plants that are actually sensing things in their environment and responding. I don't know if you have this plant here in Kenya, but it's common in many parts of the world, yeah. And it will actually respond to touch and close up its leaves. The reason for that is that if you have, a whole shrub like this and a deer or something sticks its face into it, the leaves will kind of disappear and the deer will move on to like a juicier looking plant, right? It's a defense mechanism. Another example is the prayer plant. One of the species of this plant occurs here in Kenya. The prayer plant has this incredible behavior called nyctinisty, where it can actually rotate its leaves, like I was talking about with the solar panel rotating from side to side. And up until recently, we didn't know why it was doing that, and people had some hypotheses, but they didn't really know. Recently, this study published in Biological Reviews showed that there's like 5 different reasons that the plant uses this movement of its leaves, and they demonstrated all the different ways that it does that. It's incredible. It will, after it rains, it will turn to shed water so that it can continue photosynthesizing. If there are herbivores eating the leaves, it's a ground plant. So if there are herbivores running around in the forest undergrowth eating the leaves, it will turn its leaves. And the reason why is that there are predators, like bats, that can fly over and find the prey that are eating the leaves. So the plant actually is designed for the entire ecosystem, right? How can a plant evolve this behavior that it knows that the bats will be able to see the rodents if it turns its leaves to the side? This just doesn't happen accidentally, right? And so we're finding these things left and right, that leaves are very responsive to their environment. But the amazing thing is that leaves do everything I just described, everything that solar panels do, but they also do so much more. So it's like if I were that salesman trying to sell you a solar panel, and I said, oh, and by the way, in case it's not enough, this solar panel is also a home defense system. If anything is attacking your home, it will shoot missiles at, it's also it's like many, many different technologies built into one, right? That's a very difficult thing to engineer. But leaves are doing so much more than just photosynthesizing. So for example, the transpiration that happens through the leaf surface is what drives the entire movement of water and minerals from the soil up to the tree. It's also what brings the sugars down into the roots. The leaves also oftentimes are providing defense or disguise for the plant. There's a plant that was recently discovered in, I think it was Brazil, in the rainforest, that it's actually this one pictured here, that's called Bocchilla trifoliata, and basically its leaves can adapt to take on the shape of poisonous plants around it. So it is itself not poisonous, but animals learn to avoid the poisonous plant. So if it's growing near another plant, it will actually sense the shape of the leaf, and it will take on that shape itself. I mean, explain that one to me, right? We have no idea how it's doing that yet. It uses its leaves to attract pollinators. It uses its leaves to attract predators. Now, why would you attract predators? Well, if you have little aphids or other insects that are eating the leaf, many leaves will actually create a nectary. It's like a little sugar pot that attracts ants and bees. And those ants and bees and other things will actually eat the aphids. And so that the leaf is designed to attract the predator to eat the herbivore. And you could go on. I mean, leaves are capturing carbon out of the atmosphere, which is very important for regulating the climate. They're producing food, they produce soil, they produce shade for megafauna. They are basically this incredible technology that is also doing all sorts of other things. And my final slide here is just to emphasize that when we think about creating technologies like solar panels or hydropower or other things like that, the holy grail of alternative energy is when you can create something that is renewable, right? So it's using a renewable energy source like the sun. It's recyclable. So after you've used the solar panel, you can still use all the materials from that solar panel again, which we haven't achieved yet. And third, it's zero residue. That means there's no waste. So when the solar panel, its life expectancy expires on your house, nothing is left behind. There's no waste. Nothing gets buried in the ground, burned in fire, nothing like that. And that's what leaves are. They are solar panels, this incredible technology that captures energy from the sun, turns it into everything we just described. But they're doing it using renewable energy They're totally recyclable. The leaves break down to form soil, which then gets reabsorbed into new plants, new leaves, and it's zero residue. There's no plant, there's no part of the tree, the plant, the leaf that is not somehow broken down and reused again. So it's absolutely incredible. This is the kind of message that I think that really resonates with students. They don't need to know all the ins and outs of the chemistry to just be interested by the fact that nature is full of this kind of technology. So hopefully this has been helpful. I think I've gone a bit over time, so I'll wrap it up there, but thank you very much for your attention.
Daniel Reeves has done to us the presentation, very brief, simple, specific aspects. Now, maybe I'll ask Dominic or Mwatu if tea is ready or not. And then we'll make a decision on how to move forward. And I've and we have to take a group photo and it has to capture this banner, kindly. I don't know how we'll do it. Not yet. No, we'll take the group photo and Doug comes back. He has to be part of this. You know, as we take tea, maybe I'll request Lesa and her team. Where is Lesa? Maybe as we take tea, the 15 minutes as we take tea and as we wait for Doug to come back so that we can have that discussion with the faculty members, you can bring on board your students for your quick fire session. I think that, so the two can run concurrently. We'll take tea, because we are not involved in this, we'll just be watching and seeing what is happening. I think, is that okay? Not yet. Pardon? No, we pick tea and then just sit here as we take tea. We are trying to ensure that we finish within the shortest time possible. We don't need to go up to 6. We don't. So we take, pick your tea, come back to the room. They'll be running, there's something they're running with the student clubs. So as we'll be enjoying our tea as we watch what they're doing, after that we'll have a small, a brief engagement with the faculty members. And then immediately there's a panel for social Darwinism that moderated by Dr. Kirui. They'll arrange their seats here. And then we'll watch. I think that will be good. After that we'll now mingle. Prof said that after maybe in the evening we need to finish early so that we can interact. We know one another. I remember I saw one of my students, I taught him several years ago, is part of this. Thank you. but we feel that that is not enough. We look forward to build, we are looking forward to build knowledge, and we have several platforms that we can use to ensure that we build strong knowledge. Number one, there are resources that Daniel shared, and as soon as he sends me the specific links, some of them I have, I will do an email to each and every participant. And during the presentation, I also sent a text message to all the participants providing a link for the resources on ID for African scholars or African students. So if you have not received that message with the link, then you're free to alert me. Maybe I have your wrong number, but I still send the same again via email. In a number of cases, we'll agree in such a forum that moving forward we'll do the courses, but after that, maybe when we depart, it becomes difficult for other people to do that. It will be so difficult for us to implement our objectives if we do not have people who are trained. So I urge all of you to ensure that you enroll for these programs. We'll also be launching out the digital learning platform that 2027 will be having the level summer seminar. So as this training comes on board, kindly enroll for them. We also have cases whereby we have people who have already done these programs and they're interested in the specialized courses. We have good discounts, 75% discount from Discover Institute. Let us take advantage of these opportunities so that we can bring strong human resource that will help us move ID to the next level. Now, we have a plan to ensure that all our partner universities in Kenya, and also by extension by Cosmos Africa, in Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, they implement ID as part of the curriculum. At the University of Eldoret, we are proud to indicate that we offered one cohort of a short course in intelligent design, and some of the participants amongst us are graduates of this program. They're the same team that went further ahead to enroll for the International Summer Seminar. Some of them have even established clubs in their institutions, or some of them are even part of the digital learning platform that we're developing, and we really appreciate you for that. So that is what we are looking forward to. Universities offering maybe a short course, if not possible. We also look forward to university teaching ID as a course unit, if possible. And this is one of the best options that if you can implement, you'll be very happy. And I'll give you an example. At the University of Eldoret, we've made it possible. When we are reviewing our curriculum, because curriculums in Kenya, in quite a number of universities, you wait for their full cycle. And then when you have that opportunity, if it's a undergraduate program, you wait for 4 years, and you can have an opportunity to review or make some adjustment in the curriculum. So during the last review, at the University of Eldoret, we managed to implement ID as a course unit. My students in education are taking ID as a course unit and it's examined. We expect other universities to also take that advantage when you have such an opportunity. And I believe, in the morning I mentioned some cases, but I was also reminded, I was reminded by Alupe that their Senate has already approved ID as a course unit at the university, which is, I think, a good step. So I expect other universities, as you review your curriculum kindly, think about ID. Throw that course unit into the curriculum so that it can see the light of the day. The third option that is really fluid, because it depends on an individual lecturer, is where you can teach it as part of a course unit, which from my interactions, though you cannot really establish because it's very hard to even monitor the evidence of that, quite a number of universities have indicated that they have been teaching ID as part of a course unit, because in quite a number of cases, you can be given a course description and it's upon the faculty member to really define what they need to capture as they prepare their course outlines. We want a situation whereby these courses taught and you can be able to prove that it is really captured in the curriculum. So as part of a course unit, well and good, that's a good step, a good starting step, but you can only teach it again if you have done these courses that we are talking about, because how can you deliver content if you don't have that particular content? It will not be possible. So start with that, but ensure that you progress to the next level of having a course. Thank you.
The only sustainable way to build ID into the academia in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, all over, is to get it into the curriculum. You can take ideas part of what you personally are teaching, that if you disappear or start in another university, the ID teaching will stop at the university. So please, the universities present here, be faculty member, consider to start this process of implementing ID into the curriculum. Maybe have raise of hands, how many have started this process? So, Alupe, Eldore, Nazarene, what? Here? Okay. So, based on the experience from you guys, perhaps one of you could come forward and explain something how the process. Will you do that, Richard? And we are also willing to assist in the process because it's so crucial for us. We can have student club among the students, but still we need this to be established.
I think in Kenya, in quite a number of universities, the standard is the same because pushing content into the curriculum starts with an individual faculty member who feels that maybe there's some contents that are relevant. Then this is presented at the departmental levels, departmental boards, you agree as a department on whether that content is relevant. That's how we started. We had discussions, our department approved. During that time, Father Tanu was the head of department, and I really appreciate him. And that's how he even became one of the board members, because he was very supportive. So as an individual, you can think about that. Can we make such an influence from within as an individual? And then at our university, it might be different from other universities, slightly, but I believe for public universities, the process is almost the same. And I will also request maybe Prof. Advocate to come forward because he has some experience with community university. Now, from departmental level, you go to the faculty board or the school board, present the same in committee of deans, and then make them appreciate what you presented because they'll only approve it if it makes sense. It moves to Senate. And then finally, the document goes to the Commission for University Education. We have cases whereby we have supported other universities like African International University. We gave them support by providing them with some course descriptions of what we thought that is good, and they can pick one or two things from it as they develop their curriculum. And we can offer such guidance to other universities that are looking forward to implement the same. We did the same to Aluka University, they contacted us, and I think also to African Nazarene. So we are willing to give that support. So if you want experts to sit down with you and guide you on how to implement it, and you have issues to do with what content can you push into the curriculum, we are available. And there are quite a number of people who can give that support, and we are ready to do that. So, in short, that's what I'll say, and maybe somebody else can add one or two things.
Maurice, can you tell about your experience going into this implementation?
Yes, I think just what the chair said, sometimes it's very easy to implement this. Like most universities teach education geography students. There is this course which I've seen in many universities which talk about the origin of the universe and all that. You can throw in ID there as part of the course, where ID is one of the theories of the origin of the universe, and you make it come out very well. And at that point, you ensure whoever is teaching, you talk to that person, maybe to take the course, and then you let it be taught very well. Again, what Richard has said, we, as a department, we agreed. I have my colleagues here, we are 3 from the university, actually 4, who have trained, 3 have trained, 1 has not, but we work together. So we lobby the department so that we can have it as one of the courses, actually at master's level. It's very easy to bring in that as we review the curriculum. So once we have the cycle coming up, lobby, come close to the CODs or HODs from universities, lobby, and let's have a course entrenched in the curriculum. And let it come very clear. Consult the chair and the other. We want to consult and get information so that it is rich and it came out very well. So once you do good lobbying, and we normally have this video of the curriculum, then for sure we are going to have ID in all our universities. Thank you.
A question, please. Yes. You have talked about developing a curriculum which in our universities takes a long process. Supporting material, then finally approval all the way up to commission of university education. How about teaching you as a course which lasts a semester? That one just requires internal approval up to Senate, then you don't have to go to commission of university education. So a full-fledged curriculum lasting 7 years or a course lasting a semester.
Maybe for clarification, I think I meant just a course. It's easier to have a course within a curriculum program. A course within a program. Also for a course within a program, it requires that you review that program. It also goes over there to Q. Because there's also some aspects.
They do allow 30%
commission. Yeah. Yes, for then I think we can ride on that because we are allowed up to 30% to review our programs without a lot of problems. Then we can do that when it comes to the cycle of reviewing. Even without the cycle coming up, it's very easy for you to bring in something else. Like say. Yes.
Our students in biology, agriculture, education, community health will be very interested in taking that course.
So basically, it is us to take lead. If we are willing, we are going to have ID in our universities in one way or another. Prof want to say something.
Yeah, and there's one thing that's soon going to happen. I think we'll have to review all our curricula to align with the CBC if you've not already started. So I think that's going to be a wonderful opportunity for us to infuse ID into the different programs we offer. So I think that's one thing that we should really look forward to and seize that opportunity to bring in ID into our curriculum. Because this is going to happen across all universities. And I think that would be a good opportunity for us.
It's already happening. We already engaged our curriculum to meet the requirements of the competence-based education.
Yeah, so use that opportunity to put in ID there.
Yeah, just as Ali indicated, if you need any support, we are available. The reason why I talked about waiting for the opportunity to review, because many number of universities might not be able to accept those small changes during the program cycle. But if it's permitted within the university, can you go ahead and do that? And if you need any support from us, come forward so that we can see how to support you. Prof has hinted something very important. Because if universities are currently reviewing their curriculum and others are about to review, what stops you from throwing in a course unit in ID? It's possible. St. Paul's developed a diploma program in faith and science, and they have a module in ID. It's also wonderful. You can look for different options. That's what we have done at the University of Edinburgh. Yes, you wanted to say something.
We should also say that curriculum reviews, curriculum is dynamic, it's not static yet. We are already encouraged. I mean, knowledge is changing daily. So if we are waiting until 5 years, it's already late. We always constantly have to review our curriculum, even on a regular basis, actually. That's what I would mention. The question, how do you decide where to house it?
You know, I dismanage, look at, if you've done a course, you can place it in physics, biology, media studies, have placed it in geography. There are guys who have
psychology.
Yes. And remember what Shukuku said in the morning, in the afternoon. He looked at the presentation of Paul, and he saw what is called syntax. I don't know, those things. Yes.
Doc, there is also something here. You know, those who are teaching at the university are familiar with different fields and how ID can be incorporated. Because from there, it's much easier, even without going through the whole process of reviewing a curriculum. But when you look at an area like psychology, you'll always find a topic that's related to ID, and you can incorporate it. It may not be an issue that you are taking through the process of department, school, or so what I think is important is to look at our areas of specialization and the connections that will be there with ID. From there, I think mainly we'll be able to have a content in ID in what is being taught. Before we go to a full-fledged curriculum. Thank you.
And then you see, you just, and it's so simple, just ask yourself, in your areas of specialization, are you teaching anything to do with origin of life, origin of universe? Yes. Directly fits.
Like human growth and development. That is going in that direction.
Let us listen to our colleague from Karatina University.
Just feeling that actually this is kind of culinary. Correct answer. Science. And like many have identified where I speak a team. I teach philosophy of history. And this is a philosophical course. And so it is possible actually to have even women within that big subject of philosophy of history. My colleague here is teaching has also identified where it can be placed as we move to one, see whether it can become a subject of sports and this is a new thing. And you see, what is attracting to students is something that is compatible with where the world is going. And so it will be actually something to show that we are also complying with the proper thing.
We highly appreciate that, Prof. We highly appreciate that. And in fact, Dr. Kiru is handling it very well at the University of Edinburgh. And he's a our moderator today, social Darwinism, who has thrown in the aspects of it. Thank you.
See, actually, when we talk of theories, you will find that social Darwinism is there. There is no harm introducing this one, which is a counter to this. Because when you are doing an evaluation of theory, you can see who are the opposers. And it will not have changed the whole dynamics of that course. It's only that you'll be exposing your students to critical thinking.
Yes, and then you.
Okay, thank you. I think as we think of how we're going to have it in a curriculum, Prof said clearly that we are going to have a window, or we're going to review our curriculum to align ourselves with the CBC. And during that curriculum development, we normally have stakeholders engagement. I think we should take advantage of this stakeholders engagement. Some of us who are very conversant with this theory to come in strongly and perhaps help in strongly to the reviewers, and the minute coming out that this is the way to go and we need to have it, so that when we now go to present,
for example, the department or the faculty level, they're able to see that this is coming from the industry and the stakeholders, and therefore there is a need to have it as part of the curriculum. But in the meantime, when we are having some courses like Introduction to Philosophy and Logical and Critical Thinking and deciding which theories to be taught, we perhaps need to take advantage of that and have it taught within that particular time. So you can have it as part of, without necessarily changing the 30% when you're reviewing the curriculum, but having this ID being taught as part of the content to be taught in that particular unit. Thank you.
Okay.
We have people you can pick from here, and you can identify them. Listen, you are free to get contacts, you are free to contact us, give you people who will contribute during those meetings to ensure that you have the right content into the curriculum. Yes.
Okay, thank you. When I was looking at that, and I was telling you our reviewing curriculum to arrange ourselves with CBE, we came up with the issue of how can a particular department have a common course, which can be done if it is history, geography, and so forth. And we were looking at that. So I was saying, such a thing can be sneaked there, so that you can have a common course for those particular disciplines, or perhaps school or whatever. It can be something like common course which can transverse all the disciplines related to that curriculum. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And use, by the way, operational definition of sneaking. Capturing in the curriculum, not negative. Yes, don't misquote us.
Thank you very much. I teach geography, and as you have said, I have identified a person who is Dr. Chen, who can be a resource person. Point 2, I teach origin of universe, and there is the Big Bang theory. I've already identified an additional theory, intelligent design theory. So that one will be directly taught to my language.
It's CBC language, learners. Everybody like us. Children. Any other?
Thank you very much. I also think that, yes, we are trying to introduce ID at the university level. But at that pyramid, you find that we have not all our learners from the CB reaches university. I wanted us to Now we are implementing, we are trying to marry the 4 pillars of CBE with the 8 national goals of education. I wanted us to use drama from that lower level, because in drama we start with the sub-county, we go to the county, we go to the regionals. So ID can be a very conspicuous topic in those competitions from lower primary, let me say from grade 3. So children grow up with it, it becomes part and parcel of them, and then at that lower level it is very easy to infuse it even in day-to-day activities of our learners, so that as they graduate to secondary schools, they go to junior schools, they go to university, we have a very huge number of people at the lower pyramid where we have formative years where they can internalize it and grow with it as they take part in their careers. I also think, also during music festivals, we infuse it, it becomes, there's a corner for Biocosmos Club ID, intelligence design, so that we spread the gospel, and after getting the gospel, we will be able to move with it along the ladder. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. The Committee of Student Club has picked it up.
Deadline for application is 6th of November.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to share with you some of my impressions about interpreting the marvels of nature in terms of intelligent design. My name is Leo Gallo from Great Lakes University of School, and I'm going to talk about chameleons and watermelon. Now, this presentation was inspired by a book, namely Beyond Evolution: Unraveling Intelligent Design in Nature's Blueprint by Dr. Richard Uchien and Dr. MC Daniel, who are officials of the Cosmos, Kenya. The book highlights compelling arguments and examples for intelligent design theory. The examples presented included the lives of East African giraffe, termites, and wildlife. This book inspired me, after reading it, to think of other biological marvels with characteristics that I find difficult to explain by Darwinian evolution theory for origin of species by genetic mutation and natural design. Two such examples are functions and physiology of chameleons and watermelons. There is a chameleon, it is natural habitat, green leaves, kind of difficult to see unless you look again. The same thing, another chameleon here has quite effectively concealed its presence, so it can easily catch its prey. Now, chameleons mostly are found in the warm tropics of Africa, Middle East, Southern Europe, India, and Sri Lanka. But particularly, they are most common in the island of Madagascar. 50% of all the 200 species of chameleon occur in that particular area. Now, nutrition of chameleons. Chameleons feed mostly on flying insects, yet they move very slowly, just like proverbial sloths. They catch their prey by projecting elastic and sticky tongue at a speed of 200 times faster than the falling stone. That's gravitational acceleration. So the tongue can stretch twice the length of the body, from head to tail. Now, when they walk and dance simultaneously. So once in a while, a chameleon needs to make some long distance, either in search of some trees with flowers which attract insects that they need to eat, or just in search of a mate for reproduction. So then as they walk, they kind of sway side to side. You wonder why? They are trying to pretend that there is just some green leaf or a piece of a plant leaf being blown about by wind. So when their enemy sees them, they say, that's just a leaf, and not something that I can eat. So, interestingly, their eyes. They have got 2 eyes like us. Yet, they are able to project, look backwards and forward at the same time without changing, turning their head. So they have got a 360 vision around them. These are the methods of chameleons. Their sex life and reproduction. Interestingly, chameleons are have dimorphism. Usually, the males are much bigger than the females and also much more attractive in terms of multicoloration. And as you can see there is a big male and a small female. Again, once they mate, each animal goes its own way. Chameleons are solitary animals. And after the mating, the female will lay eggs, usually in the soil, cover it up, and go its own way. Some produce live birth or babies. But these babies, whether hatching from eggs or live, they are on their own. There is no parental care about the chameleons. So, conclusion on amazing chameleons. Some people find chameleons so amazingly designed to keep them as pets. Whereas I am an agricultural biologist with extensive training in Darwinian theory on the origin of species by means of genetic mutation and natural selection, I think the origins of chameleons and their amazing characteristics can best be explained by the intelligent design theory, based on the characteristics that we have very briefly observed. Now next, this is brief. Watermelons give to thirsty desert dwellers. Watermelon plants are indigenous to desert environments of northeastern Africa, especially, and so wild relatives up to now of watermelons can be found in the deserts of Egypt and Sudan. Now, watermelon fruit comprises about 90% water, 8% carbohydrates, and 2% minerals and vitamins. The fruits are excellent food for thirsty and tired people during hot weather. So one wonders how and why the watermelon originates in a desert environment when it has got so much water. That makes us think that the first domestication of watermelons occurred in Egypt. That's the oldest documented documents. Now, as such, but due to human travel, trade, and selective breeding, watermelon is presently cultivated and used worldwide. Now, there are around 1,000 varieties of improved watermelons which vary in size, shape. Yes. Yeah. As you can see, the different colors and even the shape. Some almost as big as that man kneeling down. So, how and why did it in a desert environment? Sometimes back, I went to Sudan and I met two Sudanese traders selling watermelon. So I asked them, how come it that this fruit is indigenous to your desert environment? And what did they tell me? That many years back, in the desert environment of Sudan, they prayed to their gods to give them an oasis with water where they can drink. Instead, their God led them to a field of watermelons. They ate the watermelon, quenched their thirst, and strengthened their bodies, so they consider watermelon is a gift from the gods to their people in that desert environment. So that is the Sudanese belief or theory. In conclusion, I think the Sudanese belief that God created the watermelon in the desert environment for their nourishment is a story worth telling. And that's why I'm telling it to you. Whereas, again, as an agricultural biologist, training in the Darwinian theory of evolution, I think original occurrence of watermelon in desert environment is best explained by intelligent design theory, following evidence wherever it is. In my case, the evidence is the story I got from the Sudanese melon traders. Thank you.
So, Dr. Kirui with his team on social Darwinism, they will take only 15 minutes, so don't worry.
But it's something that is worth listening to because it can also guide you on what you're going to write. Take the stage.
All right. As you've heard, my name is Peter Kirui. We are going to be super fast. I want to introduce my team of panelists. They're already here. Dr. Murage and Dr. Lin, please take your stage also, so that we can be complete. Now, as they settle down, I want to say that for those of us who are not in STEM, this is one of the most important, perhaps, presentations that is likely to give you an idea of how Darwinism or how intelligent design can be applied in the social sciences. And that's what we are here to do in less than 15 minutes. And because we want to give you guys time to ask a few clarifications, we are going to be brief so that you can have time to perhaps have a question or two, all within the 15 minutes. And on my right, just to introduce my panelists, is Dr. Murage, a lecturer of religious studies at Karatina University. Next is Dr. Lin Kavulavu, a lecturer of history and political studies, Karatina University. On my third right is Professor Manya, a lecturer again of religion at Alupe University, followed by Dr. Chebi Kiprono, lecturer at Alupe University, and our own Father Martin Tanui, lecturer at University of Eldoret, and also a priest, to be very precise. Thank you so much. Now, just a quick background of what social Darwinism is. We are aware of what Darwinism is all about. The idea of natural selection, the idea that everything that is happening is because of randomness. Now, because Charles Darwin is the one who introduced that idea in the late 19th century, that was the time that Africa was about to be colonized. We are talking about the publication of the book Origin of Species, for example, 1851. You realize that shortly thereafter we are going to have the Berlin Conference, 1884-1885, where European powers are going to meet in Berlin to scramble and partition Africa among themselves, which then led Africa to be colonized. But how is that related to Darwinism? That is related to Darwinism because social Darwinism is the misapplication of Darwinian ideas in social and political context. Now, because it is about the survival for the fittest, the European powers then apply that theory to argue and say, because Europeans are a super race in this Darwinian kind of arrangement, then they are justified to colonize Africa. They are justified to practice racism because the idea is whites are going to be superior than the blacks in that hierarchy based on the idea of natural selection. So social Darwinism is that application in social and political context of the ideas of Charles Darwin, and that's what we are here to do. Now, just to quickly have my panelists have a word on that before we open the stage, I'm going to start by calling on Professor Manya in particular to tell us and explain to us briefly, especially what he thinks about social Darwinism and the idea of superiority versus inferiority, especially when you look at it between Africa and Europe. Karibu sana, Professor Manya.
Thank you, Dr. This idea of social Darwinism as it affects religion, it's very funny. When these brethren are coming to Africa, unlike the idea which opens our people's mind, social Darwinism closes our people's minds. And so the missionaries came with a closed mind, thinking that it's now a divine mandate, their divine mandate to give light or to civilize Africans. And so because of that, the civilized, the ones given religion, are actually inferior to the ones giving religion. And because of that, anything African is inferior. And that is the brief social application of social Darwinism. Thank you. And I expect questions from us. I'll be taking them.
Thank you so much, Professor Manya, for that response. I would want to ask Dr. Murage to quickly weigh in on that, and especially tell us about how social Darwinism, in regard to the idea of Manya, where he has introduced the idea of those, evangelizing and those who are receiving it. Take it on, Karibu.
Thank you very much. From the religious perspective, the people who came to evangelize Africa were missionaries. When missionaries were European, and especially in Kenya, the European which came here, brought by various missionaries like CMS, they came from Europe. They were the same brothers with the colonialists. And so the ideology that was carried out by colonialists was also hampered in the mind of missionaries. But the difference between the two is that both had different agendas, but there was few focusing on the same common denominator, an African person. So the missionaries who came, they came with 3 C's, to come and Christianize African, to commercialize them, and civilize them. Now, Christianity up there, to bring people from darkness to light. So it was assumed that Africans were in darkness. and to commercialize them, because there were so many materials that is in terms of mineral and so forth, that is also needed to be taken to the superior being. And the last one, that has to do with civilization, is to educate this fellow who is seen as barbaric, primitive, so that at least he can be civilized to be at least a little bit nearer Muzungu. So that was the major thing, and this brought a lot of reaction, Rita, as we may see.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Father Tanui in the same line of missionary activities and how is it related to social Darwinism. Karibu, Father.
Thank you. The two professors have painted a very bad picture of what religion in the context of Darwinism would look like. And I want to redeem religion using another scientific approach, and that is intelligent design. And if you recall what Prof said about Darwinism being a closed system and therefore making Africans look like they are small devils in the eyes of the Western missionaries and colonialists, the Africans in their worldview, and I will take you back to we are. That is an African religious scholar. And this concept is normally called the Ubuntu. There is an interconnectedness, there's a relation in how humans relate with each other. And ID, when you get deeply into ID, it brings out that interconnect because nature exists and nature supports my existence. And then from a religious perspective, ID therefore becomes a good bedfellow, and we redeem science and the African way of looking at things, so that eventually the African is part of nature, and we connect. And this has immense ethical implications, where because purpose takes you to what is good, then you relate well with your brother and your sister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father. Just to slightly shift gears a little bit to more global and international issues, especially about governance and international relations, I would want to invite Dr. Lin to tell us how social Darwinism, based on the idea of the scramble and partition in Berlin and the colonialism aspect in Africa, after which I will invite JB to quickly weigh on that, on how that relates to a number of conflicts we've had in Africa, how is it related to social Darwinism, and then we shall open the stage. Karibu Lin, and tell us the connection between colonialism and social Darwinism.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. So I want to say that when you look at, there's much that can be said about social Darwinism. So when you look at how, when it began, it started getting fame in the late 19th century and early 20th century. So this was the time of industrialization in Europe. So in Europe, there were other activities that were taking place. You'll find that people had migrated in the cities, and there was that gap of the poor and the rich. So Herbert, who is one of the pioneers of this theory of social Darwinism, wanted to justify why the rich were rich and the poor should be eliminated. So it was also during this time that there was scramble and partition in Africa. So you'll find that the Europeans were trying to find or to justify why Africa should be colonized. And therefore the idea of industrialization applied, and they felt that the industries were superior than that of Africa, and perhaps that justified why there was need for them to colonize Africa. And also when you look at it in terms of missionaries, they felt that their culture was superior than that of Africa. So that, I'm sorry to say, but you find that a missionary like David Livingstone, he looked at Africans in Congo, he looked at them as a child, he saw them as child, and felt that they could not think by themselves. So the theory of, this is because of this, you know, they were led by this theory of social Darwinism that, which justify them why they should colonize Africa.
Thank you, Lynn. And finally, I would want to ask Dr. Chebi to kindly briefly give the link between social Darwinism and a number of conferences in Africa, and I would specifically refer to 3 of them. Explain to the audience perhaps how social Darwinism played out in apartheid South Africa before 1994, quickly, and also tell us how it is linked to the genocide in Namibia, the Nama and the Herero, and briefly perhaps link that also to the genocide in Rwanda between the Hutu and Tutsi.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Perhaps as you've heard from the lead panelists, that the social Darwinism originated from the scientific theory, Charles Darwin. Perhaps the social Darwinism is a misconception, and it was applied in colonization of Africa. How? Europeans thought that, you see, with Charles Darwin's theory of survival for the fittest, those who are superior were thought to be fit, and those who were not superior, thought not to be superior, were unfit. So colonization was applied, and when it was applied, Africans were thought to be inferior. They are leading Eurocentrists such as Rudyard Kipling, Hugh Trevor Robert, among others. And with this, in Africa, Africans were, especially in South Africa, you must remember something called apartheid. Apartheid in South Africa was applied in the sense that there was, say, racial segregation. So with this racial segregation, it was applied in the sense that Africans were segregated in employment, in education, in social places, among others, while Europeans had superior infrastructure, among many things. Why? Because of social Darwinism. You look at in Namibia, the Germans applied social Darwinism in the sense that the first genocide in Africa that we remember, the Herero, the Nama, and all that, they exterminated Africans to keep way for European settlers. And with this, it is the superior race exterminating those who were thought to be inferior. The same thing was applied in Rwanda. In Rwanda, there are three distinct African tribes. We have the Hutu, the Tutsi, and the Twa. With the Tutsi, who are fairly tall, somehow light-skinned and slender. They were favored during the colonial period in employment. They served as chiefs, military, and all that. And this was something that didn't exist in Africa prior to colonization. The same thing was implanted in African minds, and after independence, the same was in existence. The same existed. That's why around mid-1990s, the Rwandans went against each other after the death of the president Habyarimana and the other Tutsi president. And with this, what led to this? It was that misconception which had been implanted. The same applies to other scenarios in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I lay the ground to quickly give us an opportunity to respond in one or two questions, I would want to sum up by saying that social Darwinism in Africa, applied in Africa, has generally, it's a socialization aspect. It applies consciously and also unconsciously. But the idea is social Darwinism is at the center of it, whether you look at it in terms of racism and generally in terms of undermining Africa as a lesser race. So I would want to give us an opportunity. If you want to ask a question or two, we will quickly respond to that before we close the session. Somebody, mic is, somebody to help us pass the mic, please. Thank you. Okay.
Worked on, emanated from two different worldviews. Some they are from Christian biblical worldview, but also from the other ones from naturalistic worldview. Others, from naturalism worldview, they believed in a closed system of the universe. In the Christian view, it's an open system. Others believed in God. These ones did not believe in God. Believed in reason. These ones believed in faith and reason and revelation. There are many issues we can cascade down on that, including issues within Darwinism that complicated on the human freedom of will because of the deterministic universe. And so when you put the two as one, that these two people had one agenda, perhaps we need to separate the ideologies first. And I'm not saying that the worldview, that there should have been a stark contrast among the two. Basically, they grew up in the European soil, right? But they represented two different worldviews. Their persuasions were different. Yeah, so that's my response to the two views I had. The second part was I wish to have listened to Dr. JP, or Professor JP, compliment if social Darwinism led to genocide and whatever. So what about the other side? Did the proclamation of the Christian faith, for example, lead to affirming human dignity and value? Do you think so?
And all of them were influenced by social Darwinism. Darwinism, who himself who understood theology as a philosophy, as a theory, which influenced both colonialists and also missionaries. And so when they came here, together with the help of anthropologists who came before them, they had one idea to separate these fellows who were primitive. And even in terms of Christianity, the black people, first of all, is to uproot that religion which is satanism in them. That's the missionaries. They move the satanic kind of religion so that they may instill a religion which is going to take them to the right and to Jesus Christ. Out of that, there are so many things they missed. They do not understand African traditional religion. They do not even look at how it is compatible with their religion. Even they could have used it to permeate even within the local areas, or indigenize or contextualize the dealing with the same people. That's why you see, during that time, where there is State House, next to State House where the missionaries, where the bishop was staying, they could try to converse there in Nairobi and talk. And then the governor of Central Bank was Western region, and we end up having Western region, and we end up having what we call the new religious movement.
Wow. Can we take all the questions so that they respond once?
Okay, let's...
how many do you want?
We want to just take maximum of three only. Yes, please.
Okay, let me see. Okay, we'll give one gender here. Okay. Here, Prof. And another lady. Sorry, gentlemen. So that we balance. So let's start here.
Okay, thank you very much. The social Darwinism asks so that we get a connection between the social Darwinism and Charles Darwin's evolution theory. So if one of the panelists could draw a connection between what social Darwinism is and how it is linked to Darwin's evolution theory.
That's noted.
Let's
let's not give a lot of context. Let's just go straight to the question.
Jesus. I just want to congratulate the presenters. They have done a wonderful job to open our minds to how social Darwinism has brought about, I think we can say, social stratification in Africa. And basically, when the Christians are coming to Africa, we had some who genuinely wanted to spread Christianity. That one, they were responding to the call of Jesus going into the world. And yet, while we had others who had their own reasons, others came to explore, others came to civilize. But as historians, we say the flag, the cross led the flag. That is, they came to pacify the Africans, and they told them, do not be troubled, don't care about the things of this world. John 14, Jesus said, I go to prepare a place. So don't mind about your lands. And as the Africans kept on praying, the Europeans were taking their lands. And right now, if you look at the modern preachers with planting the seeds, there's no difference. Because you'll find only one man has bought a plane, has a big house, has what, and majority of these people are worshipping that one person and enriching him. Now we come to ID, intelligence design. How is it going to help us? How is it going to be relevant to the African, can I say Christian? So that we may be delivered from social Darwinism. Even look at the gap between the rich. I don't want to say politicians.
Yes, thank you.
Those who are
you have 30
advanced.
seconds. 30 seconds. Thank you.
Yes. So you respond to that. How is ID going to help us? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your insightful comments and trying to just unpack it very briefly. I think if there is something she said that is very powerful is social stratification and the idea of even modern day preachers. I'll go back to, okay, Karibu. We are finishing in 3 minutes, literally. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be very brief. And my question is on the way forward. I partly agree with what the earlier speaker has asked, but my concern basically is on the way forward. After all is said and done, so what? So my question is, how can we address the historical misuse of Darwinism to build trust in modern science? And the second and last question I just want to ask is that how do we decolonize science and ensure that scientific knowledge is more inclusive of diverse cultural perspectives and the histories? Thank you.
Wow, wow. Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether we will, okay, I don't know whether we will be able to.
If that's the case, then this young lady here also asked.
Okay, okay.
If you're going to take that one. Yes.
Okay, mine is just simple. Maybe I was asking, can we link the fact that Africa as a continent, even with the existing African Union, does not have a common currency? Is this because of the effects of social Darwinism?
Thank you, that is well noted. Okay, let's just finalize with yes, sure. And then we will respond once
I wanted to ask Dr. Murage, as much as we look at the effect of social Darwinism in this, in the way Christianity was packaged and so on, how do you explain the fight by William Wilberforce against what do you call it, slave trade? Yet he was a Mzungu. He was born in the same time, and he also perpetuated the same. I mean, how do you explain that? Because sometimes we need to be fair and also objective at the same time.
Thank you.
And to add to that, the role of mission schools as places where many of the people who fought for independence were actually nurtured and shown that there is dignity in every human person. So I think maybe the other question has to do with the fact that what are academics in other areas apart from theology? Because we are challenging these narratives from a theological point of view. What are the other disciplines? What are you doing in terms of challenging, kind of her question, these things in your disciplines as you engage with other scholars around the world? Whether you are challenging the core of your disciplines that are influenced by social Darwin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do to ensure that we don't take time, I know the panelists have had the questions. If you've had a question that is touching on your area, each person has strictly 1 minute. Luckily, by the way, all our panelists are actually ordained ministers, so to speak. We have Reverend Doctor, we have Reverend Professor. I forgot to mention that Professor Manya is actually an ordained clergyman. The same applies to Father on the other hand. So we are not just academics, or they are not just academics, but they are also actually ordained. So I think they are pretty much speaking from a point of experience. I'm going to be very strict to my panelists. You will allow me, everybody, 1 minute, please. And the time starts now. Dr. Murage.
William Wilberforce was one of them. It is only that he was redeemed, and he thought it is good that slavery should be eliminated. And he faced a lot of restriction. And even before he died, slavery had not ended. The fellows were still continuing with the same. But he was among those who were redeemed at that particular time. Because how do you explain this particular theory, which is perpetuating inequality, competition, and domination, something to be eulogized all over the world? And that's the reason why the Christian theologians reacted to it through what we call liberation theology, black theology, and they started borrowing kind of methodology from Latin America to fight this demon, including apartheid, which was a child of social Darwinism.
Yeah, so for me, I can say that there is much that we can talk about social Darwinism, but the way forward is, in history, we believe in evidence. I feel that they lack evidence, they lack scientific evidence, and therefore intelligent design is applied.
Thank you so much. In my book, The Inculturation of the African Concepts of Africa, I argue that for us to be able to deal with this, we have Christ, who is a supra-culture. That means Christ above culture, Christ of culture, and the Christ without culture. So in my argument, I say that we must have a Christ who is universal. What do I mean by that? As Christians, or are people who have scientific evidence of the intelligent design, we need to fight for human rights, that all of us are equal. There was a brother who asked about the Africans and whites. We are first of all Africans before we are Christians. Please know that. And therefore we are socialized as Africans. And so if we just come and say that they were all right without looking at how they were socialized, we'll be missing a mark. These missionaries were first socialized as whites. In the socialization system, they underwent the Darwinian theory of evolution, so they knew it. So when they are coming to Africa, they are having what is referred to in theology as dual responsibility. So first of all, they must redeem themselves of the closed circuit theory before they open up and see an African as a human being created in the image and the likeness of God. If they miss out that, then you see what happened. Look at the Limuru T-zone. Who actually took it? The missionaries. Why did they take it? For their own economic venture. So why did they take the Limuru land? Because they thought that the Africans of Limuru were inferior. And so we are first of all socialized as Africans, my brother, before we are Christians. And the myth, by the way, when it comes to ID that we're talking about, the Darwinian things that we're talking about, we call them theories, but Africans, we call them myth. Look at that. In itself, to me, it doesn't sound anything. It's not a myth, it's a theory, just like theirs too are theories. And finally, because of time, we are talking of the question of which way forward. I've already given one, so that we find all of us as equal. First of all, human rights. Two, let us entrench this within our school system, whereby we will teach our children that every human person is equal. That way we'll go forward. But this issue of throwing blames left, right, center will not take us anywhere. Can we now teach our children the objective truth based on scientific evidence? By the way, science is not the only evidence, logic is as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There is a question from someone from Kaparak talking about that Christianity led to the contrary of what I talked of genocide. Perhaps Christianity contributed to slavery and genocide. You remember something called the cast of arm doctrine, which interpreted the biblical verse in Genesis chapter 9, verses 18 to 27, concerning Shem, Ham, and their father. And it was indicated that, or it was indicated by those who came in during the colonial period, that you see, Africans belonged to a caste of Ham. And that's why they're inferior. They would work for the generation of Shem. So I could conclude so. Thank you.
Thank you. I would go to what Helen asked. The misuse of social Darwinism, how to rebuild science, decolonize science. The short answer is ID. We need to get alternative epistemologies, and this will include African knowledge systems and production. And I think if we get into that, then we will not only also build the dignity, not only of the African, but of the human race. As the Bible teaches, all of us are created in the image, we deserve dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for my distinguished panelists. Now we'll pick chairs from there. Sorry, as they sit down, I've just been reminded that we needed to make a distinction between Darwin's idea of evolution and social Darwinism. Okay, Darwin's idea of evolution, tunajua ni mambo ya natural selection, survival for the fittest. Now wazungu take that and apply in social and political context to say those who are powerful are justified to dominate those who are weak, whether politically, economically, and militarily, which is going to give, of course, the European an upper hand to dominate Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just a word. Survival for the fittest by Charles Darwin was for ability to reproduce, not really ability to suppress others.
I get that. But in terms of how it's applied in the social context, that's why it is a misapplication. It's a misapplication of what Prof is saying. Thank you so much, my
And not by that, John did not say about that. It's Herbert Spencer who coined that with Thomas
Thank you very much. You all agree that time is not enough? We really wish we had enough time for this. And I think our request to Dr. Ocheng and those who are in charge of conferencing, I think next time we need to ensure that, especially engaging sessions like this, they form a little bit of better part of the time so that people really get to connect. Asante sana.
Thanks a lot. I think that was a wonderful session, and we all appreciate. Just to help us sort out something, we are through. There's something on display here. Confirm your serial number if you are captured in this list, because the accountant and the administrator is supposed to refund you your transport, and there are some universities that replaced their participants. So you just send SMS your serial number as captured in this list, so that if you are not here, then it can be replaced very fast. This is not for recording purpose. The student clubs can go on with their things and display this, whereas we are done.
to the next session. Dr. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gift. And I will just do this while seated here. Our students have been online the whole day. They have been very keen. And we normally hold crossfire sessions after every conference or after every discussion. So we want to just quickly pick on some few questions on every topic that was discussed so that we ask the students some questions. And we want to begin our crossfire session. Welcome. We seem to have a challenge. Quite a number of students have left, citing security issues. They're living outside campus. It is getting late. So we have just a few of them left. And I can still, we still have some students from Kibabii University. We have students from African Nazarene University. We have students from Masinde Muliro University. We have University of Eldoret, and we have Luke. And I want to begin asking the questions. So students online, you can just unmute your microphone and answer the questions. We are not following any order, any criteria, so just ask the question and anyone can unmute the microphone and answer the question. Are we ready? Okay, question one. Question one, I just picked someone from the audience who was noting the questions for us as the presentations were going on. So question one, what is the main claim made about natural selection from the discussions we have had during the day? What is the main claim made about natural selection from the discussions that we have had in the course of the day? So anybody can unmute the microphone and answer the question. The microphone and answer. The microphone and answer.
Okay, I'm from University. Hello.
Proceed.
Okay, according to my point of view, natural selection cannot create entirely new structure because it only works with existing traits and cannot plan ahead of what is not there. And then it limits the evolution-based power, suggesting that complex systems must result from either intelligent design rather than undirected processes.
Thank you very much. I did not hear the name, but at least I heard from Kibabii University, and she says that natural selection cannot create entirely a new biological structure. Well, that's what she got from the discussion, and I will quickly just go to question two. We said we are just having a mini crossfire. Question two. How is mutation described in relation to evolutionary change? How is mutation described in relation to evolutionary change? Again, once again, anyone, any student online can just unmute their microphone and answer the question. Just unmute their microphone and answer the question.
Okay, I'm Ruth Fatma from Kibabii University. The question was, how is mutation described in relation to evolutionary change? Mutations are portrayed as mostly harmful or neutral changes in the genetic code that rarely produce new useful information, and the random mutations cannot account for the complex information and the rich systems found in organisms, for example, the worms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, that was from Kibabii University. I'll go to the third question, still on topic one of the discussion. And the question is, Now, what criticism did the speaker make about fossil record? What criticism did the speaker make about fossil record? Again, I'm referring to the topic, a tiny worm with a giant message. Anybody? I'll repeat the question one more time. The first topic, a tiny worm with a giant message. What criticism did the speaker make about the fossil record? Nobody's getting that? Well, we will not take much time.
Winnie Chapkemwai from University of Eldoret, and I think I've got an answer to that on the question of what criticism does the video or what you have been watching through the day make about fossil record. So many species, of course, are appearing rapidly. That's in accordance with Cambrian explosion, where there is rapid diversification of life. And which shows that fossils which are fully formed and record appear without having to undergo the transitional forms, which is presented, and it's against the evidence of Darwinian evolution. So it tends to go in support with that ideas of which lives are from or formed from forms of intelligent design. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, you said you're from which university? University of Eldoret. Thank you very much, University of Eldoret. And I will go to question 4. Question 4, this is on a specific speaker, that is Paul Nelson. And the question is, how does the speaker define design in the context of biology? And what constraints does he place on inferring design? I repeat the question. What does the speaker, that is Paul Nelson, define design in the context of biology? And what constraints does he place on inferring design? Anybody, any student from any university, you can unmute your microphone and answer the question. Anybody?
My name is Achim Joyce from University of Eldoret, and the answer to that question is mainstream scientists, they argue that natural selection, genetic drift, and mutation over vast timescale are sufficient to explain complex life. They point to abundant genetics, fossils, and experimental evidence supporting evolution. They also note that information can increase through mutation and selection, contrary to the video assertion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, that was from University of Eldoret. I go to question, I think that should be question 5. What implications does the speaker draw if intelligent design is accepted? How would it affect scientific research or worldview? I repeat the question. What implications does the speaker draw if intelligent design is accepted? How would it affect scientific research or worldview? Once again, just anyone can unmute the microphone and answer the question. Once again, just anyone can unmute the microphone and answer the question. Once again, just anyone can. Anybody for that question? Nobody. Then I will go to the next question. I think I have just 2 more questions. Nobody. Then I will go to the next question. I think I have just 2 more questions. Technology. Our next question, how does mainstream mainstream evolutionary biology respond to the claims of fossil records? How does mainstream evolutionary biology respond to the question of the fossil records? Anybody? Can anybody answer that question? Fossil records. Well, once again, we say pass, and I will go to the last question, which makes a summary. What is the main claim of the discussion?
The question on mainstream evolution. I'm from Kibabi University. So, the question on mainstream evolution. So, mainstream scientists argue that natural selection and genetic drift and mutation over vast timescales are sufficient to explain the complex of life, and they point to an abundant genetic, fossil, and experimental evidence supporting evolution. And also, they also note that information can increase through mutation and selection, contrary to the video's assertion. Thank you. I'm Ruth Fatma from Kibabi University.
Thank you very much, Fatima from Kibabi University. And I go to the last question, which is a summary. What is the main claim of the discussion we have had so far during the conference? I repeat the question. What is the discussion we have had so far during the conference? Anybody can unmute the microphone and give us a summary of everything.
Thank you for this opportunity.
I am Emmanuel Nganga from Masini Muliro University. Certain features of the answer to the question, certain features of biological systems are better explained by intelligence design rather than in directed naturalistic processes.
Well, he says that is the summary of the discussion that we have had today, that many features of the universe are best explained by intelligent causation rather than random processes. And members, this is just a sneak preview of what we normally do with the Students Club. And once again, I want to explain that quite a number of students were present, but around 5 to 6 in the evening, they excused themselves and said due to security reasons, some of them stay outside the university, so they had to leave. We got a look, and some of Masinde Muliro students and quite a number of students said that it is getting too late, they cannot continue staying on campus. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and ensure your institution is part of what we do with the Students Club. Thank you. Dr. Moitu was noting. Oh, they got that. Did you get that, students online? That the chair by Cosmos Kenya has just said that each student who answered the question has a token of 500 Kenya shillings, courtesy of Cosmos Africa.
And to make it clear, 3 students from Kibabi University, students from University of Eldoret, and 1 student from MOST.
Thank you, back to you.
Because of time, we will not really continue with anything, and I'll request, with your permission, Daniel Reeves, we know certificates, and we request that you assist us award some sample certificates to some of the participants so that they can. So And the paparazzi take clear photographs for this. So, you know, there are some people here, since we started in the morning, they have been praying that maybe they have an opportunity to come and shake your hands as you give them the certificate. Count yourself lucky, but we are told that luck is not science. Isaac Mutono, kindly come and receive a certificate from Frank Chibwana. We move very fast. She's Frank Chibwana. Somebody to come and assist me. Nelson Nathaniel. Frank Chibwana. Nelson. Martin Achola. Peter Kirui. In that order. You come in that order, kindly. We take very fast the photos in the what? Peter Kirui, Elsheba Wajiro, I will not comment. Mercy Arona, Professor Leo Gallo. Don't take for your friend. If you're present, come and pick your certificate. If you're not, your friend is absent, and you don't come. Professor Leo Ogalo. John Kiboi, Kalista Wandera, John Kiboi, Jacqueline, Kiboi, where's Kiboi? Oh, Elizabeth Raburu, Howard Kivisi. If Daniel is tired, we will stop there. It's only that they are looking forward to have a photo with you. Angela Zinko, Howard Kavisi, Edita Karanja. No, the way you fill the Google form. If you miss the spelling, Editor Sharon Chetani. Editor Sharon Cheptanui Osieko. Kevin Cherop. Keboy Cherop. Manya Wonderful. Franklin Kiprotich. Keboy yako? Oh. But teach. Teach ndio hapa. Professor Manya. Keboy. Sylvia Bet. Sylvia Bet. These are very precious photos. Isaac Alade, Bernard Mutoko. Mutono, we also have Mudogo in Kenya, for your information. It is also small. Remy Orao, Chebiki Brono. Can you just move faster so that we save time? Isaac Alade. Orao, Chebi, Bernard. Mongula Albert, Sheila Chiriswa. Chiriswa is Tamil. Lynn Kavlabu, Jacob Onyango, Peter K. Lucien, Lynn. Peter Musimi, Marvin Sikolia, Marvin, Peter, Josiah Kinywa Mrage, Master Kosgei, Joshua, Masi. Yo, Aaron Odiabo, Masi Chep Gemoy, Masi Chep Kosgei, Masi Rono, Odiabo, Masi, Sela Sochen, William Kipkoros, Silas. That's William Tyrus Ochen. This is William. Tyrus Ochen. Let's move faster if you're called. Lydia Kerubo. That's Tyrus. Tyrus. And then Lydia. Mary Kahua. Mary Ayuko. Ruth Maseno. Lester Peter. And you see, both are Christian names. We are not making any comment. Paul Nyongesa. Tony Ojuok in my village is night runner. Kennedy Matisigunu Osore. John Professor Ruth Agabi. Kennedy. Ellen Sitawa. Our guest of honor is getting tired. Ellen Sitawa. I know these photos that you guys want. Justin Sikuku. Emily Waswa. Philip Kolale. This is Justin. Philip Kolale. Joseph Kisoi. You'll get the photos, don't worry about the photos. They're in safe hands. Emily Waswa. Justin Amet. Mtu amechukua certificate yako. I called your name. Emily Waswa. Give Waswa. Joseph Kisoi. Philip Kolale. You see Philip harvested somebody's certificate. Professor Arwin Zotieno. Sasa Kolale usipatie tena. Professor Arwins. Oh. You see? Everybody wants to be associated with the Discovery Institute. Evidence. Adwins, professor. But we warn you, do not go and tell people that you are Discovery Institute today. We are at Lake Naivasha Resort. Miriti Garvasi. Linda Akinyi. Masi Malesi. Hey? Joseph KK. Kennedy Simiu. Hey, you guys, where are you? Please. Masi Malesi. Kennedy. Kennedy Simiu. Karen Seren. Meg Asefa, who really assisted us today. We could have seen darkness, my friend. Huh? Everything was intelligently designed. Emmanuel Nanga. This guy can't pronounce that name. Emoito Muse. Emmanuel Nanga. You are? The spoken word, no, napita katikati. Emoit, yes. Karen. Hii Emoit. Kevin Karanja, Brian Wahu. Kevin Karanja, Brian Wahu, Elkana Cheboy. Elkana Cheboy, gift. Nilisikia yule aliuliza swali ya nguvu. Simon Omari. This is gift. Simon Rafael Opio Manyasa. Just a minute. Wait. Michael Wade, Mary Awino, Jocelyn Rutere, Paul Kamau, Mike Mutua. Let's move fast. Mary. Jocelyn. Paul Kamau. Mutua. Imelda. Paul. The chief TikTok operator. Mike is the one who has made TikTok possible. Then Imelda. Joyce Kedemi. Martin Talu. Leza. Leza. What is the chief Mwatu?
Now, I also have the pleasure of reading Richard Oche.
Why is mine taking you?
I'd like to ask Prof also to give the certificate of participation to Daniel Reeves. Can we clap for it?
And last but not least, we also award him with a brand intelligent design. Provocado will say intelligent.
Any other person? What of you? Any other person? Very fast. Our media personnel. I have 3. Next person. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So, one person to move a vote of what was that? Wait, I let it come over. Appreciate the speakers.
So I think that's one thing that we should really look forward to and seize that opportunity to bring ID into our curriculum. Because this is
an area like psychology, you know, it's only that related to time and incorporate the values, the issue that we are taking with the process of how it comes in the cities. And I think that's very part of development. We normally have stakeholders engagement. I think we should take advantage of stakeholders engagement by inviting some of us who are very conversant with the theory.
Good morning, everyone. It's very good to be here. So as Dag just said, I'm the Director of Education Outreach for Discovery Institute. So most of my time is spent working with students and public to try to inform them about the research supporting intelligent design and spread resources to the community. And it's been, even though most of my work is focused on the U.S., it's been a real privilege to work with Mr. Norley and Dr. Ching and Dr. Adede. I don't know if I'm saying Lester, where are you? I don't know how to say your last name. Anyways, it's been such a privilege working with all of you over the last few years and hearing of the growth of the ID movement here in East Africa.
and grass by strictly physical causes. Why? Because this causal circularity of organisms, this unique property, defined them, and it was beyond the reach of strictly physical explanation. So in his critique of judgment, he says, and I'll paraphrase, the natural world requires for explanation nothing else than an intelligent being.
Because remember, we've taken lots of photos here, we've done a video, and if you are of the contrary opinion that we should not share these clips on our platforms or post your photographs, kindly say "Nai," or forever keep quiet. Kindly, just be, if you feel that you're not comfortable with us publicly using your these clips for discovery, our guests will talk aside. But for our colleagues in Kenya, if you feel that you're not comfortable with us sharing your photos, sharing the clips that we've taken here, and I request the media to capture what I'm talking about so that we have recorded consent. Anybody, do you allow us to use these images, these clips, and the recordings? Yes. Thanks a lot. You are members of our Cosmos Foundation.
Good evening, everyone. Allow me to write on the protocol observed and to take vote of thanks. First of all, we thank our Lord Almighty Jesus for journey mercies, because all of us come from very far away. Some of us flew, some of us landed. Where we come from, we say we have landed. If you know, you know. So thank you very much for the organizers for this amazing day. It has been a very fruitful, especially for those of us who come from social science background. It was an eye-opening seminar for most of us. I'm speaking of myself. So I would love to thank the CEO in absentia for this amazing organization. Then we have our able presenters, starting from our own Dr. Richard Ochieng, Dr. Paul Nelson, Mr. Daniel Hughes, all the way from Seattle. He said that you are the second depressed county. He said that you are the second depressed county. Yeah, so state. So feel free to come again, because we have almost 11 months of almost 11 months of sunshine in summer. So thank you very much for the amazing work. Our panel discussion from, allow me, Dr. Martin Tanui, Zephania Chebi. Forgive me for mispronouncing your name. I'm also still learning to pronounce the Kenyan name as well. Our team from Tanzania, let me not forget, Uganda and Rwanda also. Thank you for coming all the way. Uganda and Rwanda also. Thank you for coming all the way. Stephen Manya, Lynn Kavulavu, Josiah Murage, and I also want to thank our students who persevered the whole day participating. I was checking them on TikTok. They were there. Most of them were still acting. Then I also want to thank this.
I'm a teacher, so I'm audible. So we also want to thank the resort for making our stay very well. We also want to take the team of the IT team, the media team, which as we have seen, the thing memorable. Did I forget anyone? Father, thank you for giving me this opportunity. But
I was saying I'm a teacher, so I'm audible. So we also want to thank BioCosmos Kenya, Dr. Lensa. Personally, take my gratitude for taking everything and working us specifically. Dr. Ochieng also for replying our email, following up. Special thanks to Discovery Institute, because our university actually got a grant from. So people, my colleagues, when they say that they have project to fund, take it serious. You never know. Next year, maybe it's your organization to get the grant. So thank you very much. I hope I've not forgotten anyone. So let us clap for ourselves, for persevering. Wait. That is not how we clap. That is not, so you follow me, so attention to me.